The key slid into the lock with a soft click. That sound felt clean and new to me, like a promise. I had the new lease, a new address, and a small pile of boxes that made me feel like I could start over. The hallway smelled like old paint and something faintly sweet, maybe laundry from someone else's place. It was quiet enough to hear the light buzz from the exit sign at the end of the corridor. I could hear myself breathing, and I could hear the door breathe, too. It is strange to write that, but that is how it felt, like the door itself had a chest rising and falling. I turned the knob, pushed, and walked in with the last box. The apartment had thin wood floors and white walls. The windows looked out over a parking lot and a tree that had already lost most of its leaves. There was a small kitchen with a gas stove, a bathroom with a mirror that had a chip at the bottom, and a bedroom big enough for my mattress and a low dresser. A radiator ticked somewhere. Not hot yet, just making small metal sounds like something settling into place. I put the box down and stood for a moment with my hand still on the doorknob. The door was heavy and had a peephole set in brass. The brass had tiny scratches around it, as if a lot of keys missed the lock and hit the metal there. I don't know why I leaned forward. Maybe because I always look through peepholes when I am in a new place. I like to see the hall. I like to know who might be there, even if there is no one there at all. I pressed my eye to the glass. The hall looked empty. The fisheye made everything curved and far. The exit sign at the end swam like a green fish. My doormat, the cheap one I bought with the word hello on it, hugged the base of the door in a blur. The walls on either side seemed to bend and lean, like the building was taking in a slow breath. I took my eye away. I took one step back. Then I leaned in again. There was a shadow in the peephole that I had not seen the first time. It lay across the center circle of the lens, exactly where a face would be if a face were close to the door outside. It was not a hard shape, not a nose or a cheek. It was a dark oval, and it rose and fell as if something was breathing on the lens from the hall. I held my breath so I could listen. The building was very quiet. I thought maybe there was a vent near the door, some small draft. I stood still. The oval moved again, slow and soft, up and down, the way a chest rises, the way a mouth fogs glass. I stepped back. I felt silly, but I also felt my heart pick up. I took another step back, just to see. The shadow pressed closer. I swear it did. It was like the peephole itself leaned forward at me, like the eye in the door wanted to be near my eye and my skull. The dark oval grew a little, not much, but enough to make my mouth go dry. I told myself, it is nothing. It is just the angle. The lens is scratched. The light is low. I told myself, take a breath. Get the boxes in order. Drink some water. I walked away from the door and the oval and told myself I was tired from the move. I stacked plates in the cabinet. I rolled up newspaper and put it in a bag. I set the mattress on the floor. While I worked, the apartment filled with small, everyday sounds. Paper rustling, tap water, the dull thud of a box hitting the wall by accident. Each normal sound made the place more mine. But I kept thinking of that breath. I don't know why I went back. Maybe I wanted to prove myself wrong and end it. I put my eye to the peephole again. The hall was empty. The oval was there. It rose. It fell. It was patient. I had an urge to wipe the lens. I rubbed the inside side of the peephole with the sleeve of my hoodie. The glass stayed clear. I thought about opening the door to look outside, and then felt very strong and very fast that I should not open it. I stood with my hand on the lock and waited. A minute passed. 2. Nothing. The oval moved a little, then stopped. It was like it listened to me listening to it. That first night I set my boxes so I could reach the one with sheets and the one with a lamp. I did not put the bed frame together. I left the door as it was. I did not tape anything over the peephole. I told myself I would laugh at this in the morning. I put the lamp on the floor and pulled the chain, and warm light made a circle on the ceiling. The radiator clicked softly. The building groaned a bit, the way buildings do. I lay down and watched the front door from my mattress. I kept the lamp on. My new apartment felt like a hotel room, like a place that belonged to me for a short time but did not know me yet. I closed my eyes and then opened them again. The peephole was a small black dot on the pale door. The brass around it held a dull shine. Somewhere above me a pipe knocked. Someone in the building coughed. Down the hall a door opened, then closed. The air moved in tiny ways I could feel on my skin. I must have slept. I woke all at once with the special feeling of not knowing what woke me. The room was the same, the lamp on, the door closed. The sound that pulled me up was soft and small, like a finger touching glass, like a mouth opening. I sat up. The radiator had gone quiet. In the quiet, I could hear my own heart and something else, a faint click from the door. It came from the peephole. It was like a nail tapping the lens, very light. I walked over slowly. I put my eye to the glass because I could not help it. There was nothing in the hall. The exit sign glowed. The carpet was the same cheap pattern. The oval hung in front of the peephole, and this time it was closer. It made the edges of the glass go even darker. The center was very dark, almost black, and the darkness swelled and sank, as if the lens itself pulled in air and let it out. I whispered, "Hello?" I do not know why I whispered through a door. The oval did not stop. For a small, strange second, I felt it answer me. Not with words, with a slow push of air that touched the skin around my eye. It felt warm, like breath. I jumped back so hard I bumped the wall. My lamp wobbled on the floor and the shade bobbed. I stood still, with my hands open, the way you stand near a dog you do not know. I listened for footsteps. I heard none. I heard the hum of the building, the low electrical sound that lives in walls. I did not touch the door again that night. I lay on the mattress and watched it until the lamp made the room look like a faded photograph. My thoughts slid away and then came back, the way they do when you are between waking and sleep. I kept seeing that slow-moving dark. Each breath I took, I matched it. And then I hated that I was matching it, like it could make a rhythm for me to follow. I woke to daylight. My lamp was still on because I had not moved to turn it off. The air was dry from the radiator heating up in the morning. My mouth tasted like old pennies in sleep. The door looked like a door. It was funny to think how menacing a door can become if you stare at it for hours. I made coffee. I opened the kitchen window while the kettle boiled. A bus sighed down the block. Someone laughed on the sidewalk. The world was normal again. I told myself to let it go. I had lived in 4 other apartments. All of them had strange noises. All of them had their way of being. This one had a door that held on to breath. That was it. A sentence you could say out loud and not be afraid of. I put on shoes and walked down the hall to the stairs. I paused at my door and looked at the peephole from the outside. From the hall side, the brass ring was scratched. The circle of glass was clear, and there was a faint smear around it, like someone had tried to clean it with a thumb. It didn't look odd. It looked like a peephole. I told myself, see? Normal. Then I thought of how the night felt and how the air had touched my face. On the ground floor I found the mailboxes. Mine had 2 pieces of junk mail and a flyer for a pizza place. The entryway had a glass door that stuck when you pushed. It made a rubbery squeak like a wet shoe. The hall smelled like mop water. A small camera was mounted in the corner above the mail. I looked at my reflection in the glass on my way out. I looked tired. My eye on one side was a little red. I bought bread, milk, and tape. The tape was the cloth kind, strong and pale. The kind I used to use at my old job to hold loose wires. I told myself I would tape the peephole for the first few nights, just to adjust. Not because I believed it was breathing, just to give myself peace. Back in the apartment, I climbed the stairs, walked the hall, and stopped in front of my door. I had the urge to look through the peephole before I went in, as if whatever was inside might be at the door, waiting for me from the other side. I put my key in the lock and turned it with a small turn. The deadbolt slid. I opened the door and stepped in. The smell of my own coffee and cardboard rolled out. I set the grocery bag on the counter and tore a square of tape. I pressed the tape over the peephole. The tape was thick and did not let light through. I made sure the edges were smooth. In the silence of the hall, my own small work sounded loud. That night I slept with the tape on the door. I still woke, and I still listened, but the listening was different. It was like putting a hand over your own ear. You hear yourself more. You hear the skin and the blood, and the soft hush of your own clothes when you move. I dreamed that the tape was a bandage over a wound. In the dream, the tape kept filling with air as if someone breathed against it, and then it would deflate, and then it would fill again, higher and higher until it bowed out like a bubble. When I woke, I went to the door. The tape was flat. I touched it. It was warm in the center, cool at the edges. I did not like that detail, but I told myself, the sun warmed it from the hall. This was not true, but it was a good sentence to say, and sometimes good sentences can carry you through a room. I kept making the place mine. I put my books on the shelves in small stacks. I set a chair by the window. I put my toothbrush in a cup. I got used to where the light switches were. I got used to how the water ran. I put a rug down. I ate toast and butter and stood at the window and watched the tree. Leaves blew into the parking lot in little groups. The world moved forward, second by second, as it does. The days were fine. At night, the door was there. On the third night, as I lay down, I heard the soft click from the peephole again. It was not loud. It was not made to scare anyone. It was like the sound a fingernail makes when it touches glass. I got back up. I walked over and put my palm on the center of the tape. The tape was smooth. The tape was slightly warm. I kept my palm there. I waited. I breathed and tried not to at the same time. Under my hand, the tape moved. It pushed out a tiny bit, then relaxed. Then again. Then it paused. And in the pause, I felt a long, slow press that matched the way a person would push their cheek or their mouth against a door. My throat was dry. I swallowed and tasted dust. I said stop. I did not raise my voice. The tape went still. It stayed still for a long time. Then it made a very soft sound like a kiss from behind, and my hand jumped and I pulled it away, and I felt silly for the way I pulled back from my own door, from my own hand, from a piece of tape. I took the tape off. I wanted to see. The tape peeled with a small sound. When it came away, I saw the circle of the peephole, clean and dark, and a ring of adhesive on the brass. I leaned in before I could lose my nerve. The hall was empty. The oval filled the center of the glass. It moved, slow, careful. I held my breath, and it kept breathing. There was a whispering sound now, like wind around a window. Except the window was in my door, and the wind was not outside. It was right there, against my eye. I raised my phone to the peephole and held the camera lens to the glass. The angle made the picture swim. The autofocus hunted and hunted. The phone made a quiet, fake shutter sound, but it did not catch the breath. The video showed a curved hall and a grainy circle where the peephole made its fishbowl look. I watched the video twice, and the oval was there when I looked, and not there when I held the phone up. It was like it did not care for the phone. It only cared for my eye. I slept badly. I kept half waking and half dreaming. In my dreams, the door was open a crack, and a person stood there, right up against the gap, so close that I could not see anything but a cheek and a mouth that moved without sound. I was the one who kept the door open that crack. I was the one who did not shut it. The next day I called the landlord's number on the lease. A man with a tired voice said I could put in a work order online. I told him I thought my peephole was broken. He laughed a small laugh and said those are pretty simple, and he could bring a new one in a week. I said okay. He asked if I was otherwise good. I said yes. When I hung up, I felt both better and worse. A letter slid under my door around noon. It was not for me. It had the name of the person before me, who I had never met. The paper had a bend where it had been in the mailbox too long. I held the envelope and could smell a little perfume. I looked at the hand that wrote the address. The hand was careful. I put the letter on the counter. I told myself I would give it back to the mailman tomorrow. I stood by the door and looked at the peephole from the inside without pressing my eye to it. I could see a small shine on the glass. I could see a faint circle of something, maybe oil or some old cleaner. I saw tiny scratches I hadn't seen before, long thin ones like from a ring or a key. I leaned close and smelled the door. It smelled like old varnish and something else, something warm and human, like breath that had been there a long time and did not want to leave. In the evening I tried a new thing. I took a small square of tissue and held it up, not touching the peephole, just near it, to see if it would move. At first nothing. Then the tissue lifted at one edge, as if a small flow of air came through the peephole from the hall to me. The tissue fell, then lifted again. It was a tiny motion, but it was not wind. There was no window open. The radiator was off. The air sat still. The only thing in that door that could breathe was the peephole. I taped the tissue in place and sat down on the floor to watch it. I sat with my back to the opposite wall and my legs straight out, the way you sit as a child sometimes. The tissue rose. The tissue fell. The motion found a rhythm that was not mine, not the cycle of my own lungs. It was slower than me, and then faster than me. And then it paused for a long time that made my chest hurt, because I had matched it without meaning to. After a while, I stood up and turned on the TV for a few minutes just to have sound. Words from some show filled the room and did not stick in my head. I turned it off. The room went back to quiet. The tissue breathed. I put on a jacket and shoes. I wanted to reset my head. I opened the door and stood in the hall. The hall was empty. The carpet looked worn. The exit sign hummed. The air had its own smell, a mix of cleaner and stale. I looked at my door from the hall side. The peephole looked like a simple circle of glass set into a brass ring. A small white edge of tissue clung to the rim on the inside. It did not move now. The hall air was still. I was sure, standing there, that if I went back inside, the tissue would start again. I took a few steps down the hall. A light flickered and then steadied. The door 4 down had a wreath. The door 2 down had a shoe against it, holding it open a bit like someone had just gone out with trash. The building was of the kind where a lot of lives happen in silence. You can feel them without seeing them. I went back in and locked the door. The sound of the lock turning felt good in my hand, like a small engine doing what it should. I leaned on the door for a second and heard the faintest noise from the peephole, as if it were clearing its throat. When night came again, I left all the lights off and sat in the dark, looking at the faint square of the window and the dull glow from the hall that bled around the edge of the door. The tissue rose in the dark. The tissue fell. I watched until the shape of my own thoughts went thin. I fell asleep on the floor by mistake. I woke with a stiff neck and a line on my cheek from the rug. In my half-sleep, I had dreamed I was on a bus where all the windows were peepholes. Each one had a face pressed to it from the outside, and when the bus moved, the faces slid along the glass like fish in a tank. I made oatmeal. I drank water. The day was cold and clear. I looked up peephole replacements online. They were cheap. They came in different sizes. There were videos about how to remove the old one and install the new one. The videos were calm and had nice music. They made me feel like I could do it. I unscrewed the inner ring. It turned easy. The peephole loosened in the door, and I could feel air coming through around the glass as it turned. Cool air, not cold, but it had that raw feel that hall air has, with its dust and its cleaner and its lonely quality. I unscrewed the outer part and caught the tube as it came free. It was heavier than I thought it would be. The hole in the door was a simple round tunnel, wood rough at the edges from the drill that made it years ago. I put my eye to the hole without the lens. The hall was not so far away now. Without the fisheye, the world outside looked flat and close. I could see part of the exit sign and part of the wall across. I could see the fibers of the hall carpet. I could hear more of the hall, too. The air moving out there. A distant elevator ding. The sound of a shoe somewhere, maybe on the stairs. I held my breath and listened. There was a very soft sound, like someone putting their mouth near a hole to speak. Not speaking. Just getting ready. I was about to step back when something on the hall side moved. I did not see a person. I saw the change that a person makes when they get between light and what you are looking at. The hole went darker. Something came close to the door. I froze. My eye was at the hole. The hole had nothing but air. There was no lens to catch the image and distort it. There was only a small ring of wood and my eye, and a few inches of empty space, and then the hall air. Warmth came through. It touched the skin around my eye. A breath, slow and soft, came into my apartment through that simple round hole, and it hit my eye like a small warm wind that could see. I pulled back fast and bumped the chair. I held the peephole tube, the little brass thing, in my hand, the way you hold a dead bird you found under a window. I put the peephole back in. I screwed it tight with hands that shook a bit. When it was back, I pressed my eye to the glass again because I had to. The hall was empty again. The oval was there, the breath, steady and patient now, like it had not cared that I took its window out for a minute. It had waited. It had come back when the round, dark eye was put in place again. By the fifth night, I had started to talk to it, not with real words, not sentences. I said, "Stop." I said, "Please." I said, "I know you are there." I said, "I cannot keep looking." I said, "I will not open the door." It was like speaking to a sleeping person who hears you under the sleeves of their dream. The oval would slow, just a little. Then it would return to its own speed. Sometimes I thought I heard a shape of a sound come through, the way you can hear a person on the other side of a wall make syllables without words. My name didn't come, and I did not ask for it. The letter for the old tenant stayed on the counter. I thought about leaving it at their door if they were still in the building. I thought about writing on it and putting it back in the box. I did neither. One night I took it in my hand and held it near the peephole and felt a little twist in my stomach. A bad idea feeling. I set it down again. On a rainy morning, the hall smelled like wet concrete. The peephole glass fogged around the edges from the change in air, even though the door had been closed the whole night. I rubbed the inside circle with my sleeve. The glass cleared and then fogged again. It was like a mouth on one side and a mouth on the other, both trying to make the surface theirs. I looked up at the ceiling and felt silly tears form because I was tired. I was tired of the dot on the door, and the small oval in the glass, and the way it has made all my thoughts turn around it. I wanted to be the person who laughs at strange house sounds. I wanted to be the person who sleeps with their face turned to a new wall and does not think about what sees them. I took the chair from the window and put it near the door. I sat. I put my ear near the peephole instead of my eye. I heard it. It was so soft. It was like someone sleeping, but awake. The careful kind of breath that a person makes when they are trying not to be heard. I whispered into the lens. I said, "What do you want?" Air moved against my lips from the hole. The breath on my mouth made me draw back, and my neck felt cold, as if I had a line of cold water poured down it. I said, "I am inside." "You are outside. That is the rule." The peephole made its small click like a fingernail on glass. It sounded to me like a tongue trying to make a word it never learned. That evening, my phone lit up as it sat on the floor by my mattress. Face ID unlocked the screen while I was across the room like it had seen my face. I picked it up and the camera app was open. The last photo was black, a dark circle with a lighter ring, as if I had taken a picture of the peephole from too close. I do not remember touching the phone. I do not remember taking that picture. I deleted it. The trash icon made its little hop. I tried to think of something simple, like dinner or laundry, and could not. I began to count time by the breath. I would make tea and stand by the door and count how many rises and falls fit into the time the kettle took to click off. I would sit on the rug and match my inhale to it and then force myself to stop matching it and breathe at my own speed. This made me feel stubborn and alive. Then the peephole would pause for a long time as if it could feel me pulling away, and the pause would catch me. I would hold my own breath without meaning to. My chest would ache. I would stare, and my throat would burn, and then the breath would come back, and when it came back, it felt like relief, which is the worst part, the part that makes you complicit. I began to resent it and also want it. A week went by. The landlord did not come. I did not call again. On the 8th night there was a storm. The rain hit the windows in bursts. The building made new sounds. The elevator made a noise like a wail far away. The light in the hall went out, and then came back, and then went out again and stayed out. The gap at the bottom of my door showed pure dark where the thin line of bright usually was. In that dark the peephole grew. Not truly, but it felt that way, because it became the only point of any kind of light. A small, faint ring where the exit sign at the far end of the hall reached through. When I put my eye to it, there was no green glow, only a deep, soft nothing. I could feel the breath. The breath was still steady. It was so close I could taste it, a damp, metallic taste like the inside of old pipes. Something touched the door on the hall side. A slow drag. A long sound. Not nails. Not a hand. Something like a cheek or a coat. Something soft and human sliding down the wood. It made a small sound that hurt me because it was intimate. It was like hearing someone get dressed in the same room, the whisper of cloth, the small effort of skin. I spoke before I thought. I said, "I am here." The breath did not change. The long, soft sound moved from the level of my face to the level of my shoulder to the level of my hip, and then lower, and then the sound of fabric or skin leaving the door. The tiny click came, the fingernail on glass. Then nothing. I stayed there with my eye to the glass for a long time. My own breath misted the inside around the lens. The hall side stayed dark and soft. In the morning, the hall light was back. The door bore a faint mark, a curve like a crescent at the height of my cheekbone. If I pressed my own face there, the curve fit me. I did not press. I turned away. I started keeping a small notebook by the door. I wrote times. I wrote words like slow or fast or pause. I wrote down the day it rained. I wrote down the night it went dark. Writing did not fix anything. It made me feel like I had a thin string tied to what was happening, a string that could run through my fingers and burn a line there, a proof mark. One afternoon, a delivery man knocked. I stood by the door and did not open it. I said, "Leave it, please." He did. I waited. I looked through the peephole after he left. The oval was gone in the bright daytime. The hall looked washed out and flat. The package sat like a block of dull brown at my doormat. I put my eye there a long time, trying to see the breath. It did not come. Not in daylight. I began to think maybe it belonged to the night, the way some birds do. I began to worry that sleeping in the day would not fix it, because the door holds both day and night, and the peephole does not care for the sky. It only cares for eyes. That evening, I tucked a sheet under the door to block the draft. It made the gap vanish. I put a towel over the peephole. I made a little ritual of it, like the way people cover mirrors when someone dies. It made me feel like an old person in a story. It made me feel a little safe. I lay down and watched the covered place on the door. The towel sagged a bit at the top where the nail it hung on was bent. I decided that if the towel moved, if it lifted even a bit, I would call someone. The landlord, a friend, anyone. I would say, "Come over, please." I would say, "I need another pair of eyes." I fell asleep with that promise in my mouth. In the night, I woke. The room was dim. The towel was there. The towel was still. I felt a strong relief. And then the relief went away, and a new feeling came. It was the feeling of being watched from the side, not from the front. A simple, human feeling. I turned my head to the window. In the window glass, I saw the pale square of the door reflected. The towel made a darker shape against it. Around the towel, there was a soft ring, like a halo of darker shadow. Inside the ring, just at the edge of the towel, the shadow thickened, as if it were pressed to the cloth from behind it. The fabric bowed in a little, like a lung pushes a shirt when someone breathes in their sleep. I stared until my eyes watered. I forced myself to get up and take the towel down. I did it not because I wanted to see, but because the sight of the towel breathing in the window made something in me say, "No more tricks. If it breathes, let it breathe, and let me look at the place where it does." The peephole's glass looked the same. The oval waited. It was closer than it had ever been. The darkness at the center touched the edges of the lens, as if a face had no more room to press. The breath came soft and slow. The click came, the small nail sound. The oval paused and did not move. I understood that it was waiting for me to look with my full eye, not from the side, not in reflection. It wanted me to meet it, I thought. It wanted me to close the small, exact distance left between us, to make the last small step, eyelash to glass. I did. I put my eye there and let my eyelid brush the brass by accident. It was cold. The breath touched my eye and the tip of my nose. It was warm and smelled faintly like coins, like the copper bottom of a pan. I closed my other eye to make the picture sharp. In the center of the oval, in the deep near black, something formed. It was not a face the way you would draw a face. It was two slightly darker places, set the way eyes would be, and a lighter area below, the way a mouth would be, and shadows that rounded where cheeks would round if someone pressed their face into a tight space. The fisheye glass made it all curve. The two darker places moved a little. I had the sudden strong sense that it was looking not at my eye, but into my eye, as if my eye were a room it needed to see. A sound came through with the breath. It was the smallest shape of a word, not my name, not any word I know. It was the sound a person makes when they test a mouth after a long time not speaking. I pulled back and sat down hard on the floor. I had a dull pain in my spine where I landed. My heart made a thick stroke and then a thin one. I put my hand on the rug and felt the weave and thought about anything else for 3 full breaths. Then I looked back at the door. The oval was there. It lifted and fell. I spoke without meaning to. I said, "Okay." For the next days, I made a practice of not looking and then looking. I would go a whole morning, a whole afternoon, then look, and the breath would be there, like a meter I could trust, like a tide that I could count on. That scared me because it meant I was building my time around it. I began to feel a loyalty to it, which made me angry. I had a thought that the peephole is like a well. It gives back anything you drop into it. I felt then that I had been dropping attention into it and it had turned into water. On a Sunday, I heard footsteps in the hall in the day. 2 sets, quick and quiet. A small knock on a far door. Laughter, a child. I wanted to look through the peephole then, in the day, to remind myself of normal life. I did not. I held on to my rule. I ate crackers at the table and spelled out small words with the crumbs. Childish without noticing. At night, I set a chair and sat again. I pushed my own chair right up to the door and put my forehead against the cool wood to feel its solid strength. The wood held, the brass held, the chain lock was a simple hook and eye. I had never used it. I slid it into place. The little hook clicked. This felt like drawing a thin line with a pen on the air, like marking a boundary you could see. I pressed my eye to the lens. The breath came, slow and long. It felt for the first time like it matched the size of the world outside, like the whole hall breathed, not just the small circle in the door. The darker places where eyes would be were high now, like someone taller leaned in, or like the center of it had lifted. When I stepped back, the darkness grew small, but I saw it. I saw the shadow fill more of the glass, and I felt the soft pressure on the inside of the door, not from outside, but like the eye on the door wanted to come in. The wood made a faint sound, the hard, low groan of fibers flexing. No worse than floorboards, and it made my skin go tight because it meant the thing that breathed could lean, could move, could press. I slept in the bedroom that night with the door closed. The bedroom door, not the front door. I lay awake and thought about air moving in small spaces. I thought about mouths. I thought about wells and windows. I do not know when I fell asleep. I woke before dawn to a soft exhale right next to my ear. I rolled over and saw nothing. The air had that smell of the hall, the dust cleaner smell. I shut my eyes and saw the oval on the inside of my lids, a dark egg shape that rose and fell. The landlord left a note under my door the next day. It said, "Sorry delays. Peephole next week." I ran a finger over the writing. The ink had smudged, like a thumb dragged across it when it was wet. That made me think of the brass ring around the peephole and all its small scratches. I put the note on top of the old tenant's letter. 2 thin papers, 2 thin voices. That night I moved the mattress into the front room. I put it right under the door so I could lie with my head close to the peephole. It sounds foolish when I write it, but it felt like a test, like sitting up all night with a sick person to make sure their breathing does not stop. I told myself I wanted to know if it would change, if it would speed up, if it would slow. I lay on my back and the ceiling hung pale above me. The breath came through the small lens. I felt it on my eyebrow sometimes, on my cheek sometimes when I got too close. I closed my eyes and counted. The numbers rose and fell. I drifted into sleep and woke to my own snore and felt embarrassed, alone, at a snore. The breath from the door continued. It did not care what small human shame I had. Near morning, as the black of the hall softened toward gray, the breath changed. It did not stop. It moved away. Not far, but I felt it. The warmth faded a little. The oval in the lens pulled back a finger's width. I heard, faintly, the sound of steps on the carpet outside, exactly where my doormat is. 2 steps. A pause. Another step. Then nothing. I sat up, heart in my throat. I did not open the door. I did not look at the lens. I sat and waited. I put my hand on the wood and felt it vibrate with my own pulse. I waited a long time. The world got brighter. A truck went by on the street. The building woke up and began to make its building sounds. I stood and looked through the peephole. The hall was empty. The exit sign glowed soft. My doormat had a faint mark on it, a smudge like the edge of a heel. It was small, not an adult's foot. It faced my door. I kept the mark there all day. I did not sweep it. I watched it from the inside, through the lens, and the oval did not come back until night. I am writing this all down because the small things are the only things I have. The small sounds, the breaths, the way the tape felt warm, the way the towel sagged, the way the lens seems to press, the way a curious person presses their face to a window in a dark house to see if anyone is home. Tonight the landlord might come, or he might not. I think about removing the peephole again and leaving the hole empty. I think about stuffing it with wax. I think about opening the door. The thought of opening it makes my body go cold from the inside out. The thought of sealing it makes my mouth dry. Both thoughts feel like promises I cannot keep. The door is in front of me right now. The peephole is a small coin of glass in a ring of brass. The brass catches a little light. I can see my own faint reflection in it, a round distortion of my face. The oval is there behind the glass, patient, calm, still moving. The rise is slow. The fall is slow. It could wait a lifetime, I think. It has no place to be. It has only this door. It has only this small window, and this small room inside the eye, and the other small room on my side where I sit. If I lean close, the breath touches my skin. When I step back, it presses closer, a fraction, like a person who wants to hear something you have not said yet. I say nothing, I listen, I breathe, it breathes. I do not know if this will ever end. I do not know what it wants. I know the feeling in my chest when I leave the door to go wash a cup, and the air feels thin and wrong until I come back and put my palm on the wood and feel the faint push under it. I know the small click like a nail on glass. I know the smell of old brass and soft human warmth. I know that the eye in the door feels like it is inside with me, and that when I move away, it follows as far as it can. When it is very quiet, just before the morning buzz of the exit sign thickens a bit, I think I hear it say a word. I think the word is here, or I think the word is stay. Or maybe it is only the shape of breath caught in the round throat of the peephole, trying to sound like anything at all while I stand in my new place and try to decide which side of the door I live on. Fog sits low on the road like a blanket that forgot how to lift. The white edge line is my rope. I keep my left shoulder close to it and try not to drift. The wipers push gray off the glass and then bring it back. There is no sky. There is only the hollow space inside my headlights and the wet hiss of my tires. I should have waited for morning. I did not. I told myself I knew this road. I told myself it was faster than the freeway when there is a game in town. Mile markers are small prayers when you are alone in fog. 11. 11 and a half. The numbers glow and then vanish. The heater is on low. The vents make a warm hush that keeps my hands from shaking. My phone sits face down in the cup holder so the light will not flash at me. The map worked for a while and then it stopped. No service. The blue dot froze and did not follow. I am a car in gray with no signal to tell the world where I am. The rearview mirror dims by itself. I notice it, then think I imagined it. Then I see the glass turn brown-green like sunglasses. It does this when bright lights hit it from behind. It does this when a truck rides your bumper or when a car forgets to switch off their highs. There are no lights. Nothing is behind me. I can see nothing behind me. I reach up and tap the little button at the base. It brightens. A minute later, it dims again on its own. The little sensor does not care what my eyes think. I speak out loud because quiet makes thoughts grow teeth. I say, "You're okay." I say, "Keep the wheel easy." I say, "If you get scared, pull over where the shoulder is wide." I say things my father used to say on long trips when fog came down out of the hills and covered the fields. He would count the cat's eyes on the posts. He would hum to keep himself awake. At 12 miles out, there is a bend and then a little bridge over a dark creek. The road signs say Mile 12 on a blade that leans. I know this because I have driven this before in clear weather, with big skies and dust and the smell of sun on grass. Tonight the sign lifts out of the fog, wet and bright with my headlights, then slips back into the dark like a fishtail. The first time the seatbelt chime sounds, I think it is my own belt. I check the latch with my left thumb. It is tight. The light on the dash says the driver is secure. The other light, the one with a small figure and a belt stretching across it, glows red. The sound is gentle but urgent. 3 tones pause 3 tones. It does not stop. I glance at the passenger seat. My bag sits there, a grocery sack with a loaf of bread and a carton of eggs rolling around inside. I reach across at the next straight and put the bag on the floor. The chime keeps going. I buckle the passenger belt into its latch. The tongue slides in and clicks. The light on the dash turns off. The sound stops. The silence after the sound feels like a held breath. I tell myself the sensor is picky. Some cars think a heavy purse is a person. Some cars nag to save your life. Fine. I leave the belt buckled. I put both hands back on the wheel. I breathe and follow the white line. The mirror dims again. It is so quiet out here I can hear the wiper motor as it changes speed. The glass at the edges of the windshield goes milky. The defroster hums. My headlights throw out 2 weak cones that hit the fog and bounce back. It feels like driving inside a snow globe that someone shook very softly and never set down. I pass under trees. I know they are trees because the fog above me turns darker for a while like a low ceiling. The wet pop of drops hits my roof. Then the trees stop, and the fog opens a little. The road gets thinner. The line at the edge helps me. The line is my friend. The chime starts again. This time, the light on the dash flickers and the small icon I have never seen shows up. The same little figure with the belt, but smaller. Like a backseat seatbelt warning, even though I do not think my old car has that. The sound is slightly different too. Not the front seat tone. A higher beep. Wake up beeps. The sound makes the hairs on my arm lift as if air has moved across them. I tell myself, the car is old. The wires are damp. Fog does strange things. I tap the brakes to let someone behind me know I am slow. There is no one behind me. The mirror is dim. The mirror is empty. Something shifts in the corner of my eye. It is small. It is where the rear seat headrest meets the window. It is the shape you get when a face leans close to glass. It is the suggestion of a nose and a cheek. It is the dark curve of a mouth that fog makes when warm air and cold air meet and kiss and then slide away. It is gone when I look full on. It is there when I use my eyes the way you look at stars. Off to the side, not quite direct, soft. I say my own name. It sounds odd inside the car, like it belongs to someone else. The heater smell changes. It smells like a river under a bridge. It smells like wet hair. The roof pops once, a metallic little note like a jar cooling on a counter. I try the radio. It takes a moment to come on, The station I had is static now. I turn the dial. Between stations, I hear a voice for a second, maybe an ad, maybe weather, then a hiss that is almost a whisper. The radio is not a friend tonight. I shut it off. The car feels smaller with the radio off and smaller when it is on. There is no good size for it. The world is bright for a second, then dark. My breath catches like a hiccup. The mirror bloom was not bright light. It was the mirror giving up and then catching itself. The glass goes green-brown again. The sensor says something bright is back there. The road behind me says nothing at all. My thumbs hurt. I have been gripping the wheel. I shift my hands. My palms leave two ovals of heat on the plastic. I tell myself about the bridge ahead, the little iron rails I can never see until I am on them, the low water noise, the way the shoulder narrows. I tell myself, do not brake on the bridge, glide. The chime stops by itself. The light on the dash goes from red to dark. I do not change anything. The quiet is kind. It lasts for 3 breath cycles. Then it starts again, but not in the front. The sound comes from the back of the car now, a soft electric beep, like a child's toy asking to be noticed. My car does not have backseat sensors. I know this. I know this because when my nephew was little and we drove to the lake, I had to watch him in the mirror since the car would not yell at me if he undid his belt to sleep. I know this. The sound is there anyway. Something taps the rear passenger glass one time. Not hard. A gentle touch. The kind of touch you make with your fingers when you want to see if a window is cold. I pull in one long breath and do not let it out for a while. The line at the edge flutters. I drift and feel the low rumble strip through the steering wheel. The sound brings me back. Thank you, gravel teeth. I correct. A shape on the shoulder slides by, white wood on a stick. A cross with plastic flowers. The end of a name in chipped paint flashes, the letters Ein. The fog opens a little, then closes again. My face feels hot, and then cold. I do not know why. The road lifts. The bridge. I go steady. I count 2, 3, 5, and I am over it. The sound of water is fat and soft tonight. The fog is thicker on the downside of the bridge. My lights hit it like a hard wall. I slow a little more. There is no one to honk at me for being careful. There is no one here. I am the only car in the world. The mirror dulls, brightens, dulls. It cannot decide, or it can decide and I cannot understand. The thing about fog is it throws light back to you like a lie. You think the world is big, and then the fog makes it a small room. It gives you your own light back and makes you think it belongs to someone else. At mile 12, the road curves left. It whispers with wet. My foot is easy on the gas. The white line is a bone in the dark. I keep the bone close. The face is there again, the one I am not supposed to see. It sits where the rear headrest meets the glass, in that tiny triangle where light collects and fades. First only an idea of it, then more. I do not want to see it. I see it anyway. It is an oval on fogged glass, the way a face will leave an oval if it leans and breathes. The fog plays at line and shadow like a soft pencil. A nose maybe, a mouth maybe. Not pretty, not ugly. Human, too close. I tell myself, speak. Say something. I do not want to. My voice wants to curl up in my throat. I think of all the nights I drove home without thinking. I think of the way this road looks at sunset. I think of the way dust rides in my open window in summer and glows. Tonight is not that. Tonight is no season and no hour. Tonight has no map. The chime stops. The light goes out. The seatbelt I buckled in the front pulls a little, then lets go. Like weight leaned on it and then leaned away. I do not look. I can feel it in the way the belt hums inside the pillar. It is a sound you hear when you sit still and listen to your car like it has a chest. The rearview mirror shows me nothing but myself in a tunnel of gray. My face floats, pale and strange. When I tilt the mirror down to look away, the glass is dark again, as if it is trying to protect me from something I cannot see. A pullout appears ahead, wider than the road, a flat place used by gravel trucks to chain up in winter. There is a sign with a ghost of red letters that say, "Slow vehicles use turnout." I signal out of habit, though there is no one to see. My tires crunch on wet gravel. I let the car idle. I keep my foot on the brake. The red wash of my taillights makes the fog behind me a red wall. I sit, the heater fan whispers. The engine makes little ticking sounds as it rests. I listen for anything else. I hear myself swallow. The car smells like damp fabric and stale coffee. I turn around in my seat. The back is dark. The headrests are small hills. The empty booster seat I borrowed for my nephew is folded on the floor. There is nothing else. The glass shows gray. The door lock pin shows a stripe of metal. No face, no breath, no shape. When I look forward again, a lighter patch on the passenger window draws my eye. A small oval has appeared at eye level. Condensation has cleared in that exact place, the way a face would make a clear spot if it leaned and breathed. It is the size of a mouth and a nose. It is one palm away from where my cheek is. It is on the inside. I reach out and lay the back of my fingers against the glass near the clear oval. The glass is warm there, warmer than the rest. It is like the sun touched it from a narrow angle. My hand smells like the rubber of the wheel and the oil from the heater vents. I pull my hand back and rub my fingers together. The warmth is real. I do not want it to be real. I speak to the glass because I do not know where else to speak. "Hello," I say, like a fool. The word is a small thing in my mouth and smaller in the car. It does not get big enough to reach the other side of the window. It hits the oval and comes back. I reach down and unlock the passenger belt from the click where I tucked it in. It whips back, slides smooth through my hand, and then stops hard, pulled tight by nothing. The belt is horizontal across the seat, as if laid over a lap. The buckle tongue hangs at the far latch as if it had been placed there, ready, polite. I stare at it until the belt relaxes and slides back an inch. My foot presses harder on the brake even though the car is in park. The habit is strong. The brake pedal is a place you can push when you do not know what else to do. I turn off the engine. The key clicks. The car goes quiet. Quiet at first is a big sound and then it gets smaller. The fog outside makes its own noise like a radio turned down low. The muffler knocks as metal cools. The heater fan winds down. The little clock on my dash glows and ticks the numbers forward. 4 minutes pass without anything changing, and I almost laugh because time is still doing what it does in here, even if the world outside has paused. I consider getting out and walking a circle around the car, as if I could find the edge of something by cutting it with my steps. The idea of my door opening is sudden and cold, and I do not like it. The fog would come in. The fog is already in. I can taste it on my teeth. I start the car again. The engine turns heavily once, twice, catches. The dash lights do their small dance. The belt icon flares and fades. The oil light goes dark. The mirror dims of its own mind. I put the car in drive. The fog line waits for me, white and faithful. I pull out. The gravel spits and then the tires find wet blacktop again. The miles after that do not behave. I try to count them. 12. Then a little blade that says 13 on a white face. Then another that says 12 again, as if the county forgot how to count or as if I'm going in a circle. I slow because I do not want to meet my own taillights coming out of the fog. The road curves left and then left again, like a loop made by a bad hand. The face on the passenger window fades when I watch it and reappears when I look ahead. The little clear oval is like a civil thing that is trying to tell me where it is without scaring me. It sits very still and breathes, and sometimes, when I am focused on the line, it grows the shadow of a cheek and a forehead, and then it goes back to a mouth and a nose, the simplest shapes a person can make on glass. I talk to it again without meaning to. "Where are you going?" I ask. My voice shakes, and I hate that. The heater covers my voice like a blanket. The oval clears and fogs, clears and fogs. I cannot say it answers. I cannot say it does not. The rearview mirror decides to show me something. Not a car, not a road. A color that is not the color of fog. A warm tone like a light in the house at night when you drive by and see a living room with a lamp left on. It is behind me for 3 seconds. It bleeds around the edges of the mirror and then it goes away. The glass darkens. I see myself again, small and floating, eyes too big. I think of a story someone told me years ago. I don't know who. A coworker? A woman at a diner you share a coffee with when the power's out? The story was about mile 12 on this road in a car that went off in fog. The driver walked out and no one ever found who else was with them, but the seat had a crease like someone sat there a long time. The flowers by the White Cross get replaced every week. I do not know if that is for this story or another story. On roads like these, all the stories sit together and borrow each other's coats. The seat heater light turns on with a soft click. I did not touch the switch. The button glows orange. Heat blooms under the fabric of the passenger seat, the kind of heat that feels like a small animal sleeping there. The belt chime sounds once and then stops. The belt sign on the dash flickers and steadies. I swallow and the sound is loud inside my head. I reach over and click the seat heater off. The light stays on. I click it again, harder. The light goes dark and then bright again, like a person who refuses to let you make them cold. I put my hand out through the space between my face and the glass and hold it above the passenger seat. Warmth rises. It is the kind of warmth that only happens when heat meets something that wants it. It feels like a hand that is not mine. My hands shake now. My fingers feel numb at the tips and tight at the knuckles. When I take my hand back, it smells like something faint and nice. A clean smell like soap that has a woman's name printed in silver on the box. It makes my throat ache. It makes my eyes burn. The fog thins for the first time in miles. It peels away from the road and lifts a little, gray to pearl to almost nothing. The trees become lines. The power poles step away into the field. The sky is a pale meat color that means night is not sure of itself anymore. I see a stop sign ahead where the county road meets the highway. The sign bleeds red into the pale air. I stop. The car sighs. I look left and right. No headlights. No taillights. No anything. The highway is just a dark ribbon stretched tight. I cross it and the lane changes under me and the fog shifts like a big animal rolling over to show a different side. The seatbelt chime sounds one last time, a single tone like a notification. The light on the dash goes off. The heater light on the passenger seat fades without a click. The clear oval on the window fogs over and does not come back when I breathe. The mirror brightens slowly, not because of a car behind, but because the world itself is getting lighter. It changes color from the inside out. I do not feel lighter. I feel like someone who has been holding a heavy box that is now gone, but my arms still ache with the shape of it. I drive. I pass a farm, a barn with a metal roof that I know will ring like a bell in summer when hail comes. I pass a blue mailbox where a name I cannot read is written in crooked letters. I pass another white cross with ribbon that flutters a little now in a breeze. The fog tries to return. It does not. At the gas station on the edge of town, light from the pumps looks clean and hard as needles. I pull in and stop beside a pump as if a pump can save you. I let the engine idle. It stumbles once, recovers. I sit there with my hands on the wheel and my eyes on the window. The glass is clean, except for my breath. No ovals, no faces. It feels like a trick. It feels like a gift. I do not know which. I get out. The night air is cold and smells like spilt fuel and old rain. The ground is wet. The lights buzz. I put the nozzle in and my hands do the things hands do when they are not thinking. Card, zip code, select your grade. Numbers click. The hose hums. A truck goes by on the highway with its own fog clinging to it like a coat. A man in a hoodie stands by the ice machine and smokes. He looks at me in that way strangers look when they are not sure if you are a person they should speak to. He nods once. I nod back. I almost ask him if he knows about mile 12. I almost say, "Do you ever feel not alone on that road?" The words stick to my teeth. I say nothing. When I get back in the car, the passenger belt lies straight and slack. The heater light is dark. The mirror looks like a normal mirror that shows a normal road. I put the car in gear. I pull away from the pump. At the first red light, the car does a small thing. It leans the way it does when someone shifts in their seat. The springs whisper. The belt across the passenger seat lifts a little and rests again. It is so slight I could be wrong. The chime stays quiet. The light turns green. I go. I drive through town, past closed shops and the dark window of the library and the one diner with 5 people inside staring at their plates and nod at each other. At my building, I park under a yellow light that has a bug trapped in the cover. The light hums. The bug stutters and then goes still. I do not want to sit in the car. I do not want to get out. I do not know what I want. I turn the key. The engine stops. The dash goes dark. The car is only a room now, a cold room with glass walls. I sit one more minute with my hands on my knees and my heart hammering because I am suddenly tired in a way that feels like falling down. When I open the door, the air from outside and the air from inside mix, and a tiny piece of fog runs along the edge of the roof like a soft gray animal and then is gone. I lock the car and listen to the click of the locks echo against the brick. I go up the steps. My key shakes in the lock because my hand does. The entry hall smells like someone's dinner and someone else's soap. Inside my place, my phone finds service and lights up as if it missed me. Messages and ads and a weather alert about last night's fog. I pour water and forget to drink it. I put my keys down and forget where. I stand in my own small kitchen and listen for a seatbelt chime in the quiet. There is nothing but the hum of the fridge and a pipe somewhere that ticks as hot water goes by. I pull back the curtain and look down at the street. My car sits alone. The windows show a dull shine. If I squint, I can see the passenger window reflect me and the yellow light in one blurred oval. A small circle of clear glass sits right where a face might be. Or maybe it is only the light finding a path through 2 panes and making a hole out of brightness instead of breath. I stand there too long and the cold gets in through the glass. When I lie down, I hear the road in my ears the way you hear the ocean after a day at the beach. It is the sound of tires through wet, and the rhythm of wipers and the small, soft beep of a belt warning. My body keeps driving without me. My hands grip nothing in the dark. My eyes open when I am asleep and my mouth says my name like I am checking if I am still here. In the morning, the world is plain. The air is clean. The sun is thin and white. I make coffee and spill grounds on the counter and brush them into my palm and throw them away. I tell myself it was fog. It was night. It was the mirror's sensor. It was a stupid heavy bag on the seat. It was a heater switch with a mind of its own. It was stories about mile markers pasted onto a bad drive. It was nothing that has hands. It was nothing that has a face. I go down to my car with my cup in my hand and my bag on my shoulder. The glass is cold and slightly dusty. I look for prints. I look for ovals. I see only the smear left by my own fingers when I tested the window last night. Inside smells like me. The seat looks empty. The belt lies smooth. I sit. The cushion is warm. It should not be. The heater switches are dark. I reach out and lay my hand over the place where a lap would be. I think I feel something like air that is not the same temperature as the air around it. The way a room feels where a person sat for a while and then left. I take my hand back and put it on the wheel. I start the car. The dash lights wake and yawn and settle. The little figure with a belt over it glows for a heartbeat and then goes dark. The mirror looks like itself. The day looks like itself. I put the car in gear and go. Out of town, the fields are bright and flat. The road is dry. There is no fog. The mile markers stand up straight and count the way they should. 10, 11, 12. The sign is green and fine. I look at it because I can. I look at it and my chest hurts the way it hurts when you walk past a place where you cried once and the air remembers you. Nothing happens at the bend today. Nothing at the bridge. The water looks brown and fast and honest. A pickup with a dog in the back passes me going the other way, and the dog looks at me like it knows something about nights that I do not. I go on. The mirror is a mirror. The road is a road. The seat is a seat. I tell myself this, and I believe it, until the sun moves and the day wants to change its clothes. I tell myself this and drive where I have to go. I tell myself this when the belt chime, very soft, like a memory trying to be a sound, touches the air one time and disappears. And I do not know if it came from the car, or from me, or from the fog that stayed somewhere in the part of the road that lives inside my head. At night I will try another way home. I will say it is for the view or the coffee place that is open late. I will tell myself I am not avoiding anything. If I forget and take the county road again, I will keep to the fog line like it is a friend's hand, and I will not look too hard at the triangle of glass by the rear headrest. I will not talk to a window. I will not wait for the mirror to dim. I say all of this now, in daylight, with people moving in their cars around me and a radio that plays songs, and also plays the news and the voice that tells me where traffic is bad. I say it like a promise that can hold, but there is a part of me that remembers how the breath felt on the glass, and there is a small bright piece of me that knows the belt chime is not always a machine. It is sometimes a greeting. If it comes again, if it sits there breathing and the mirror decides there is light where there is none, if the road counts wrong and the bridge sounds fat and the heater will not let me make the seat cold, I will keep my hands steady. I will follow the line. I will say hello in a voice that shakes less. I will not open the door. I will not stop on the bridge. I will not invite or refuse. I will drive. I will drive until the fog pulls back and lets the world be big again. And when I park under my light and see a small clear circle on the glass and the car settles like someone shifted their legs, I will go upstairs and stand at my window and look down. I will watch until my breath makes its own shape on the glass. I will stay. I will listen. I will let the quiet tell me what it thinks the word here means. I will try to decide which side of the glass I live on. I told myself one more hour and then I would go home. The building was quiet in that special night way that makes paper sound loud. The floor around my chair was clean and bright. The cleaner had already passed, his vacuum line straight across the carpet like a stripe on a field. The air was cool from the vents. The plants by the window looked dark and leafy, like small trees looking out over the city. My desk sits in the corner where two big windows meet. In the day, the light pours in. At night, the glass turns black and becomes a mirror. You can see the city lights far below, but mostly you see yourself with all the office behind you. It feels like you sit in a bright box with the sky pressed to the glass. I had a deadline. The quarterly deck, 10 slides left. Numbers, arrows, simple language I could write in my sleep. I moved shapes with soft clicks. I lined columns with the tiny guides that jump up when things are even. I drank the last of my cold coffee. The taste was old and bitter. I liked it for the way it made me feel a little more here. Somewhere on the other side of the office, the exit sign hummed. The printer in the copy room made a warm ticking noise as it cooled. The motion lights in the hall had turned off, so only the desk lamps and the ceiling panel above me gave light. It made everything feel close. The city outside was a gray smear with dots. I looked up and saw my own face in the window. My eyes looked big from the glass, the way eyes do when the room is bright and the outside is dark. My mouth was a flat line. There was a second face above my shoulder. It was close to my reflection, not far back in the room. It sat right over my left shoulder where no one stood. It was where air should be. It had a forehead, eyes, the bridge of a nose. It did not look like me. It was the right size. It was the right distance for a person who would be standing behind and leaning down to see what you type. It was not a trick of light from a glass cup. It was a face. I held still because moving fast felt like the wrong thing. My skin felt cold and hot at the same time. I looked at the office behind me in the real room, not in the glass. No one. My jacket on the back of a chair. Files in stacks. The plant in the corner with its long leaves. The emergency exit sign. The door to the corridor closed. I turned my chair slowly. The second face in the window did not belong to a person in the room. The room was empty except for me and the buzz in the light. I faced my screen again because that felt safer for some reason. I looked back at the window. Only my face now. Just me, a little smaller, and the room behind me. My security monitor on the second screen flashed. We can view cameras for our floor when we are the last one out. I keep it open so I can see if anyone comes to the door. The feed stuttered. A little spinning circle showed buffering. Then the image caught up. For a second, the camera showed me at my desk from above. Behind me, the window looked black, shiny, deep, like a hole. When I turned, the camera turned into a frozen block of pixels and went gray. The word buffering pulsed. My own screen, the glass itself, held a pale outline of features, just the curve of a cheek. A soft mark where a mouth would be. It was on the glass of my screen now. I put my fingers on the desk and pressed down so I knew the desk was here and I was here. The wood felt warm under my fingers from my laptop. The mouse sat under my palm like a small animal. I told myself, "You are tired." The brain does strange things past 9. Reflections lie. The glass stacks them. Glass. I moved my lamp so the bulb did not point at the window. I pulled the blind cord down to break the mirror. The blind made a soft sound as it slid. The city broke into narrow lines. The face should have broken too, if it was a trick, or it should have gone away. It did not. It changed. The lines from the blind crossed its features. It was there between the slats as if it stood on the other side in a narrow room of only stripes waiting for me. I turned the lamp toward the wall to kill the shine on my screen. The ghost of a face in the glass of my monitor grew stronger when the screen went black for a second between windows. When the white page came back, the face was faint, buried in the bright. It was still there, as if it had learned that it could move between the glass I look into. I took my phone and opened the camera. The back camera showed too much desk and not enough dark. I flipped it to the front camera to see myself. My own face came up on the phone with the office wrecked into a small frame around it, crooked because my hand shook. Over my shoulder in the phone, the window behind me carried only my own reflection. Only me. No second face. I took a photo anyway. The phone made the fake shutter sound that phones make. I looked at the picture. In the small photo, my face looked normal and bored, like any late office face. The windows looked like black walls. No one else. I lifted my head. The real window had the other face again. The phone showed it was not there. The eyes in the glass were not my eyes. They did not blink. They did not need to. I got up and walked around my desk to the corridor door because distance felt useful. The corridor was dark until the motion sensor woke and the light panels popped on one by one like stepping stones. The carpet swallowed my steps. The hallway smelled like cleaner and dry paper. The framed poster on the wall outside the break room had a glass front. As I passed, I saw the face on my shoulder in that glass too, not behind me in the hall, but in the frame itself. My reflection walked, and over my left shoulder walked the other face at my same speed, very near, as if it wanted me to feel a breath that did not come. The break room was bad. The appliances were black and shiny. The coffee maker had a glass pot. The microwave had a dark door. The fridge had a strip of chrome. I could not walk in that room without carrying the second face with me in every surface. I stood at the edge and put my hand on the door frame and told myself to go back. I pressed the call button on the wall phone by the copy room. It rings the lobby guard at night. The plastic was slick. My finger left a print. It rang. The guard's voice came through grainy. He said his name, and he sounded bored in the way the bored voice is a comfort when you are not bored. I said, "It's me on 23. I'm working late. I think the cameras are lagging. The feed keeps buffering." He said, "Yeah, it does that sometimes. Bandwidth cuts after 9. You want me to keep an eye?" I opened my mouth and almost said, "There is a face in the glass." I closed it. I said, "Just let me know if anyone comes up to 23. He said, "Sure thing. Need an escort later?" I said, "Maybe." He said, "Radio is quiet tonight, so call back." The call ended. His voice stayed in the phone for a second like a warm place. Then it went cold. I stood there with my hand on the handset, and the copy machine made a little whir as if to say hello to itself. Back at my desk, I sat and made myself open the file again. Slide 8. Slide 9. My eyes kept sliding to the window, to my screen, to the black part in the top left where the bars and the time sit. The little green camera light on my laptop blinked for a half second and then went dark. I had not opened any video. I put my finger over the camera anyway, as if I could stop a light that had already gone out. The security feed on the second monitor switched to the elevator camera. The doors were closed. The light above the elevator said 1. Then the feed went gray, and the buffering circle spun. It is funny how a circle that means wait can look like a mouth opening. When the image snapped back, the elevator doors were open. The car was empty. The mirror inside the elevator reflected the camera's own eye, and there, at the limit of the frame, sat a pale patch the size and shape of a face at the height of my shoulder. The timestamp juddered like the camera had hiccups. I stood up again. My chair rolled a little away as if it didn't want to be part of this either. I pressed my hands to my arms to make the skin again. I walked to the glass and put my palm on it. The glass was cool. The city was a soft glow through the blinds. "Look at me," I said without planning to. Maybe because when you ask someone to look at you, you can control the next thing. The face did not change. It did not come into focus. It was not crisp, but it was not nothing. It was the sense of weight, of space, of a person taking up room in the mirror that you do not want to share. I pulled the blind up halfway to break the pattern. The slats clicked and stacked. The other building across, 2 blocks away, had a few windows still lit. Tiny squares. A person in one moved. A shadow in their own life. My windows showed me and the room. If the face had been a reflection of someone outside, the angle would be wrong. The face kept its place, corrected for my movement, always just over my left shoulder. It traveled in the glass the way a smudge will travel on your eyes when you rub them too hard. It belonged to me in the way a shadow belongs to the thing that makes it. I sat again. I typed words that meant nothing to me for a few minutes. filling the slide with fake text, just to see what my hands could do while my head was in the window. My fingers still knew where to go, even if my mind did not. A moment came when the face in my screen seemed closer, like the glass had bent. The letters on the screen had a film of breath on them. I did not breathe that way. I felt my own chest and set it slow. A pop-up from IT slid into the corner of my screen. It said, "Reminder, nightly updates will restart your machine at 10:30 p.m. Save work." This felt too normal. I clicked, "Remind me later." The act of pushing the little X was like being back on the ground. The pop-up closed. In the reflection left behind in the gloss where the pop-up had been, a pale oval hung a fraction of a second longer than it should have. I took the small picture frame off my desk, the one with my sister's kid wearing a paper crown, and turned it face down because the glass was another mirror. I shut off my desk lamp. I put my jacket over the monitor I use for the security feed. I put my laptop in Do Not Disturb and watched the gray slide down its own tiny bell icon. I made a ring around me of fewer reflective things. It helped the way a blanket helps when you hide your head. It covers, but it does not change the room. I tried the bathroom. The motion light clicked on. The tiles were white. The grout lines made little roads to the drains. The mirror over the sink showed my face blown big, a giant of me with tired eyes. In the top right corner of the glass, not on my shoulder now, but near my hairline in the mirror's world, a second face pressed up, too close, like someone trying to see what I see in the mirror. I could feel nothing on my skin, only the sight. I turned the water on a thin stream and let it run. The sound helped. I cupped my hands to splash my face, and in that moment the second face slid down the glass a few inches, like a breath had been dragged down the mirror by gravity. I wiped the mirror with a paper towel. It smeared. The face did not go. The wipe marks crossed it like lines on a map. My fingers left a gray path. Behind the marks, the same shape waited. I put the paper towel on the counter and left it there, heavy and wet. I took the stairs down 2 flights for no reason except that stairs are solid. The door at the landing has a small window. The window has wire in it. The wire breaks the glass into a grid. As I looked through, I saw the empty stairwell through a net, and, in the square in the corner, my own face and another face a few inches up and back, waiting in the small square like a fish in a small tank. I went back up. My feet made soft thuds. My breath was loud and caught. Back at my desk, I sat and made my hands rest. The office clock made a small click and the second hand jumped. The air conditioner stopped and then started again with a low belly sound. Somewhere a desk on the other side of the floor made a settling creak like a person clearing their throat. I opened the security program and tried to rewind the feed a few minutes to see the window again. The second face in the elevator mirror. Anything that would tell me this had a reason. The program froze and the blue circle spun. Time stayed at 22:04. The little icon of a camera blinked red and then green. The finest sound came out of my laptop, a hiss like someone's mouth near my ear when they mean to talk but do not. I closed the program and it refused to close for a breath, and then it did and left a ghost box on the screen that faded slow. The landline phone on my desk rang once. It was the soft internal ring that means someone on the same floor. I looked down the open office. No desk light on anywhere except mine. The phone display was blank. No extension. I picked up. Nothing at first. Then a sound like a room, like my own room, with a chair wheel click and a paper shiver and no voice. I said hello. My own voice came back to me from the glass of my screen like a copy. I put the handset back slowly. I moved my chair so my back was to the room and my face to the window because the not knowing behind me felt worse. The face over my shoulder in the glass moved with me. I moved my chair left a little, then right. The face drifted too, unbothered. Always at the same height. Always just behind. If it was me, it would have matched me. it was not me. I closed my eyes to rest them, and without sight, I heard the smallest sounds. The vent, the clock, the hum in the power strip. Under it, something new. A soft rhythm not quite matching the vent. It had the shape of a person's breath when they try to be quiet. The sound came through the glass, not like wind outside, but like air made inside the glass. I opened my eyes. The window showed my face and the face above my shoulder. The skin around my eyes was tight. My hands were small fists on my thighs. I said, "What do you want?" I said it plain, no anger, no sweet. The face did not change. The breath sound in the glass was there, and then not there, like the person who needed to breathe did not. I touched the glass with 2 fingers where a mouth should be, if this were simple. The glass felt like glass. I kept working because I did not know what else to do. The numbers moved. The chart grew. My slide count went down. When my screen went white with the slide and the window was behind me, the face in my screen was faint, and this was easier. I could act like I did not see. When the screen went dark between apps, the face in the black glass came forward, sharp like someone pressed. I began to time my clicks so I did not leave the screen dark for long. At 10:28, the IT reminder popped again. It would restart if I did not stop it. The idea of the machine turning itself off and then on while I sat with that face was bad. I postponed it another hour, clicking the little box with a hand that shook less now because my fear had become a habit, and habits are steady. The elevator made a far bell. I checked the security feed. It did not buffer this time. It showed the elevator open and then closed and the empty hall. The camera in the hall reflected in the sheen of the floor a long, thin shape, like someone walking and not making a dent on the carpet. The angle was bad. The lights at the far end went off and then on. Probably a timer. Probably the motion sensor. Probably. The word probably can hold a lot of fear. I decided not to take the elevator later. The thought of standing in that metal box with the mirror and the timer and the doors that would open on dark floors made my skin feel wrong. I decided on the stairs all the way down. 23 flights is long. It seemed better than glass. The guard called. My desk phone rang with the outside line ring, deeper. I picked up. He said, "Just checking." "You good?" His voice was easy, and that made the corner of my eye sting. I said, "I'm fine. Almost done." He said, "I can send Miguel up." I said, "No. I'll head down soon." He said, "I'll watch the lobby camera. Take your time." I kept going. The office machine noises became my friends. The small pops, the soft whirs, the little electric throat clears of things turning on and off. The building spoke its own language, and somehow the face fit into it, like a vowel in a word I did not know. The night was long enough to learn the rhythm. The numbers came together. The deck filled. I wrote the last bullet in simple words. I put a period and then took the period away. I added it back. I saved and saved again. I emailed the file to myself. The email made a small whoosh. I looked at the window. The face was there. I looked at my screen. The face was there, pale in the black. I looked at the plant. The shine on its leaves held a small reflection, and in the curves, soft as the curved line of a face, it had found every surface that could hold it. I packed slowly. I closed the laptop. The room got brighter for a second when the white of the screen went away, and then it did not. The window took up my view again. The face met my eyes in glass and held them. I put my hand on the chair back. For a second, the chair felt warm where a back would be if a back had leaned there. Then the heat was gone and it was only fabric, only air. I stood and smoothed my jacket with fingers that did not want to do small things. I looked once more at the screen. The dark glass showed me in the face just behind. I told myself out loud, "Not yours, Not your job. I told myself, walk, open, go, down. Simple words are useful in the dark. The corridor was long. The motion lights woke too slow. The first panel came on, and then the second and the third thought about it. My shadow jumped to the next pool of light. The framed poster by the break room showed me and the second face over my shoulder, both moving at the speed of a tired person. I did not look into the microwave as I passed. I did not look into the coffee pot. I kept my eyes on the door to the stairwell. The stairwell door had a small wire glass window. I looked at it because I could not look. The face was there in the square. For the first time, I had the strong feeling that if I put my hand there, something would press on the other side. My hand would not meet glass alone. I kept my hands at my sides. I pushed with my shoulder. The stairs went down and down. My footsteps spoke and the walls gave them back to me. At floor 19, I stopped because my heart beat fast, and it is a long way to do without stopping. The little window in that door held a shadow that could have been a pile of boxes against the wall. Or not. I did not open it. I went down again. Floor 10. The smell changed to warm and dull. Floor 5. The air had a hint of coffee and rubber. Floor 3. The light had a bad flicker panel. I went through it and saw myself jump in the corner of my eye like I had moved when I had not. Floor 2. The door sticks. The knob is worn smooth. I pushed hard with my hip. The lobby came like a soft crash. The guard desk had a fan that pointed at his face. He lifted his eyes and gave me a small smile of relief that looked like kindness. He said, "Late one." I said, "Yeah." He said, "You want me to walk you to your car?" I said, "I'm okay." He nodded and looked at his monitor and then at me. He hesitated. He said, "Camera's glitched. Sorry. Must be the network." His eyes slid once to the glass doors of the building. He looked back at me. He said, "Be safe." I thanked him and went to the glass doors. My reflection in them made me a ghost that walked toward me. The city was half asleep. The streetlights looked like small moons. A bus went by with only the driver. I pushed the door, and for a second my hand met cold, and for a second I felt the idea of another palm there too. A simple shape of warmth. Nothing to fight, nothing to hold. I pushed harder and went through. Outside, the air felt high and kind. The building rose above me, a stripe of windows. Most floors were dark. A few had lights, and you could see chairs and a plant and a person with their head down at a desk. The glass between the lobby and me showed me in a pale, soft mark at my shoulder like a thumbprint. I walked to my car quickly, not running, but not slow. When I got in, my phone lit my face and called me Face ID Match. The phone itself chose me. The black of the screen after I read my messages showed my face, and in the top left corner, a soft bloom where someone else would be if this were a picture of a person who had stayed to work and did not go home. I put the phone face down. The drive home was a drive. Lights, stop signs, a man with a dog, a woman getting off a bicycle. I looked at no glass longer than I had to. I did not look into the dark window of a closed store. I did not look into the mirrored bus shelter where ads shine at night. I went home. I locked my door. I sat on the edge of my bed and put my hands on my knees and breathed like a class teaches you. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. Air came. Air went. It was enough. In the morning, the office looked like an office. People spoke and laughed and opened drawers. The plant looked alive again. I told myself, it was a night. It was glass. It was a brain that had enough. I opened my laptop. The camera light stayed dark. My screen showed the deck, clean and done. I sent it. Meetings began. The day had no place for last night. Before lunch, my screen went black for a second because I did not touch the mouse. The glass of the screen blinked with all the windows behind me. In that blink, I saw my face, and I saw a second face over my left shoulder, pale and patient, in the place a person stands when they lean to see your work. It was there, and then the white came back, and it was gone. No one saw me stiffen. No one saw me not breathe for one beat. I moved my chair a little so I faced the corner more. I told myself, this is nothing. I told myself, do not give it your eyes. I told myself, do the next small thing, and then the next. It is noon. It will be 5. It will be home. At 4:57, the window turned dark again because a storm moved in, and the clouds fell to the level of our floor. The glass gave me back my face and the office behind. Just over my left shoulder at the right height, the second face hovered like a question that does not need an answer. I looked at the screen to make it light, to make it bright so the glass would not be a mirror. And in the bright I could still see it, faint, shifted into the glass of my screen, as if the screen itself had become a window turned to a mirror, and the mirror had learned my name. It is still with me as I type this. The cursor moves, the letters appear, and the glass shows 2 faces, one that is mine, and one that is close enough that it could read, close enough that it could pass its breath through a wire and make a small sound that lives on the other side of the glass and comes through when the night is quiet. When the screen goes to sleep, I see us both clear. When the screen wakes, we both lean in. I will not ask it what it wants. I will not invite it. I will not refuse it. I will finish my work. I will stand when I am ready. I will put my hand on the door and feel the cool of the metal and open it. I will walk the hall that knows the sound of my shoes. I will pass every piece of glass and not look and look, both at once. And somewhere, in the window or the screen or the picture frame or the shine on a leaf, the second face will keep its place, just over my shoulder, as if the building itself learned a way to watch me. I will keep breathing. It will keep breathing, if breathing is what glass can do. And when it is time to go, we will both be there in the dark glass, waiting to see which side of it is the one we live on. I pressed the call button and stared at the red glow under the plastic. The light came on a half-second slow, like the building had to think about it. It was almost midnight. The lobby air smelled like old paper and lemon cleaner. The security guard had turned the TV down low and was watching a game with no sound. Outside, the street was empty except for one bus going past with no one on it. We have 3 elevators. They sit in a neat row. 3A on the left, 3B in the middle, 3C on the right. People like 3A and 3C. They are newer, smoother. 3B is slower. 3B sighs when it moves. It gets stuck for one breath too long between floors, and then remembers its job. The brass around 3B's call button is worn dull from years of fingers. The others still shine. The light over 3A showed the car climbing. The light over 3C hung on some floor that was not mine. The small square above 3B was dark. The cable inside the shaft made a low hum like a throat clearing. "You still here?" the guard said from his chair. "Just need to grab a box on 12, I said, then I'm done." He nodded without looking away from the screen. He knows me. I do the night runs. I take envelopes up to doors. I answer the phone when people call after hours and ask where the mailroom is. I check that the exits latch. I like the quiet most nights. It holds your thoughts like warm water. A soft bell rang. The middle doors slid open, 3B. The floor of the car was clean. The corners had little balls of dust missed by the cleaner's brush. The metal panels on the walls had a dull shine. The ceiling had the usual square panel of lights and, in one corner, a convex mirror, half a silver dome. That mirror is there so you can see all the corners of the car, so you can see if anyone stands behind you. Tonight the mirror showed me. It also showed the ceiling and a pale circle that looked like the suggestion of a face hovering above my left shoulder in the reflection where no one stood. I looked at the corners of the car in real life, not in the mirror. No one was there. Just the empty corner, the carpet with a few scratches, the panel of buttons on the right side. The emergency button sat low, red, behind a little flip cover. I stepped in. The doors closed with a soft rub sound. The air inside smelled like oil and metal. And something else. Something like a person's breath after they stand still too long. I pressed 12. The button lit. The motor above me hummed like a song with no words. As the car moved, the convex mirror caught the ceiling, my head, the back of my shoulder, and that other pale shape that had no body below it. The shape did not move. It did not smear with the motion of the car. It sat in the place a face would sit if someone leaned over me to read. Maybe that's just how the mirror looks, I told myself. Maybe that patch of light is always there. Maybe a smudge from a hand. Maybe a trick. The car slid up. It stopped at 2. The bell chimed. The doors opened to an empty hall with quiet carpet and a plant in a black pot. The air out there felt cooler. No one stood at the threshold. I watched the hall a moment and then pressed the door close. The doors did not close. The car waited, as if for someone to make up their mind. The doors finally slid together. I looked at the panel. A tiny smear glistened on the red emergency button, like the shape a small mouth would make if it had pressed there. Not a full print. A damp oval with a darker center and a faint fog around it. I touched the plastic cover. My finger came away damp. It smelled like warm breath. I wiped my finger on my pants. The skin on my hand crawled the way it does when something touches it that should not. I pressed 12 again, even though the light was already on. The car went to 3. The doors opened. The corridor was empty. A cleaning cart stood far down with its mop turned upside down to drip in a bucket. A light beyond the bend flickered once. The emergency button was damp again, more than before. A clear ring like someone had put their lips to it and pulled away in a small kiss. I said, "No," out loud, which is a stupid sentence to say to a button. The sound of my voice was wrong in the elevator. Too close. Too round. It sounded like I was speaking into my own mouth. The convex mirror showed the pale oval floating in its place. It was not a person's face. It had the size and the right softness, the way fog makes a face on glass. It held to the same spot right above my left shoulder in the reflection. Close to me. Too close for a stranger. Close like someone you know very well would stand. 4. The doors opened. The hallway lights were all on, too bright for night. The coffee machine in the break area down there made a little click like it wanted me to know it was alive. There was no one. The doors hesitated again. The emergency button looked wet. A bead ran down and caught at the edge of the flip cover. I lifted the cover to dry it. The emergency speaker grill sat above the button. A circle of tiny holes, dark, like a mouth shut tight. The wet smell came from there, too. I wiped the button with the back of my hand. The wet came back from inside the hole. I closed the cover and my thumb shook as I let go. I tried to make my breathing slow. I tried to think of simple things. The box on 12. The label in block letters. The way it would feel under my arm. The click of the light in the mail room. Regular details to push back the other thing. 5. The doors opened to a hallway with a blown bulb. A square of light was out, and a low hum came from the ballast, steady, like a person humming to themselves in a room. The emergency button was damp. Again, I stood very still. There is a moment when you realize the pattern is not a mistake. The car stops at each floor. The hall is empty every time. The emergency button is wet. Someone is pressing a mouth to that spot. I am alone. 6. The doors opened on the law office floor. Their glass door had a faint smear, maybe a forehead touch. Their sign said closed in neat white letters. The carpet there is thicker in each sound. The air smelled like old coffee and paper. The emergency button glistened. The convex mirror above me showed the same pale oval in the same place. My mind wanted to call it a face. My mind wanted to call it nothing. The space inside my ribs felt tight like a belt. I thought about stepping out and taking the stairs. The idea hit me with all the force of a true thing. But I knew the stair door would be locked to the hall at night for safety, and my badge only worked for certain floors from certain sides. If I got out here, I might end up trapped in the stairwell, walking up and down and banging on doors for floors I could not open, with the sound of my shoes for company and the thought of 3B waiting for me. 7. The doors opened. The hall had a fan running. It blew a long, slow exhale that ran over the elevator threshold and touched my ankles. The emergency button was wet. I put my hand over the button without touching it. The air near it felt warm. The warmth pulsed for a breath. It matched nothing in the car. It was its own heat. The convex mirror's pale oval tilted a fraction. I do not know how to say it without making it sound like it had eyes. It did not have eyes. It had the idea of a face, and that idea shifted as if it wanted to line up with me more exactly. 8. The bell sounded different now, higher, or maybe my head was high with fear and all sounds climbed. The doors opened to a floor with carpet runners. The runners made the hall look like a road with lines. At the end, a red exit sign glowed. The air did not move. The emergency button was damp. I pressed my lips together and felt my own breath push back under my nose. I hated feeling like this. This was my building, my shift, my simple job. It had a rhythm. I liked its rhythm. 3B was a part of it, the slow one, the one that talked back with its little noises. I thought of 3B now like a person with their mouth to the emergency button, speaking to me, not in words, just in heat, in wet. 9. The doors opened. I said, "Close," before pressing the close button. The doors hesitated like a person being stubborn on purpose. Then they closed. The emergency button dripped. 10. The light in the ceiling flickered and held. The convex mirror trembled with the light. In the reflection, the pale face seemed to stutter in place, like a picture on a bad signal. When the light steadied, the face looked steady again, above my shoulder. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I took it out. Unknown number. The screen lit me up, and the mirror took that light, and the pale shape in the mirror fully overlaid my shoulder in the reflection with that light. I swiped. Hello? Only air, not the silence of a line with no one there. The sound of air in a small space, the kind of sound you hear in a voicemail left by mistake when a person puts the phone in their pocket and breathes near the mic and does not speak. I said hello again. The air kept talking its air talk. The emergency speaker in the car made the same air sound at the same time, a faint twin. I hung up. The phone screen showed my own face for a second, and a light flare where the convex mirror was, and my face looked scared in that way that makes you dislike your face. 11. The emergency button was wet. The wet had a shape now, a little curved like a top lip and a larger curve like a bottom lip. 2 marks on the edges where teeth might have pressed the plastic under the cover. Too much information is not your friend sometimes. The pattern had too much. I lifted the cover with one finger and said, "Hello," into the little round speaker above the button, as if I could speak into the same hole. Something else used to breathe. My voice came back to me thin and tinny from the speaker. Delayed a heartbeat, so I got to hear myself say hello deeper inside the elevator after I had already said it. That was worse. 12. The doors opened to the mailroom hall. The small blue bin with wheels sat against the wall. The motion light in the mailroom clicked on, and I could see the boxes in neat stacks with labels facing out like faces in rows. Relief made my knees feel loose. I stepped out with one foot. My shoe paused at the threshold because the floor tile in the mailroom had a dull patch in the shape of 2 feet side by side, but not mine. Not in my place. It was as if someone had stood there long enough to change the shine of the wax with their weight. It might have been a cleaner, a worker, anyone. It might have been anyone. I did not like that my brain counted the inches from that dull patch to where a person's mouth would line up with the emergency button inside the car. I moved fast. I took the box with 12B written on it in thick marker. The box was light. Too light for the shape and the size. It gave a little under my hands. The tape made a whisper sound as I tucked it under my arm. The mailroom smelled like cardboard and printer ink. I did not let the elevator doors close. I put the box down to hold the door if I had to. The door sensor throws the door back if something crosses it. I did not want to test the sensor with my body. Back in the car, I hit L for lobby. The doors closed and 3B began to move down. The relief was a thing I could taste, and it tasted like metal. We stopped at 11. The bell chimed. The doors opened. The hallway was still. The wall clock down there said 11:57 in small red numbers. The emergency button was wet. We stopped at 10, then 9, then 8. Each door opened to a different empty. Each emergency button wore a new sheen of breath. The convex mirror hung, the pale oval in the same place above my left shoulder, no matter how I moved in the car. At 7, I pressed and held the door close button, like it would learn that I meant it. The door took its time anyway. The damp on the emergency button gathered, formed a bead, dropped, made a dark dot on the brushed steel below the panel. It left a thin snail line on the metal as it ran. At 6, I lifted the plastic cover and wiped the red button clean with my sleeve. Under my cloth, the warmth of it made me want to pull my arm away like from a stove. I held the cloth there until my sleeve was damp, and then I let the cover fall back down. The wet came back under the cover, spread wide on the red. At 5, the car paused for longer than before, like it was thinking of something else. I said, "Don't," without knowing what I meant by it. The bell chimed. The doors opened. A light in the hall buzzed faster than it should, like a gnat. At 4, the emergency button felt warm in the air near it, even with the cover closed. My mouth said please to nobody. At 3, the convex mirror did a small trick. It showed a second face for a fraction of a second, not only above my left shoulder, but also above my right, doubled by the light, and the idea that the spaces over both my shoulders were taken made me want to get down on the floor like a kid and make myself small to fit between shoes. The vision of myself sitting on the carpet in an elevator was enough to shame me back into standing still. At 2, the smell inside the car shifted. It smelled like mint and copper at once, like a breath that is trying to be clean but carries a penny on the tongue anyway. The emergency button was wet. The small bead formed again at the lowest point and hung there heavy, trembling, almost ready to drop. It stretched thin and snapped and fell to the steel. I watched its path because watching a small thing keeps the big thing from making its own shapes in your head. We reached the lobby. The bell chimed. The doors opened. The guard looked up from his desk. He saw my face, and then he looked longer than he needed to. He said, "You okay?" I had a box under my arm and my jacket on. I said, "Yeah, that was too slow." Then I added, "Elevators acting weird." "They do that," he said. "Sometimes the stops get sticky at night." He stood. He is a big man, and he moves slow when he stands, like he has all the time there is. He walked around his desk and looked at 3B, then at me. He frowned at the panel. He took a paper towel from his station and wiped the inside of the car under the buttons. He rubbed at a spot like he saw something. He tossed the towel away. His face said he'd seen nothing and also something. He looked at me again, at my shoulders for some reason, at the air right behind me. "You sure you good?" he asked. I nodded. He said, "I'll ride up with you for the next one." I said, "No, that's okay. I'm done." He nodded again, but he stayed standing while I crossed the lobby and went into the mailroom and put the box on the table and signed the sheet. He watched the elevator like a person watches a cat, like it might pick a moment to run where it should not. I took the stairs up to the second floor for no reason except that my legs wanted to rise and fall. Then I took the elevator from there back to the lobby to test myself. 3B came first. I almost let it go. I stepped in because avoiding a thing can make it stronger. I pushed L again, even though I was already at L. The doors closed. The car did not move. The convex mirror showed the pale oval above my left shoulder. The emergency button was wet. I opened the doors before the car could decide to do anything else. I went to the guard desk. I said, "Is there a service call in for 3B? He checked a list and said, "Not now." Then he leaned his elbows on the desk and said, "Sometimes. In old buildings, the fans get slow at night. The air doesn't move. That's all." His voice said more that his words did not. He said, "Go home." He said it like a suggestion that had done its time being polite and now wanted to be a rule. I went to my locker, got my bag, and came back. 3A and 3C sat with their lights on, quiet, polite. 3B's doors were closed, the light above dark, the floor indicator off. I told myself I would turn my head away from it. I told myself I would not look at the convex mirror at the corner of its ceiling. I looked anyway. My face in that metal dome looked small and bent by the curve. Right above my left shoulder in the reflection was a pale round space where a face would float if a face had no body, patient as a person who has time. My chest made a slow lift. It felt like I had been breathing in step with something without meaning to, and now I had to decide to do it on my own again. On the street, the air felt good. The buses had more people now. A taxi hissed past on wet pavement. A woman in a long coat walked a dog that looked like it wanted to be home. The glass doors of the building reflected me and a smear over my left shoulder at about the height of a mouth. It could have been a light. It could have been anything. I slept, but not well. When I woke, my jaw hurt, like I had held it tight in the night. My mouth was dry. The room had the stale smell of closed windows. I stood by my own mirror for a long time and watched my face, waiting for something to happen. It did not. Day shift is different. The elevator cars smell like coffee. There is chatter. People stand too close and do not know it. The convex mirror shows many heads, and the pale oval over one shoulder is easy to hide among all the shapes. The emergency button is dry. You could say, "See, it was nothing." You could say, "Night makes drunk people of all of us." Still, I took the stairs more. When I had to use the elevator, I picked 3A or 3C like everyone. If 3B came and the doors opened like a mouth, I let it close. A few days later, I had to turn off the lights on 16. It is on 3B's line. 3A was full of people when I called it. 3C was out for maintenance. 3B came. The doors opened with a faint stick and a small sigh, like someone had licked their lips to speak. "Don't be a child," I told myself. I stepped in. There was a woman already inside. She wore a dark coat and held a white bag from the sandwich place on 12. She had a neat mouth. She smiled with just the corners. "Going down?" she said. "Yes," I said, and I smiled back. We each stood in our corners. The convex mirror showed us small and warped in the dome. The pale oval hung over my left shoulder in the reflection, despite there being a real person behind me now, and I did not like that it chose me over her in the mirror. I do not know why I had thought it would leave if someone else was there. That thought had been a hope that I hadn't examined. The car stopped at 14. The doors opened. An empty hall. The emergency button had a shine to it. I watched the woman's eyes follow mine to the panel. She looked at the button with the polite interest you give when you watch another person look at something. She did not react. The doors shut. The car moved down. At the lobby, we stepped out. "Thank you," she said, although I had done nothing to be thanked for. She walked off toward the glass doors and she took her bag and her neat mouth with her. I watched her touch the brass handle with her sleeve so as not to leave prints. In the reflection, a pale oval hung over my left shoulder, even though I was alone now. At lunch, the guard said, "You look tired." I said the usual. He said, "There is a story about 3B. There are always stories." He told me the version he knew. Years back, someone got stuck in 3B late while the building was empty. They pressed the emergency button and no one answered for a while. The speaker had a problem. The person had a panic attack and pressed their mouth to the grill to hear better, to breathe into it, to be heard. When they got them out, the person would not take the stairs anymore. Would not take 3B either. Would not take anything. They left the company. They left the city. The guard smiled like it was a joke, but his eyes were not joking. People tell stories to make sense. He told a story to give this thing a name. The person who breathed into the machine. It fit too well. It fit like a mouth to a red button. The next week I had to stay late again. The invoices stacked up. The copier ate paper and threw a tantrum. The last package came down from 19 and landed in my care at 10:30 with a note that said, "Drop at 20F before morning." I sighed and told my feet to keep going. The lobby was quiet. The guard had switched to a different chair, the one that lets his back rest. He waved 2 fingers without lifting his head from his book. I pressed 3A. It was stuck on 7. I pressed 3C. It blinked, stopped at 9, and then the service light came on. 3B came with a sound like ropes shifting deeper in a throat. I stepped in and stood. The air inside felt different right away. It had the smell of something that had been closed all day and just opened, and is not sure it likes the light. The convex mirror showed me small and turned into a bubble person by the curve. The pale face sat where it sits. It was closer, or I was imagining that. It hung just above my shoulders line in the reflection, like it had learned my height. I pressed 20. The button glowed. We began to rise, and the old motor made that song like a long vowel. 2, empty hall, emergency button wet. 3, empty hall, wet. Between 4 and 5, the car slowed without stopping. It made a small adjustment sound I had never heard. The light in the ceiling went dim, and then bright. The mirror grew the pale shape and then let it fade, and then it came back. It acted like a person adjusting how to stand in a picture. We stopped at 5. The doors opened. The hall was dark. The motion light at the far end did not come on. The exit sign gave the only red. The darkness was not full. It was the kind that wanted to listen to me breathe. The emergency button was wet. The damp made a shape like a smile because of the way it had gathered into a curve under the cover. "Don't," I said again. I was surprised to hear my own voice be steady. We rose. 6, 7, 8. At each floor, doors opened. The bell chimed. No one. Wet. At 9, I heard the smallest kiss sound from the emergency speaker. The kind you make without meaning to when your mouth gets close to a phone and your breath hits the mic and pops. I put my hand flat against the panel near the button. It was warm through the steel. I put my ear near the speaker without touching it. The sound from it was like leaning into a shell and listening for the sea, and the sea was not water. It was breath. I look ridiculous, I thought. And that thought helped because anything that can make you feel silly can keep you human while you stand inside something that is not. We stopped at 11. The doors opened. A cleaner's sign said wet floor, but the floor was dry. The emergency button had moisture on it, and the light in the hall showed it like a little jewel. I took a corner of my sleeve and wiped it. The cloth came away smelling like a mouth and like metal. 12. Empty hall. The wet came back like we had never left. By 15, I had a rhythm with the machine. It wanted to open. It wanted to kiss that button. It wanted to show me someone's face in the mirror. It wanted me to know it could make me breathe at its pace. Each time I stood there, I made myself breathe on my own. I counted 5 and 5. My chest moved, my fists unclenched, my jaw loosened. It felt like fighting a tide with a spoon, but it was something. At 18, the doors opened and a cold breeze ran over my feet like water. The hall lights switched on late and made me jump even though I knew what they would do. The emergency button wore a wet print again that had a little patch, a darker dent where upper teeth would hit just off center. At 19, the bell made a lower sound, like a voice tired from repeating itself. The doors opened. A narrow length of carpet was rolled against the wall. The emergency button was wet. We reached 20. The doors opened and I did the job fast. The hall smelled like copy toner and sandals in winter. I left the package at the door with the label facing out. My pen left my name on the sign sheet in shaky letters that would have shamed me if anyone else would read them. No one would. I went back to 3B and put my hand on the door as if to tell it to wait, as if it were a pet. On the ride down, the car did not stop at 20. It closed, and then it opened again on 20. Then it closed, and then opened again. It did that twice, like someone sticking their foot in the door from the hall and then pulling it out. I looked at the gap with a feeling that had the shape of a name in it, the name of what might be on the other side. I did not say that name. I pressed the door close hard. The doors met and held. 19, 18, 17. At 16, the car paused longer than before. The emergency button was wet. The convex mirror showed the pale oval above my shoulder. Patient, patient. At 15, the intercom made a small sound, and then a voice, quiet, like someone speaking through a cloth. The word could have been here. It could have been near. It could have been a breath making a shape that my brain gave a word to because brains do that to shadows. I backed away from the panel and hit my spine on the other wall. My breath came faster. The car took it. It steadied again. The pale oval did not change. The damp on the button gathered and dropped in a bead. 14. The bell said we were there. The door slid open. The office lights were out. The city light leaked in under the doors at the end. The emergency button was wet. The intercom breathed. I breathed. 13. The button panel made a tiny popping sound like a finger flicking a cheek. The emergency button was wet. The damp now left faint trails down the steel, like a person had pressed there, and then dragged their lips down a little by mistake. I wanted to stop seeing lines. At 12, the doors opened onto a person. He stood there with a box like mine. We both flinched. He smiled with that face people make to show they are safe. He stepped in and saw my face, and then the damp on the emergency button, and then my sleeve and my hand. And he shifted and stood a little closer to the door than to me. Bad night for these, he said. He meant elevators, all elevators everywhere. I know, I said. I kept my eyes on his chest level, away from the convex mirror and away from the emergency button. He kept his eyes on the floor. We did this until the lobby. He stepped out fast. He did not turn to say goodnight. I went to the guard. He had put the small TV back on and a news channel was repeating a storm video from far away. He looked up and frowned. He said, "Saw you on the camera. You okay?" "Is there a camera inside 3B?" I asked. He shook his head. Only outside to the doors, he said. Inside would be a legal thing. He never says the word legal without making it sound like a piece of sticky candy he doesn't like. He said, "You want me to call it in?" "It's fine," I said. I did not want to say that word fine, and I said it anyway. He nodded and put his hand on the desk like he might stand. I said, "I'll take the stairs next time." He said, "Good plan." When I got home that night, I brushed my teeth until my mouth hurt because I could not stand the idea that I had any of that smell in me. I gargled twice. I opened the window and let cold in and tried to breathe it until I felt clean. For a while, I kept away from 3B. I built smaller habits to circle around it. When I had to ride it, I made rules. Don't look at the mirror. Don't touch the emergency button. Don't listen to the speaker. Count the breaths and keep your own count, not the elevator's. Do not talk to it. Do not be polite to it. Do not feed it. It did not care if I followed rules. It did what it did. It paused at each floor just a second longer when we were alone. It took its time closing. It dampened its button like it liked it. The convex mirror held my face, and the other shaped like it keeps keys for people who always forget. Sometimes in the day, I would see a kid on a school tour lift to his toes to see himself in the convex mirror and make a face and laugh, and the mirror would give the smile back soft and sweet. It is not always a bad mirror. It is a mirror that remembers faces and keeps one where I stand. One afternoon I rode 3B with a rolling cart. The cartwheel squeaked. A delivery guy came in at floor 4 and pushed his dolly, and we stood in the kind of silence men keep when they don't want to speak in an elevator. He wiped his forehead with his sleeve. The cartwheel squeaked. The bell chimed. The floor lights blinked. His hand went to scratch his cheek and froze in the air when he saw the damp on the emergency button. He looked at me. I looked at the ceiling. The convex mirror showed both our faces and the pale oval above my left shoulder in place like a friend. Another night, late, the building had no one but the guard and me, and the storm sirens outside banged once and stopped, a test that should have been hours earlier. I stepped in 3B because that is what habits do. The car jerked once and then moved. The light in the ceiling went dim and then bright. The mirror moved the pale oval like it breathed without a chest. The emergency button wore a wet heart of fog and heat. I lifted the cover with one finger. I said, "I know you're there." My voice shook, but it came out. The speaker made a small sound like a throat drank. I held my hand near the button. Warmth came and went, a low tide on a metal shore. I thought then of the person the guard told me about, the one who pressed their mouth to the speaker and spoke into the button because they wanted to be heard. I thought of how breath has a shape, and how that shape sticks to glass. Maybe this is only breath with a shape pressed into the skin of a building, and it has learned where to live. Maybe that is only a story I make to help me live with it. The car stopped at 2. The doors opened to an empty hall. The emergency button was wet. The convex mirror showed me and the pale oval together like a portrait in a house you inherit and cannot sell. I did not say anything this time. I put my palm flat on the wall of the car by the number panel and felt the hum of 3B the way you can feel a cat purr through the wood of a chair. It vibrated my bones a little. It was not kind or unkind. It just was. I am writing this because I want to remember the small things. The lines of water on the steel. The smell of breath and copper. The way the convex mirror makes the car into a bowl and holds a face over my shoulder when my shoulder is alone. The way the bell at each floor sounds like a question when no one is there and an answer when someone is. The way the emergency button stays damp like a mouth just brushed it, no matter what cloth I use, no matter how often I wipe. Sometimes I take the stairs. Sometimes I do not. The building does not care. 3B waits. It is always a half-second late to open. It lets me rush when I'm late. It slows me down when I am not. It stops on each floor when it wants. Sometimes it is dry. Sometimes it is wet. The mirror shows one face, then mine, then both. The days pass. The nights are longer when I ride alone. Tonight I will go up once more to Lock 17. The guard will nod. The lobby will smell like lemon and dust. 3A and 3C will be moving people like nice, polite machines. 3B will hum in its throat and come for me without being called. I will step in with my keys in my hand because keys feel like power. The doors will close. The car will start. The convex mirror will catch the ceiling and catch me and catch a pale face hovering in the reflection where no one stands. At each floor, the bell will ask if someone is there. The doors will open. The hallway will breathe. The emergency button will be damp, as if a mouth has just brushed it. I will stand with my breath in my chest and my feet exactly shoulder width, and I will not move fast, and I will not touch the red, and I will not speak into the hole, and I will not hold my breath to match the breath that is not there. And the elevator will carry me to where I say I need to go, by way of everywhere else. It will. It always does. Even when I think it will forget me, it remembers and lands and opens its mouth and breathes. I do not know if this will ever end. I do not know if that face in the mirror is a trick the metal plays, or a story I learned to see, or something that has learned me. I know that when the doors open and I step out, my shoulder feels the weight of a thing that is not on it. And I keep walking like I have always walked. If I turn and look into the black glass of the door as it closes, I see my own face, pale and wide, and just above my left shoulder, soft as fog, the other one waiting. It does not follow me. It does not need to. It stays with the car, with the button, with the mirror, with the hum. It stays with 3B, and I will see it again. The next night, the next late hour, the next ride, just where it was, close and patient, like a breath held in a small red space, ready to touch the world through a little round hole and make a sound that only the night can hear. Sunday evenings smell like detergent and quarters. The laundromat doorbells make a cheap jingle when you push in, and the air inside is warm in a way that makes your skin feel a little damp right away. The lights buzz. The TV in the corner plays some show with the sound off. A small fan turns its head back and forth on the counter and never looks at the same place twice. I came with one big bag, 2 bottles of Soap 1 powder, 1 liquid because I never choose, and a roll of quarters wrapped in blue paper. The floor tiles were worn in paths that showed where people walked most. Someone had left a sock under one of the folding tables. It looked like a small animal that had fallen asleep after running and never woke up. The owner had taped up a sign near the front that said, "Last wash 10:30. It was only 8. I like Sunday nights here. It is quiet and close. The washes and hums make a kind of rhythm that lets your brain slow down. You do not have to be anyone here except the person who waits. I fed 2 front loaders and watched the water rise. The glass on the washer doors fogged, then cleared, then fogged again. The soap spun slow like pale galaxies. I put my bag on a chair and sat on the edge. I counted the slow thumps when a heavy thing in my clothes dropped to the bottom and then lifted again. The room smelled like lemon and warm cloth. A woman came in with a basket and a baby in a carrier. She smiled at me the way you do when you are both here to do the same small work. She started her washer and then swayed in place with the baby. The TV showed a man pointing at a weather map. His hands moved. The words under his mouth crawled. A boy on a bike rolled past the window and looked in like the smell invited him and then went on. When the washers sang their end-of-cycle song, the woman took her things to the other side. I lifted my wet clothes into a blue cart. Water dripped through the holes and made a little path on the floor. I picked a dryer in the back row, the big kind with the wide round door and a hard clear window. The metal of the coin slot felt cool and a little greasy. I slid in 6 quarters for 24 minutes. The machine made that nice deep drum sound when it started, a hand over a mouth kind of sound. The clothes lifted and fell. The window fogged where heat hit, then cleared when the air inside changed for a second. Fogged, cleared, a steady, slow breath. I saw the dry oval for the first time in the second minute. It sat in the center of the glass, at the height a face would be if a face leaned close to the window from the other side. The rest of the glass had a thin, soft mist that came and went with the spin. This oval stayed dry. It was not fully round, more like the shape of a face without hair. It was smooth, soft at the edges, like a thumbprint you see under light. I leaned forward. I thought maybe it was a mark left by somebody who always uses this dryer. Maybe some cleaner. Maybe a trick of light from the fan, since the fan turned its head and the glossy floors always made little moving shapes. A shirt slapped the glass and slid down. In the oval, the glass showed me sharp, the room sharp, like this area refused fog. Around it, the mist grew, then fell away. The oval stayed. I can be a person who does not let a small thing be small. I wiped the glass with the side of my sleeve. The fabric squeaked. The heat of the door warmed my skin, and the tiny hairs on my arm curled a little from the wet. My sleeve came away damp, but not from water. Something else. A thin oil, maybe only the old films that glass gathers when many hands touch it. The window fogged. The dry oval returned. Exactly the same spot, exactly the same size. I tapped the glass with my finger. The tip of my finger was cooler than the door and made a tiny star of clear in the mist. The oval did not move. The woman with the baby pulled her warm clothes from a dryer on the other side and folded them fast. The baby slept with his mouth open, a little dark button of a tongue showing. She left her basket on the folding table and went to the vending machine and bought a water. She did not look at my dryer or my face or anything that might keep her longer than she needed. She left with a soft nod and her back straight. The fan turned to look at me and then turned away. 4 minutes in, the oval changed. The lower part of it grew a small curve like a mouth would make if it pressed to glass. The curve left a slight fog right at its edges, the way a lip leaves a mark. I stared and saw what I wanted to see, and then I blinked and saw only the regular window again. And then the curved, dry line came back because I hadn't wanted it to be there. I took my phone and held it up to the glass and tried to take a picture. The phone's surface reflected the laundromat light, and the camera tried to focus on the wrong thing, the shine, the layer. The screen showed glare and shapes. When I looked with my eyes and not through the phone, the oval was there again, dry and sure. Every rotation made the fog on the rest of the glass wash away and then spread back. Every rotation left the oval untouched. The mouth curve moved higher by a little bit. If I had not been watching as close as I was, I would have missed it. An inch, maybe less. Enough to know it was not a fixed old mark. Enough to know it was doing its own thing. A sock popped and smacked the door and fell. The oval stayed. The mouth print sat a little higher. I cleaned the glass again, harder, with a paper towel from the sink near the back. The towel squealed. It left lint on the glass. I wiped the lint off. The door felt hot through the towel, then less hot when the cool air blew, then hot again. Fog, clear, fog, clear, dry, oval. I timed the rise with the corner of my eye, a little higher each time the drum rounded its slow circle. It rose like a person lifting their head in small stages to see something above you on a shelf, patient. I opened the lint tray to do something with my hands. The lint sat in a soft mat that looked like a gray animal curled in a nest. It was still warm. I pinched it and pulled. The lint made little threads that did not want to let go. It felt damp in the center, which always happens, I told myself. Lint holds water. Lint holds everything. It smelled like all the people who used it and a little like something else mint, maybe. Or the smell of a mouth that has tried to be clean and is still only a mouth. I pushed the tray back and it clicked. I wiped my fingers on my jeans. I watched the oval. A man came in and put a load of towels in a washer and left again as if he were only a hand that had come to do a job for someone and had no body with it. The door jangled. The TV showed a commercial where a person laughed and then bits of words told me I could get a new phone I do not need. A sign by the door said, "No dyeing hair in machine." The misspelling always makes me think of quiet hair funerals. It did not make me smile tonight. The dry oval slid up by another inch, then another, slow and true. The mouthprint kept with it. The rest of the glass fogged and cleared. The oval was steady. I felt a thread pull in my chest, a thin string that wanted to tie me to the window. It is a simple human feeling when you cannot take your eyes off a thing because you think if you look away, it will do something and then you will be late and wrong. I tried to stop the dryer to check the door. You cannot open it when it is hot. It locks. I pressed the red stop button. The drum slowed. The fog drew in and then faded. The oval stayed, a dry field in the center. When the drum stopped, the oval waited, and then a little mist gathered around its edges like air had just touched it and could not hold on. I opened the door on the second click, the sound that says, "Now." Heat came out in a soft wave. The smell of my own shirts and the powder and something else came with it. The glass felt hot but did not burn. The dry oval was on the inside. I touched the inside with the back of my hand, because it is better if the back burns than the palm. It was warm. The glass did not show where my hand had been. The oval sat there, a little darker now that no fog could hide its difference. I blew gentle on the inside of the glass. My breath fogged a thin layer. It covered most of the window, but not the oval. The oval stayed dry. My mouth felt foolish. I shut the door and hit start. The quarters had time left. The drum turned. The fog came and went. The oval right in the middle did not care. I sat on the plastic chair and pressed the edge of the coin roll into the skin at my wrist because I needed to feel something that was not the glass. It left dots that went white, then pink. The fan looked at me again and did not help. I told it, "Stop." I said it soft, to the machine, to the glass, to the dry oval. My voice sounded small because it was a small voice. The oval paused. It did not climb for 2 rotations. Then it did, again, 1 inch higher, like it had listened and then decided to do what it was doing anyway. I took a felt tip marker from my bag. I do not know why I had one with me. I do not steal. I do not write on property. I put a little dot on the metal ring around the window at the bottom where the mouthprint sat. I did not mark the glass. I marked the frame. The next turn put the mouthprint almost exactly 1 inch higher. I made another mark level with it. The next turn, another inch. I marked again. The ring around the window gained a ladder of small black dots. I felt like a person measuring a tide. Each time it rose, the mouth shape looked more like a mouth and less like a smudge. I could see the curve in it, a soft center, a harder rim where lips might press. The face itself stayed an oval with no details, only an idea of cheeks, an idea of eyes. The rest of the glass fogged and cleared like a heartbeat I could count out loud to myself as a way to keep my voice. I tried a second dryer. I went to the front row and fed 3/4 to a clean, cold machine. I put nothing inside. I just started it running. The window fogged because of the warm air chasing cool across glass. It cleared. It fogged. No oval. I felt stupid for being relieved. Back at my dryer, the oval had climbed to the height of my eyes if I leaned close. I leaned. The heat of the door touched my face. The smell from the little vent at the top hit my skin like breath. I shut my eyes and opened them fast again because I hate myself for closing my eyes in front of a thing that moves when I do. The oval sat where a face would be if someone were inside the dryer, if someone could be inside and lean out and kiss the glass. I had a flash of image I did not want. Someone small and folded, knees to chest, hair damp with heat, lips pressed to the window and sliding higher and higher as if gravity were reversed in there. I made the picture go away by moving my hand. Sometimes hands can save you when pictures come. The owner in the back made a noise with a broom, a scrape. He coughed. I thought of calling him, of pointing to my dryer, of telling him what I saw in easy words. This window stays dry where a face would be. The mouth print moves up. Then I pictured his face as he looked and saw nothing. I pictured the face he would have when I left, and he would tell someone, "This one has stories." That is not the face I wanted from him. I stayed quiet. A sock slapped the glass. A button clicked like a tooth. The fog came and went. The dry oval rose. The little ladder of dots I had made on the metal ring reached the middle. The next dot I made was level with my own eyes. When the mouth print rose to that dot, it matched my height with a neatness that made my stomach feel hollow. I stepped back. It met my eye anyway in the glass. It was not looking. It was not anything. It was a shape that a warm mouth makes when it presses where it should not. I tried to laugh. It came out like a cough. The fan turned. The TV showed a person drinking from a bottle in slow motion. I turned off the dryer before the time ran out. The drums slowed. The fog ran away and did not return. The dry oval stayed for a breath and then faded so slow it felt like watching a moon disappear behind a cloud that takes a long time to learn it is a cloud. I opened the door. The heat hit my face, soft and full. I stuck my head in a little, not enough to get stuck, just enough to feel the air. The drums smelled like my clothes and metal and a hint of something else. I ran my fingers over the inside of the glass lightly. It was smooth. It did not show me where it had been different. I wiped it with a clean part of my shirt. I shut the door and left it shut. I took my clothes to a folding table and made neat stacks. Fold in half, sleeves in each other, fold again. Then I undid the neatness and did it again because I was not ready to be finished. I wanted the dryer to cool while I watched it out of the corner of my eye. The window looked like a regular window. The convex mirror in the ceiling showed the tops of the machines like bright shells. When I left with my bag on my shoulder, I looked back through the glass door of the laundromat. The row of dryer windows reflected the room. In the middle, one of them showed a small oval of nothing in the middle of the fog that had come back because the machine I had started in the front was still running. The oval was in that one now, too, like it knew where I looked. It tempted me back. I did not go. I pushed the door and went into night. The air outside smelled like cold metal and wet concrete. I walked fast without running because running would be a lie about what I knew or did not know. The street was empty. The only light came from the laundromat and a pizza place 2 doors down, where a man in a red shirt wiped a counter without stopping. I crossed to my car. The windshield was clear. I watched my breath fog the inside a little when I got in and then go away. It left no oval. At home I dumped the warm clothes on my bed and the heat rose like a body. I put my hand on the pile. It felt like lying next to someone. I stepped back and felt silly for thinking that. I folded everything fast and put it away, even socks, even the shirts I hate folding because they never look right. Then I went into the bathroom and turned on the shower as hot as it would go and sat on the edge of the tub to watch the mirror. The mirror fogged, then cleared at the edges, then fogged again higher. A clear oval formed in the center, dry, the exact size of my face, maybe. It could have been anything. It could have been the way air moves in this room. I wiped it with the back of my hand. It came back with the next wave of steam. The dry stayed where it always stayed, in the same spot, like a person holds a seat at a table. I turned off the shower. The mirror took a long time to dry. I pressed my palm to the glass and left a print. My print made a star. The oval did not change. I sat there until the water cooled and the room was regular again. I put a towel over the mirror and left it like that for a while. It felt like covering a cage, a trick to make night happen sooner. The next Sunday I went back to the same laundromat because you cannot stay away from a place just because it scares you a little. It is your place as much as it is any fear's. I picked a different dryer. I picked the one nearest the window. The machine had a small dent in the door like someone had kicked it once. I fed the quarters. I started it. The glass fogged in patches and then cleared and then fogged again. Nothing stayed dry. I watched it a full 3 minutes before I let myself relax. The oval did not appear. The owner nodded at me and went into the back to get a roll of trash bags. He came out with one and tied it with a strong pop. He said, "Quiet tonight." I said, "Yeah." He said, "The big back dryer runs hot. People like it." I said nothing about how much I liked it. He went to the door and scraped something off the glass with his fingernail. A piece of tape left behind by someone's sign. The scrape sounded like teeth. I washed and dried like a regular person. I went home and the mirror stayed a mirror. I touched it anyway. It was cold and did not have a smell. 2 Sundays after, my quarters were low and my bag was heavy and the big back dryer was free with its mouth open like a big zero. I rolled my cart to it and put the wet clothes inside. One sock fell to the floor and I bent and picked it up. When I stood, the window had a small dry patch in the center. The machine was off. The glass should have been regular. The patch fit the size of my palm if I pressed it there. I did not press it there. I shut the door. I stood with my hand on the coin slot and thought of the fan and the TV and the ladder of dots I had made that had probably been wiped away by someone with a cloth and a tired hand. I thought of the mouth print going higher by an inch each time like a polite person climbing a short ladder with care. I saw the shape at my own eye height. It made my body step back without my brain telling it to. I moved to a different dryer. I fed quarters to a different mouth. The first spin fogged and cleared and fogged and cleared. A regular dryer does this. A regular dryer is machine air and heat and metal. It is not a face. Halfway through the cycle, a kid in a hoodie came in and sat on a chair to play on his phone. He stuck his legs out and his shoes squeaked every time he crossed one over the other. He left before his wash ended. His machine kept going. No one looked at mine. No one cared that the glass stayed normal. My heart did not climb to my throat. I folded slowly and smoothed the corners and watched the window just to be safe, and the window watched me back the way glass does when it holds your face. When I am tired, the days blur and the nights come fast, and the small things that make sense inside your house leave the house and walk into other rooms. The dry oval did not follow me to work. It did not show in my computer screen. It did not sit on my car window unless I had breathed at it too long. It stayed at the laundromat, in the back row, in the big dryer with the wide round door. Still, on a Wednesday, I dreamt I was sitting on the folding table and my legs swung like a child's, and the dryer windows were all eyes, and the eyes all had dry centers where people should be, and the mouths in those centers were inches and inches higher than they should be. Up at the top of the glass, a place where a mouth cannot reach if a body is just standing. I woke with my own mouth open and my teeth cold. I got a glass of water and held it and did not drink because my throat did not trust it. I went back one more Sunday when rain made the street shine and the air in the laundromat was wetter than the air outside. The back dryer had a paper taped over it that said, "Out of order" in blue marker, the letters tired. The owner had unplugged it. The cord lay like a piece of dark rope. I felt something like love for the man. He saw me look and said sorry. I asked what happened. He shrugged. "Runs hot," he said. "Fogged up bad. Left marks." I scrubbed and scrubbed. He smiled a small sorry smile like he had failed a friend. I used the machine 2 over. It ran fine. The glass fogged and cleared. It did not keep a face. When I left, I looked at the out of order sign again. There was a faint kiss mark on the paper near where the door would be. 2 small ovals where someone had pressed and then pulled back. I reached out and put my fingers on the paper next to them, and then took my hand back fast like a person who has touched a plate that is warmer than the table should make it. At home, I put the clean clothes away and opened the bathroom mirror. A small dry oval sat in the glass at the height of my face where the rest had fogged from my shower. It could be nothing. It could be the shape air makes in my old apartment. It could be a trick I learned to see. When I wipe it now, it comes back slower than before. It likes to be there. It sits and waits. On some mornings, when light is soft and the glass is cool, and my face is tired and I lean in to see if my eyes look like mine, I can make out the idea of a mouth in that dry place. And if I breathe out, the rest of the mirror fogs up and the oval stays clear and the mouth floats an inch higher than it did the last time I looked. I tell myself, it is just steam and glass and a mind that counts inches. I tell myself, it is the way this building breathes, the way this city breathes, the way I breathe when I do not want to. I tell myself, I am not going to turn and find it behind me, in my own house, in my own nothing. On Sundays I still go. I bring quarters and soap and socks with holes. I sit and listen to the machines talk, and I watch other people wait in their own ways. The back dryer has been fixed, and then not fixed, and then fixed. Sometimes the paper is up. Sometimes the paper is gone. Sometimes I think I will try it again to prove I can be brave inside a circle of glass that shows you how close you are to your own face. Sometimes I roll my cart to a different row and pretend it does not exist. The dryer fogs and clears, fogs and clears. Most of them do exactly what they are made to do. Now and then, one window keeps a dry oval where a face should be. Now and then, a mouth print sits an inch higher than it did before, as if it is learning me, or as if I am learning it. I wipe. It returns. I speak to the door, and the door does not speak back. I fold my shirts with care because care is something you can hold. I put my clothes in a bag. I go out into air that is not mine and is mine. I tell myself there is nothing on the glass behind me. I tell myself to stop seeing the little dots I made on the metal ring even when I know they are gone. I tell myself I can breathe at my own pace. If I stand too close to the dryer window and match the timing of the fog with my own chest, I feel the heat touch my face where a breath would be if a breath could live in a machine. When that happens, I step back. I sit down. I count my quarters. I wait for the end of cycle song. I do not know if this will end. I do not know if it came from that machine or from me. I know that there is a place on the glass where the fog will not stay, and the oval sits there and waits, and the mouth print rises by an inch when the drum turns, and if I look away, it keeps moving without me. I pick up my bag. I tie it closed. I leave the door with the bells behind and listen to their sound follow me down the block like a small voice that knows my name. The ramp to level P2 drops like a slow wave. My headlights paint the concrete pillars and then lose them. The air down here is cool and smells like dust, oil, and old water. The lights buzz. A thin puddle sits near the drain and trembles when a car passes above us on the street. The sign on the wall says P2 in big blue letters, and a smaller sign under it says no idling. I park in my spot against the wall with the yellow number. I cut the engine. The fan spins for a second more and stops. The garage goes back to its hum. I can hear a single drip somewhere. My car ticks as the heat settles. The windshield is clean. I cleaned it yesterday with a new cloth. I can see the concrete line in the dark behind it where the next space is empty. I sit for a moment because I like the quiet before I go upstairs. The day drops off me in layers. I put my phone in my bag and check that my work badge is still clipped to the strap. The dome light is off. The car is a small dark room that smells like warm plastic and laundry from the bag on the back seat. I flick the dome light on. Light fills the roof, soft and yellow. It makes a circle on the windshield. In that circle, a shape blooms like a flower opening all at once. It is a face, not a deep face, not a photo. A face made of breath, soft fog lines right on the inside of the glass. The forehead is a round oval. The nose makes a little branch of clear lines where air did not hit. The mouth is a darker oval inside the fog, like lips pressed and then pulled away. It shows for a second clear and then fades as the air moves. My own breath stops halfway without me telling it to. I inhale slow and hold the air and look at the rest of the windshield because maybe I am tricking my eyes. The glass looks normal at the edges. A tiny smear catches the light near the rearview mirror. The face mark is still there, soft, then softer, then gone. My heart taps in my throat. I blow my own breath at the glass. My breath makes a small fog under the mirror where I blow. That shape is mine, not the other one. The spot where the face bloomed stays clear. The dome light is warm on my hand. My fingers leave little ovals on the headliner when I steady myself. The switch clicks louder than it should. I turn the light off. The car goes dim. I need to be sure. I turn the dome light on again. Fog appears at once in the same place. A face again. The same soft ideas of eyes, nose, mouth. The breath sits on the glass like it was hiding there and the light called it out. My name is in my pocket on my badge, and it feels wrong to have a name when the car is doing this and I am only a person with hands. I speak out loud because silence here is too tight. No, I say. It is a small word. It falls between the seats. I try to laugh, and it hurts. I rub the glass with the side of my hand. The heat from the dome light and from my skin clears the fog. I wipe hard until my fingers squeak. The face fades under my hand and leaves a faint oval, like a patch rubbed thin in new paint. I wait. The dome light is still on. It hums a little. The face does not come back while my hand is there. I pull my hand away. The surface fogs all at once again. The face is back. It is the same. I turn the key one click and put the fan on low to the windshield. Cold air. It smells like the duct. It smells like the last place my car was. The fan blows the fog away, but it also makes a small sound like a breath, and the face hangs there one heartbeat longer than it should before it goes. It makes me shake in the thighs like when you stand on a bridge and a truck goes past. I look in the rearview mirror at the back window. The rear glass is cold and shows the fat white stripes of the space behind me. Nothing there. The car is a box with clear sides. I tell myself the air down here is damp. I tell myself the garage is cool and my car is warmer so any breath will stick. I tell myself a person was never in here. I tell myself this sentence and it does not feel safe. I open the door. The interior light spills onto the concrete. The drip sound somewhere stops and starts again. The edge of the door shows a thin, wet line where dust has made mud. I stand up and swing my bag onto my shoulder. The air outside the car bites my damp hands. I look over the roof. The garage is empty. A white SUV sits 2 rows over like a sleeping animal. A red exit sign glows by the door to the stairwell. I press the lock on my key. My car honks one short sound. The dome light goes off. The glass goes dark. I take a step, and then I stop, because the rear window fogs from the inside in a soft bloom, the kind you see when a mouth goes to glass. The oval is smaller and higher than on the front. It sits in the top right corner of the rear glass, as if something turned to watch me leave and pressed its face where it could reach. I feel the floor like it could tilt. My head gets light and then heavy. I'm not far from my own stairs. I think of going up and forgetting this. I think of sitting down right here on the concrete because my knees feel wrong. I make my legs move. I walk to the back of the car and put my fingers near the oval, but I do not touch. The heat from my hand makes a dry ring in the fog. The face mark stays. The top line where a brow would be is not sharp. The lower line where a mouth was rises half an inch and fades. It is like a person stops breathing and then breathes again because they cannot help it. I put my finger quickly to the glass and pull it away. The tip of my finger comes back a little damp, a little sweet. like the air from someone's mouth when they have just eaten a mint. I wipe my finger on my pant leg like a child. Footsteps sound above and then end. A car door slams on P1 and echoes down. I look up at the concrete beams. They are marked with chalk from someone's work. A spider web hangs and does not move in the still air. I back away from my own car. The back window fog clears slow. For one heartbeat, the rear and the front show nothing, and I feel safe. And then the front fogs again. A neat oval right where a face belongs if a person can live in a windshield. I press the key again and the car flashes its lights. The fog fades. The lights give the glass a skin. I hold the key hard enough to make my hand ache. I walk to the stairwell door. The metal push bar is cool. The door opens with a low moan. I do not look back until I am halfway up the first flight. I look down over the rail. My car sits in its spot. My head moves. For a second, I think the rear window tilts, like a face turning from the front to the back, like a person keeping an eye on something they love or fear. That is not possible. The glass is glass. The car is a thing. I go up the stairs fast, and my breath sounds like a different person following until I tell it to slow down. In my apartment, I put my bag down and stare at the door as if I expect someone to knock. The room smells like coffee and old paper and my soap. I lock the door again and again until my hand knows it is locked. I drink water and spill some on my shirt. I stand at the window and look down at the street. There is nothing I can see that is wrong. There is only a line of parked cars and a woman with a dog checking each patch of grass like a letter. I tell myself I could be tired. I tell myself the dome light heat plus the cool garage air can play tricks. I tell myself the body can make fear to fill empty rooms. My body does not listen. I sleep and dream of glass. In the dream, I am in the car, and then I am outside the car and the glass is my skin. The dome light flicks on and a face blooms where mine should be. But it is not mine, and it breathes on the inside and the outside in the same second, and I cannot tell which side my lungs are on. I wake with my mouth open. The room is dark and soft, and I do not know why my tongue tastes like metal. The next night I park on P2 because my spot is on P2. You do not fight the design of a building unless you want to be a person who has to explain themselves to a landlord or a stranger. I come in off the street and the gate lifts and drops behind me. I take the ramp down. The same hum. The same sign. The same smell of old water. I tell myself I will not flick the dome light. I tell myself I will get out and go up and not give this place a way to speak to me. I sit in the dark a second, and my hand moves without asking me, and the light comes on. Fog rises. It knows me now. The face comes quick and soft and sure. The same shape. The soft idea of eyes. The faint nose lines in negative the space air did not touch. The mouth mark. It is a little higher than last night. My mind counts without me wanting it to count. An inch, maybe less. I touch the glass near it. The heat of the dome light and the heat of my breath and the heat of the old day sit under my finger. The face does not smear. I wipe with my sleeve. It returns. It will do this as often as I will let it. I try the wipers for no reason. The wipers slide on dry outer glass and squeak. The inside fog ignores them. I put the fan on full to the windshield. The roar fills the small car. The fog melts, and the face leaves last. A slow fade like someone walking backward into another room. When I cut the fan, the face comes back with the next small swing of my breath, but not where I breathe. It sits where it wants. Tonight, I do not get out. There is a feeling in my legs that if I leave now, the back window will fog again. And that is worse than anything that can happen if I sit. I lock the doors. The click is fast and light. The red light on the dash blinks. I sit with the dome light on for too long because I want the light to keep me and because I want the face to come so I can look at it and say, It is a trick of light and breath and a tired person. It comes each time and it does not change much. The only change is its height. It lifts slow over the minutes like someone who cannot help a slow rise. My eyes burn and I blink and the world jumps a little. I turn the dome light off and on and off and on, and the face blooms fast, then fades fast, and then I am tired of helping it. I turn the light off and do not turn it on again. The dark comes back like a blanket. The garage breathes again. I can hear a car's tires on the street through the concrete. I can hear my fan making a small ghost sound after it stops. I can hear my heart. I put my forehead on the wheel like I am a student hiding from a test. A knock touches the glass by my ear. Very soft, not a hand. The kind of sound condensation makes when a drop has grown enough to fall and hits the bottom of its own tiny path. I look. The windshield is clear again because of the time with the fan. The drop pattern on the inside leaves a tiny snail trail down the glass. It makes the shape of a mouth if a mouth had been pressed where the drop fell. I do not want to know what water looks like on the inside of my glass when it has that shape. I know it now. I get out fast. I am up and moving before my brain can finish the thought that I should not. The dome light flares, then swings to black. I hit the lock with my thumb. The car beeps at the door and I walk toward the stairs like someone told me to keep walking and not answer anyone who calls. I feel the pull to look back. I do not look back. I push the door bar. I climb. On the landing, I break my rule and look down. The rear glass has fog on the inside. A small oval high up and to the left, like a face has turned to keep me in its sight line. It makes a line in my mind to my eyes. It says nothing. It moves only when the air moves. The guard at the front desk in the lobby says hello, and I say hello, and we both keep our voices careful. He does not know that the world down in the garage is a small box with breath inside it. He does not know he should hold my handles on the way up so I do not lift. He looks at his screen. He looks at me. He looks at nothing. I go outside to night air that feels new and cruel because it is simple and honest, and everyone in it breathes without hiding their air on glass. Days pass. The building lives. The elevator chimes and opens and closes. The stairwell smells like paint and feet. The cars go up and down and park and leave. I stop looking at my car as often. I try to be that person who keeps keys between their fingers for safety, who checks the back seat for someone hiding. Now I check the front seat. I check the windshield for a face that does not need a body to press. One morning I come down with my coffee in a paper cup and my bag and the plan of a day. The garage air is cold enough to make my breath puff white. The outside of my windshield wears a skin of dew. The inside is dry. I breathe and make a small fog on the glass where my mouth is. That is mine. It clears. The glass stays glass. I drive out into day and tell myself, see, it is weather. It is nothing that has hands. That night, after the late shift, I turn into P2 and the space is empty and the spot is mine. I park too close the first time and fix it. I cut the engine. I sit for the one beat where I like the quiet. Then I touch the dome light without meaning to. The light comes on. I wait. The face blooms in the same place. It does not seem to be bored with me. The mouth mark lifts half an inch from where I remember it last. It acts like it keeps time with something I do not hear. I say my own name out loud because the sound should put me in my body. It takes a second to sound like a name. When it does, I feel less like a picture in glass and more like a person in a seat. That is good. I break my own rule and put my fingers on the glass in the center of the face, where the mouth mark is. My finger leaves a clear streak. My finger has a thin taste of mint and old water when I touch it to my tongue without thinking. It is a bad habit to touch your fingers to your mouth. I do it, and the taste is there. I wipe my hand on my pants again. The dome light hums. A car door slams somewhere above and sends a soft thud through the concrete like a quiet drum. A laugh floats down and breaks apart in the stairwell and becomes only sound. Someone runs. Their steps double. They reach the landing and then the door sighs shut, and it is just me and the glass and the light and my name, and the thing that breathes like it has learned the shape of my breath. I bring a cloth from my glove box the next night. I use it with the glass cleaner I keep for the outside. I spray and wipe. The smell fills the car and makes my eyes water. My cloth turns black with the stuff that always lives on glass in the city. I wipe until the light makes no smear lines. I feel proud of the shine I make. I flick the dome light. The face blooms through my clean like the glass never knew I did anything. It is not on the outside. It is not on the cloth. It is on that thin, clear skin the air makes when it wants a surface. I test the back seat because a brain needs to test something. I climb in and sit and close the door and turn on the rear dome light. The rear window shows a clean, calm black square to the garage. I breathe at it. I make a small spot that looks like a coin that someone rubbed. That is my breath. It fades. Then, from the other side of the car, the front windshield fogs in its oval without my mouth near it, as if it can make its own air no matter where I am in the car. I get out fast and hit the lock with my knuckle. The car blinks. I try to leave the car without seeing the face. I cover my eyes with one hand like a child walking past a scary part in a movie. It does not help. I see the face in the dark anyway. I see it when I lie down. I see it in my bathroom mirror when the shower makes steam. The mirror makes a dry oval where my face goes, and I tell myself that is because the glass is old and we leave ourselves on things. I tell myself we are made to leave our breath behind us. The words help until I have to go back and I have to park. On a late night, when P2 feels like the bottom of a well and the stairwell feels far from any floor I know, the face does something I do not expect. It pushes the fog to one side and then the other side like a person trying to say a word on glass, a round word with no edges. The fog moves and leaves a small dry space that looks like an O and then a smear and then nothing. I hold my breath with my palms on my knees. The dome light makes a soft hum high and sharp. The face blooms in the usual place and the dry O shows up one more time and disappears. I do not want it to write. If it writes, I will have to know what letters it knows. I talk to the car because the car is what is here. Don't, I say. Please do not do that. Please do not do more. I sound like I am speaking to a dog that has brought in a dead thing and laid it on a rug. I put my forehead on the wheel and press until it hurts, to tell myself where I end and the box begins. The next night, the fog makes only the old face. It does not write. It holds its place. I am careful. I lay my hand flat under the mark for a second, and it feels as if the glass remembers skin and warms to meet it. When I pull my hand back, a clear oval under the fog shows where I was and looks like a face looking out at my face looking in. The heat near my palm is human, and I hate it. There are cameras down here. They stare at the doors and the ramps and the spaces. They glow red when they want to show you they are on. I stand in front of my car and wave at one because I think I might go ask the guard to see if the tape shows fog on the inside of my car where faces should be. What would I say? Show me the shape of a breath? Show me my fear? He would play the tape, and we would both look at a small white blob that could be light and could be oil, and could be the bright confusion that happens when simple cameras look at shining things. He would say, He would not hear the sound the dome light hum makes inside my car. He would not smell the mint copper of the breath on the glass. One Sunday, 2 floors above, someone throws a party and forgets to tell our building. Music comes through the pipes in the stairwell like a second heartbeat. I park on P2, and the bass moves the water in the puddle by the drain. The face on my glass blooms to the beat, nothing more than what it always is. But it feels like it knows a song I do not want to learn. I put a sticky note on my dash that says, "Do not turn on dome light." It is a bad plan. I turn it on to read the words, and the face comes, and I feel foolish enough to laugh, and the laugh dies because I do not want to open my mouth in a room that gives my breath back to me. I try the trick old people use on old mirrors. I put a piece of tape over the place where the face shows. The tape is cloth tape. It holds. It makes a small gray square in the middle of the windshield that makes the car look like it has a patch. The first time I drive in day, it annoys me. The first night I come back, I turn the dome light on and the fog blooms in an oval around the tape, clean and sure. The tape does not matter. The breath sits where it sits. I peel the tape off in one fast strip because I hate the sight of it, and I hate the sound of it, and I hate that it made me hope. Winter comes. The air is cold. The outside of the windshield freezes, and I scrape it with a blue tool. The ice breaks and falls like glass of its own with a thin song. The inside stays warm from my hands and my breath. I hold my breath. The face still comes when I flick the light. Cold and heat are not what makes this. I change my habits. I do not think and sit. I park and cut the engine and open the door and get out in one motion like a grocery store door. I lock and walk. I do not look at the front. I do not look at the back. I do not look at my own reflection in the glass that lines the stairs. If I look, because I cannot help it, the rear window fogs like an eye closing and opening slow, and the front blooms a face, and the shape of a mouth rises half an inch for me, and then half an inch again when the car thinks I am gone. Sometimes near morning, when the building is quiet like a held breath and the elevator will be slow because it has not moved a lot of weight all night, I go down to P2 with my keys in my pocket and my heart soft. I stand by my car without opening it. I do not turn the light on. The window wears a thin, dull skin from night. I can make my own breath marks on the outside with my mouth and my hands. They look like what they are. Simple. When I touch the glass with my palm, I think I feel heat on the inside pressed back. It could be my own heat moving through. It could be nothing. I want to say what it wants. I do not know. It is a breath in a box. It is a face made of fog that lifts a little over time like a person trying to see the top of a shelf. It presses to glass when I come and turns to rear glass when I go, like a head that follows with its eyes. One night the power flickers and all the lights on P2 go out for 2 seconds and come back. The dome light in my car is off. The 2 seconds feel like a hole. In the hole, I think I hear a soft person sound from inside the car, the kind you make when you rise from a chair, a breath that says here without words. When the light comes back, the face mark is high enough to reach the mirror, high enough to blur into the place where the glass meets the roof. It is too high for me to meet it without standing on the seat. I stand on the ground. I do not move. I let it move back down on its own with time and with me not watching, like a person who slides down a window until their chin finds the sill. I do not tell anyone. The story does not want to be a joke. The story wants to be air that moves across a surface and leaves itself behind in the shape of a person. I still flick the light sometimes. I still turn to see the rear glass fog when I step away. I still press my hand flat to the door as if I can feel a pulse in the metal. I still climb stairs and make my feet slow because running is what you do when you are chased. I am not chased. I am watched. The glass does not move fast. It waits and it breathes and it learns the shape of where my eyes will go. In the morning I drive out and my windshield is clean. The sun hits it and shows every streak I missed when I wiped. It shows dust and names of rain and a long scratch made by grit under a blade. The face does not hold in daylight. It is not a ghost on glass you can show people with a finger. It is a night thing and a garage thing, and it needs the dome light, and it needs me, and it needs that perfect bowl of air inside a car where breath can sit. It needs a box that believes it is safe. If I stand at my apartment window and look at the street at night, I can see my car in its spot on P2 when the elevator doors open and someone walks in or out. The light from the elevator spills and makes a bright rectangle, and for a second, all the nearby glass catches that rectangle. My car's windows catch it. In the front, a pale oval blooms in the light like a face that waited in the dark for a chance to be seen. In the back, a small fog moves at the top corner, like an eye turning. Then the elevator doors shut, and the rectangle slides away, and the glass goes to black. I stand at my own window, and I breathe on the cold pane, and my breath makes my face and it lifts a little without me trying, because air and glass and eyes like to find each other. I tell myself I will park on P1. I tell myself I will take the street if there is a spot. I tell myself I will put a cover on my car like a winter coat and see if faces will travel through cloth. I tell myself a lot of good ideas in the day. At night, I follow the white paint downhill, and I stop where my number is, and I turn off the engine, and I think of nothing for 1 second, and then I touch the dome light because my hand is my hand, and it has learned this. The face blooms. The mouth mark rises an inch. When I get out, the rear glass fogs too, as if it turns to watch me leave. And I leave, and the watching comes with me up the first 5 steps and then drops and waits in the dark where the car is, where the breath is, where the glass stays ready to show a person even when there is no one inside. I keep going. I keep breathing. I do not know which side of the glass I live on. I only know I do not want to stop at the point where the breath meets the window and makes a face for me to see. I do not want to stop there and call it mine. I do not want to know what it becomes if I let it. The hallway carpet had a pattern of squares that never lined up, no matter how long I looked. The ice machine at the bend made a soft, watery cough. I carried my small suitcase and the keycard sleeve the clerk gave me with my room number written in blue pen. Room 409. 4th floor, end of the hall, 1 door from the stairwell. The hotel was the kind of place where everything almost matched. The lamps were all the same shape, but one had a shade that sat crooked. The art on the walls was all trees, but 2 had boats. The elevator dinged like it was trying not to wake anyone. The air smelled like carpet cleaner over old air. I was tired from the long drive and wanted hot water and a bed. The door opened on the first try. That felt like a good sign. The room had a low bed, a long desk, a chair with a stain I decided not to think about, and a window with thick curtains that had a tear at the bottom like a smile with 1 tooth missing. The air conditioner under the window hummed at a steady speed, not too loud. A mirror ran the length of the bathroom wall over the sink, big and clean and bright. I set down the suitcase and turned on all the lamps, because I always do that in hotels. I wanted to make the room look full, as if someone was already living there and nothing bad could get in. I stood in the bathroom and looked at myself under the white light. My face looked flat from the drive. I turned the faucet. The water ran clean. The drain gurgled like a small throat. I called down to the desk to ask for a late checkout. The night clerk said, "No problem," in that voice they use when they say yes to everyone. He told me breakfast went until 10. He said the pool was closed for cleaning. He said, "Let us know if you need anything at all," and meant towels or directions, not what I would need later. I put my phone face down on the desk and plugged it in. I turned on the TV for noise. 2 channels were the same news with different faces. One showed a storm somewhere else, rain hitting a camera lens. The remote buttons clicked and left black smudges on my thumb. I took a towel off the rack and hung it on the hook. I turned on the shower. The water banged in the pipe for a second and then came smooth and hot. I stepped in and let heat hit my back and head and the bend of my neck. The sound filled the room and made the lamp hum in the bedroom sound like a different noise from far away. Steam lifted and turned the bathroom air into a soft, warm cloud. The mirror fogged. It went black with steam in seconds. A dark wall where my face had been a moment before. I liked that look. It meant the shower was as hot as I wanted. Then I saw it. A clear, warm patch at eye height in the middle of the fog, round and smooth, the size of a face. I stood and watched the patch stay clear while the rest of the glass went opaque. The circle looked like someone had wiped it with a dry hand right before I walked in. I wiped the door of the shower with my fingers. It fogged where I had touched. The mirror patch did not. It stayed open like a window. I reached out and put my palm on the clear spot. The glass was warm there and not warm around it. The warmth matched a face shape, not a rectangle like a heater behind a mirror would make. I slid my hand up and felt the way the heat curved, where a forehead would go, where cheeks would be. There was a line of warmer glass where a nose would fit. My hand felt silly, like a child playing guess what. I moved my head close until my skin nearly touched the glass. The warmth fit my face like a mask. I did not like that. I breathed out at the clear space to see if I could fog it with my own breath. My breath made a soft cloud around the patch and ran down the glass in a slow sheet, but it did not mark the spot. My breath didn't fog it. The warm place rejected my air and stayed a window. I told myself it was a demister, one of those warm pads hotels put behind mirrors so people can shave. I had seen them before. They were usually a square or a rectangle in the center. This was a round, face-sized shape, level with my eyes. I told myself it was not strange. I told myself to enjoy the water and go to bed. The sound of the fan in the ceiling changed. It whined for a second and then got brave and grew louder. The warm patch on the glass felt warmer against my skin. I leaned closer in spite of myself, because sometimes you lean toward things you should step away from. The warmth was not the flat warmth of a pad. It had soft edges. The hottest part was at the mouth line. I could feel it on my upper lip like the heat from a person standing too close and speaking just for me. I pulled back fast and soap went up my nose and burned. I laughed because my body needed some sound that was not the spray and not the fan. The laugh sounded wrong, shallow, like it had no space to sit in. I finished and shut off the water. The pipe knocked again, one hollow hit in the wall. The fan kept going. The mirror was a dark map of fog with one clear circle. I wiped the part I needed to use with my towel, not the circle. I avoided it on purpose, like a small game that did not feel like a game. The bed felt clean enough. The sheets were rough in the way hotel sheets are rough. I lay down with the TV on low and the bathroom door open so I could see the light. I thought I would fall asleep fast. I did not. I kept seeing the circle on the mirror, and my head kept thinking of it as a face, even though it was just clear glass. I do not know when I slept. I woke from nowhere with the feeling that someone had said my name, not loud, and not right near me. More like someone had said it through a wall and I got the shape of it without the sound. The TV had become a blue screen. The air conditioner clicked and blew and clicked again. The bathroom was still bright. Steam had long ago died. The mirror should have been dry. I walked to the bathroom and the floor tile stuck a little to my bare feet. The light above the mirror hummed. The mirror was fogged again, not heavy, just a thin, dull film. The clear circle was there in the fog, a warm patch at my eye height. And now I could see that the glass in that circle was still warm. I put my fingers on it and felt that warmth meet me. It had been hours since the shower. The fan was off. The heater in the wall was off. The warm patch did not care about those facts. I breathed on the glass on purpose because sometimes you need to push back with the one power you have. Again, my breath slid away from the clear patch and wet the rest. The clean circle stayed clean. For a second, I felt like a child outside a window, while somebody inside decides if they will let me in. I wiped the spot with my towel. It did not smear. I could see my eye in that small, round, clear space. My own face looked like a deep fish there. I shut the bathroom door and got back in bed and tried to sleep with the light off. The lock on the door to the hallway made a soft little metallic click when the HVAC turned on, as if someone touched it from the other side. I lay on my side and watched the shadow of the bathroom door on the wall. Once I saw the shadow lean and then straighten as if the door had moved a fraction. It was only air. I told myself it was only air. In the morning, under the thin daylight that gets past hotel curtains, everything looked regular. The bathroom mirror looked like any mirror. Cold to the touch, smooth, no feeling under the glass. The warm spot was gone. I touched my face and then the mirror and felt like myself again. I brushed my teeth. I checked out the coffee machine on the desk and decided not to use it. I went down to the breakfast room. People sat with little plates and paper cups. A girl with small braids ate cereal and watched her spoon fall. A man read his phone with two hands like he needed to hold it safe. The toast came up from the machine twice and burned. A man laughed alone and then caught himself. The weatherman on the TV pointed at the same storm I had seen last night. Everybody moved through their small tasks like it all meant something. It did. It means you are alive. I thought of asking the front desk if the rooms had heated mirrors. Before I could, the clerk looked up and smiled and said, "How was your night?" And the question felt too big, so I said, "Fine." And she said, "Great," and handed me a copy of the receipt. I had to stay one more night for work. I took the elevator up with a woman holding a tray of fruit. The elevator showed the number of each floor and a yellow light over the doors. When it hit 4, the light flickered and then held. The woman said, "Sorry," as if she had made it do that. We got out. The ice machine coughed again, right on time, like an old person clearing their throat. All day I tried not to think about the mirror. At the office where I had to be, the bathroom had paper towels and a small mirror over the sink. I breathed at that mirror. It fogged like a normal mirror. My breath made a leaf shape. It went away in a second. No warm patch sat there waiting. I came back to my room late, the kind of late where your feet know where the bed is and your mind is not sure. I turned on the lamps. I put my bag on the chair. The bathroom was bright and smelled like my soap and the hotel soap and a little bit like the old air in the vent. I stood in front of the mirror without turning on the shower. I put my hand on the center where the warm patch had been. The glass was cold. I held my hand there. Nothing. I breathed at it. My breath fogged the glass and then ran. There was no perfect circle. Only me. I went back to the room and turned on the TV and sat on the bed with my shoes on. The bed stared at me like fish stare through glass. I took my shoes off. I put them neatly by the wall. I ate a sandwich I did not want and thought about calling someone just to hear my name from a voice I knew. I did not call. I turned the shower on hot. Steam took the room fast. The mirror went black like a wall again. The clear circle appeared in the same place as last night. Exact. I put my palm on it. Warm. I set my face in it a second and felt the heat touch my skin where a cheek would press. The heat at the mouth line felt hotter, bold, like the glass had its own breath. I backed away and stood on the bath mat and wiped water from my eyes and put my hands flat on my thighs because my body wanted to run, and I had nowhere to run in that small room that was part of my room, part of the hall, part of this whole building. I shut the water off and the pipes knocked twice. The heat hung in the air so heavy it made the mirror sweat. The warm circle stayed like a coin set in the glass. I swiped a square in the fog with my towel beside the circle. In that square, the glass was cold. The circle was its own thing. I took the hairdryer off the wall and aimed it at the mirror. The noise filled my head. Warm air blew over the glass and made the fog run. The warm circle did not change. It should have spread. It did not. It felt like a thing under the glass, not in the room. I turned the dryer off. The sudden quiet had weight. I stepped out of the bathroom and sat on the edge of the bed with a towel around my waist and goosebumps up my legs. The bathroom light spilled on the carpet like a square body. I watched it. The square did not change shape. I waited for the warm patch to move into the room somehow. That was stupid to think. I thought it anyway. I went back to the mirror. A drip ran across the bottom and made a sound like a tiny foot moving. The warm circle had shifted up by a little bit. An inch, maybe. It was higher than my eyes now. I had the sudden idea that something on the other side of the glass had stood up a little, the way people do when they want to see over something. I stood on my toes and put my face into it. The heat met me. It felt like skin that had been warmed by breathing. I raised a hand without thinking and pressed my fingertips right where a mouth would be. The glass was warm there and a little wet. When I pulled my hand back and looked, each fingertip carried a wet shine that smelled faintly like mint and copper. I wiped my hand on the towel and the smell stuck. I wrote a word in the fog with the side of my finger, a dumb word, hello. I felt dumber when I saw it on the black glass like a chalkboard. The letters dripped. The heat of the circle made the letters run faster where they touched it. One letter, the O, stretched in a way I did not like. The fog filled in the letters from the edges as I watched. The word melted before I could look away. I hung a towel over the mirror. I did it fast, like a parent hides a mirror after a loss. The towel sagged a little. I stood there like I had built a wall, and then felt like a fool because the wall was a towel, and the thing I was hiding was a square of glass. The towel warmed up in one round spot and pressed out toward me, a small bulge where a face would be if a face could press through. I backed out of the bathroom and closed the door. The handle was warm too. My phone lit up on the bed with my name, Face ID. I had not picked it up. The camera had seen me. The phone unlocked itself. For a second I did not move. Then I crossed the room in 3 steps and flipped it face down. The glass in the black screen had a dry oval where the fog from the shower had touched and pulled back. I covered the phone with my shirt. I slept because I could not sleep. The body takes what it needs. I woke at a sound I did not know. Not the pipe, not the air conditioner. A tap, a single nail click on glass. I lay still. It came again, slow, a finger tapping but tired. The sound came from the bathroom. I felt it in my teeth the way you can feel a small sound travel bone. I sat up and the bed creaked in a way that made me feel like I had shouted. I got to the bathroom door and pressed my ear to it. The door smelled like the cleaner they use between guests, sharp and sweet. The tap came once light, then nothing, then a breath, not mine. A soft, careful breath made by someone trying not to be heard, and the breath did not fog the towel anymore because the towel was dry now. I took my hand off the knob and I went back to bed and lay on my back and put my hands on my stomach like a person in a painting because it felt like a way to hold all my bones in one place. Morning made it all thin. Sun in a line between the curtains. The towel over the mirror looked stupid. I pulled it down and the mirror showed me in the empty room. The glass was no different to the eye, and yet my hand said it still had heat at the center. I touched it and felt it answer. I told myself that maybe this hotel had a pad behind each mirror to keep one patch dry for guests. I told myself it was a neat trick that my breath could not fog that patch. I told myself a lot of things. I went to the desk and asked if the rooms had heated mirrors. The clerk was not the same as last night. This was a morning face. He said, "Some rooms do, for shaving." He moved the paper to find a list. He ran his finger down it. "It's a rectangle on the center," he said. "In 502, 306, 211. It looks like a little square. 409? He clicked his tongue, thought, and then called the back, where maintenance sits. He asked a man, and the man yelled something I could not catch. The clerk put a hand over the receiver and said to me, "He says 409 does not have the heater panel. Maybe I can move you if you want a heated one." I shook my head. I said no thank you, because my brain did not know what to do with the word move. The clerk slid a new key card across the desk anyway, a habit. "In case," he said, and wrote 501 in blue pen on the sleeve. I slipped it into my pocket like a talisman. I thanked him and stood there too long and then left. I spent the day trying to be normal. Work and coffee in a crowded room with a copier that jammed and a woman who sang under her breath and a man who clicked a pen and a pen that clicked back. The mirror in the bathroom there was small and showed me red-eyed and fine. The fog faded fast, no warm patch. I held my breath and felt proud when the glass listened. That night I went back to the hotel and held the new key card and my old key card and stood at the door of 409 and thought about moving. I opened 409 because I had left my bag there and because it was mine, in a bad way. The room smelled like me now. The bed had my shape. The towel rack held my towel folded the way I folded. I turned on the shower because that is what I did here now. The mirror fogged like before. The circle came like before. I did not touch it at first. I stared and let it be. It lifted half an inch over 3 minutes without me doing a thing. If I laughed, I do not remember the sound of it. I shut the water and watched water run down the glass and drip. The warm patch stayed. I stepped close and put my cheek where it would be if I were not me. The warmth met my skin and the heat went into my face like pain without pain. It felt like someone who had been crying and dried had pressed their cheek there before me, and it had kept the shape of that heat. I said, "Please," because the room felt like it could hear. Please what? Stop? Stay? I did not know. I moved my mouth close, like a person who is about to say a secret to a piece of glass, and the telltale warm breath hit my lip from the other side, through the glass, in a way that cannot be true. I pulled back fast and saw not a print of me, but a shape of a mouth left there, dark and round. I went to 511. I used the card. The door opened to a fresh bed and a cold mirror. I ran the tap. The mirror fogged. A rectangle in the center stayed clear. Warm patch, neat, square. The exact kind that a pad makes. I felt relief so sudden it made my eyes water. I told myself, see, things have names. Steam, heater, trick of glass. You are fine. I went back to 409 to get my bag. The hallway felt warmer and the air moved in a way that made the door closer click on and off. My hand shook and the key card almost missed the slot. I went in. I did not turn the shower on. The mirror was clear and cold except for one round patch that sat in the middle, warm, as if the shower had just been turned off or just about to be turned on. The center of it had a darker circle now, like a mouth left its heat and would leave it there as long as I came back to feel it. I took my bag and I told the room, "Thank you," like an idiot who thanks a place for letting them leave. I locked the door. The hallway was the same hallway. The ice machine coughed. The elevator dinged. I moved into 511 for one night like a person who rents 2 lives to try both. In that room I still turned the mirror into a wall of fog. The square stayed and my breath fogged the rest. It felt like walking after trying not to walk. I slept. After I drove home, I thought about telling someone about 409. It sounded like a story I would not want to hear from another person. The mirror had a face-shaped heater. The other person would smile at me like a polite smile and say, "Huh," and then say, "Creepy," like a joke. It was not a joke. It did not want to be one. It wanted to be breath on glass that cannot be washed away, and a warm patch that holds you at eye level until you lean in to see your own face and find you have set your cheek on heat that is not yours. Days passed. Home made its own sounds. The pipes made a clunk in the morning. The fridge made a soft cough like the ice machine. My bathroom mirror is small and sits over the sink like a window. The first time I showered at home again, the mirror fogged. A clear patch stayed at my eye height in the center. I wiped it with my hand. It felt warm there. My breath did not touch it. It did not do that before 409. I stood and I watched it lift a little in time with nothing I could count. I said no, out loud to a square I own on a wall in a place I pay for. The word made a hole in steam. The warm patch sat where it sat. It waited to meet my face. I tried everything. I cleaned the mirror with glass cleaner until it squeaked. I took the hairdryer to it. I opened the window and let cold come in like a friend. The patch stayed where it wanted and lifted when it wanted. I set my face there anyway, one time, to see if it would go away if I gave it what it seemed to ask for. It did not. It warmed my cheek and warmed my mouth, and the heat stayed when I pulled back and took too long to leave the skin. I tasted copper. I put both hands flat on the sink so I would not reach again. At work, the small mirror in the bathroom learned me too. It kept a faint, round, clear place in the middle, and the breath of the other people washed over it and never stuck. I did not ask them if they saw it. If they had said no, I would have no place to put that. If they had said yes, I would have had to hear their voices say it in a normal room on a normal day, and I would never feel easy again. When I travel now, I ask at the desk if the room has heated mirrors, and when they say yes, I ask what shape, and when they say square, I say good, and when they say no heater, I say nothing, but I ask for another room if they have it. In rooms where the mirrors have demister pads, the rectangle is a rectangle, and my breath fogs the rest, and I shave in the clear, and think of men before me, and men after me, and all their warm faces. In rooms where there is no heater, sometimes the mirror fogs like a wall, and sometimes a small round patch stays warm and clean in the center, and holds the height of my eyes like a book holds a page, and I do not sleep those nights. Not really. I do not know what 409 is, or what lived in that glass, or if it still does. I know the shape of a face in fog now. I know the feeling of warmth under a surface that should not have blood. I know how breath moves when it is made through glass. I know my own breath is not enough to change that place, and the heat on the mirror will meet my cheek when I lean close and make my skin feel owned for a while. I know that when I step back, the warmth stays where it was and then lifts a little higher, an inch maybe, as if it has learned that I will follow. Sometimes in the dark, when my apartment is silent and the street outside is a slow river of other people's lives, I will hear a tap in the bathroom. It is the sound of a drop letting go. It is the sound of a finger on glass. It is the sound of something saying, "Here," without a voice, only the shape a mouth makes when it finds a warm surface and tries to speak and cannot, and tries again, a half-inch higher. I roll over and I face the wall and I breathe on purpose, and I do not get up, and I do not see if the mirror has stayed black with steam except for a clear, warm patch at my eye height. I do not test if my breath can fog it. I do not lean in to match that warmth. I tell myself I live on this side of the glass. I say the words like a small prayer in a small voice. I say them until the air in the room feels cool. I say them until I cannot tell which side of the mirror holds my face. The storage place sat between a tire shop and a Subway. The kind of building you drive past without thinking. Flat and beige with a fence around it and a gate that takes your code and lets you in with a tired beep. I had been putting off this trip for 2 months. Box 147 held the pieces of my old apartment. The one I had to leave fast when the lease went bad and the landlord got mean about late rent. I parked near the building and checked my phone for the unit number. The lot was quiet except for a woman loading a couch into a pickup truck 3 rows over. She had help from a man who kept saying, "Easy, easy," like the couch could hear him. The air smelled like hot asphalt and something sweet from the Subway next door. It was too warm for October. The hallways inside were wide and clean. The floor was painted concrete that showed tire marks from dollies. Fluorescent lights hung in metal cages and threw hard shadows. My footsteps sounded bigger than they were. Each unit had a metal roll-up door with a number painted in black. The doors were corrugated, made of thin metal strips that bent and curved and caught light in waves. Unit 147 was at the end of the hall on the left. The door looked the same as all the others, silver-gray metal with horizontal ridges that ran from top to bottom. A small padlock hung from the latch. I had the key on my keychain next to my car key and house key, a small brass thing I had almost forgotten about. I needed my phone's flashlight to see the lock clearly. The light from the ceiling was yellow and thin. I turned on the phone light and pointed it at the padlock. The white LED beam hit the corrugated door and bounced back in moving lines. The metal ridges caught the light and threw it around like water. That's when I saw it. In the ridges of the door, the light made a pattern. The corrugated metal stretched the reflection into long waves, and riding those waves was the suggestion of a face. Not clear, not sharp, but unmistakable. A stretched face, elongated by the metal ridges, like looking at someone through moving water. The forehead was a long oval. The eyes were two dark patches. The nose was a thin line. The mouth was a wider dark space that seemed to shift as my phone light moved. I held my phone still. The face held still too, stretched across the ridges in silver and black. I moved the phone left. The face moved left. I moved it right. The face followed. It was just reflection, I told myself. Light and shadow playing tricks on corrugated metal. But the face looked back at me with a patience that made my mouth go dry. I unlocked the padlock and set it on the ground. I grabbed the handle at the bottom of the door and lifted. The metal door rolled up with a sound like distant thunder. As it rose, the stretched face in the metal rippled and moved. It slid down the door as each ridge disappeared into the ceiling track. Down, down, until the face reached ankle level and stopped there, compressed, but still visible in the bottom section of the door that remained. The face waited there like it knew I would look. Inside the unit, my boxes sat in neat stacks. I had labeled them in black marker: kitchen, bedroom, books, misc. The air smelled like cardboard and dust. A small spider had built a web in the corner, and something had died in it, a tiny dark spot in the silk. I stepped inside and let my eyes adjust. The phone light made everything look stark and hollow. I needed the box marked winter clothes. It was stacked behind two other boxes near the back wall. I moved the front boxes and found it heavier than I remembered. The cardboard was soft from months of sitting in the dry air. I dragged it toward the front of the unit. As I worked, I felt watched. Not by a person, by the door. The bottom section still showed the stretched face in the corrugated metal, and even though I tried not to look directly at it, I could see it in my peripheral vision. It waited there, like a reflection that had forgotten how to go away. I told myself to ignore it. I focused on the box, on lifting it, on getting what I came for. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger. It was the specific feeling you get when someone stares at your back in a crowded room. The skin between your shoulder blades gets tight. Your neck feels exposed. You want to turn around even though you know it will make you look foolish. I turned around. The face was still there, stretched across the ridges at the bottom of the door. But now it seemed clearer, more defined. The eyes were definitely eyes. The mouth was definitely a mouth. And the mouth was slightly open, as if it wanted to speak. Jesus, I said out loud, because sometimes you need to hear your own voice to remember you're real. The word bounced off the concrete walls and came back thin and small. I pulled the winter clothes box to the front of the unit and set it down near the door. I would take it to the car, come back for anything else I needed, and then get out. Simple plan. Quick plan. I bent to lift the box, and that's when the face moved. Not the reflection moving because I moved. The face itself. The mouth opened wider, a dark oval that stretched across 3 ridges. The eyes shifted up, as if looking at me instead of through me. The whole face tilted slightly to the right, the way a person tilts their head when they're curious about something. I dropped the box. It hit the concrete with a sound like bones breaking. I backed against the far wall of the unit, my heart hammering against my ribs. The face in the door stayed tilted, stayed looking at me, stayed impossible. I closed my eyes for 10 seconds and opened them. The face was gone. The bottom of the door showed only corrugated metal reflecting the fluorescent lights from the hallway. Normal ridges catching normal light in normal ways. I laughed, a sharp sound that surprised me. Stress, I told myself. Too much coffee, too little sleep, too much time putting off this chore. The mind plays tricks when it's tired. The eyes see what they expect to see, especially in bad light. I picked up the box again and carried it to my car. The woman with the couch was gone. The lot was empty except for a maintenance truck by the office. I loaded the box in my trunk and went back for more. Unit 147 looked the same. The door was still up, the metal still corrugated, the light still yellow and thin. I stepped inside and looked directly at the bottom section of the door. Just metal, just ridges, just the ordinary world doing ordinary things. I grabbed another box, this one marked books, heavy as a dead body. I dragged it toward the front, and as I did, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. I looked. The face was back, stretched across the ridges, watching me work. This time I didn't drop the box. This time I stared directly at the face and it stared back. The eyes were definitely eyes now, dark and deep and patient. The mouth was closed but looked ready to open. The whole face had a stretched, elongated quality because of the corrugated metal, but the expression was clear. Curiosity, maybe. Interest, like someone watching a movie they'd never seen before. "What do you want?" I asked the door. The face tilted the other way, left instead of right. The mouth opened slightly, not in surprise, more like it was tasting air. The eyes blinked. I swear they blinked. A quick darkness that passed over them like clouds over sun. I set the books box next to the winter clothes box and stepped closer to the door. The face watched me approach. As I got nearer, the stretched features seemed to resolve into clearer detail. I could see the curve of cheekbones, the hollow of eye sockets, the line of a jaw. It was a human face, definitely human, but elongated by the metal ridges into something that looked like a funhouse mirror version of a person. "Who are you?" I whispered. The mouth moved. Not opened, not closed, but moved as if trying to form words. No sound came, but I could see the shape of syllables being made. The lips pursed, then spread, then pursed again. It was trying to speak. I leaned closer, close enough to see my own reflection in the metal above the face. My reflection looked normal. The face below it looked patient and strange and impossibly real. The mouth kept moving, shaping silent words. I found myself trying to read its lips, trying to understand what it wanted to say. The movements were slow and deliberate, as if the face was choosing each word carefully. Then I heard it, not through the air, through the metal. A soft sound, like a voice coming through water, muffled and distant but unmistakably human. It was saying something, the same word over and over, so quiet I had to hold my breath to hear it. "Help!" it was saying. "Help, help, help!" I jerked back so fast I banged my head on the door frame. The metal rang like a bell. I rubbed the sore spot and looked at the face. It had stopped moving its mouth and was looking at me with what I can only describe as disappointment, like a person who had been trying to get someone's attention and finally succeeded, only to have that person run away. I grabbed both boxes and dragged them out of the unit as fast as I could. My back screamed from the awkward lifting. Sweat ran down my sides even though the hallway was cool. I loaded the boxes in my car without looking back at the unit. I should have driven away then. I should have left the door up and the padlock on the ground and never come back. But I had more boxes in there. I had paid for the unit through the end of the month. I had things I needed, things that belonged to me, things that were part of my life before this moment when the world decided to show me something I didn't want to see. I stood by my car and looked at the building. It looked normal. Beige walls, flat roof, small windows in the office. A sign by the entrance listed the hours and the phone number. Cars passed on the street beyond the fence. The woman at Subway was closing up, wiping down tables through the window. Everything was exactly as it should be, except for Unit 147, where a face made of reflected light waited in the ridges of a corrugated metal door, moving its mouth to form the word help over and over like a prayer that no one was listening to. I went back. The face was there, stretched across the bottom of the door, waiting. When it saw me, the eyes seemed to brighten. The mouth opened in what might have been a smile, though it was hard to tell with the features so elongated. "Okay," I said to the door. "I'm listening. What do you need help with?" The mouth moved again, shaping different words this time. I leaned close to the metal and listened. The voice came through faint and watery, but I could make out the words. "Can't get out." "Get out of where?" I asked. The eyes looked up, then down, then side to side, as if indicating the door itself. "You're stuck in the door?" A nod. Definitely a nod. The whole face moving up and down in the metal ridges. "How long have you been there?" The mouth moved, but no sound came this time. The face looked frustrated, the way people look when they're trying to remember something important and can't quite grasp it. I had a dozen questions, but before I could ask any of them, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Heavy boots, moving slow, getting closer. I looked toward the entrance and saw a security guard walking my way, a flashlight in his hand, and a bored expression on his face. "Evening," he said when he reached my unit. "Working late?" "Just picking up some boxes," I said. I glanced at the door. The face was gone. Just corrugated metal reflecting the fluorescent lights. "No problem," the guard said. "Just doing my rounds. You'll want to lock up when you're done." He looked into the unit, then at the boxes I'd already moved out. "Moving?" "Yeah, something like that." He nodded and walked on, his boots echoing in the hallway. I waited until the sound faded, then looked at the door again. The face was back, watching me with what might have been relief. "That was close," I said. The face nodded. I looked at my watch. It was after 8. The facility closed at 9. I didn't have much time. "Listen," I said to the face. "I don't know what you are or how you got there, but I want to help. Tell me what to do." The mouth moved, and I heard the faint voice through the metal. "Take me with you." "How?" The eyes looked around, then settled on something behind me. I turned and saw my phone on top of one of the boxes, still with the flashlight app running. The white LED beam was pointing at the floor. "The light?" I asked. A nod. I picked up my phone and pointed the flashlight at the door. The face became clearer, more defined in the white light. The features seemed to solidify, to become more real. "You need light to exist?" Another nod. I thought about this. The face had appeared when I first shined my phone light on the door. It had stayed visible as long as light was hitting the corrugated metal. When the light moved away, the face disappeared. "So if I keep light on you, you can travel?" The face looked uncertain, then hopeful. I had no idea what I was doing, but I felt committed now. The face had asked for help, and I was the only one who could see it, apparently. That meant something, even if I didn't understand what. "Okay," I said, "let's try." I kept the phone light pointed at the door and picked up another box with my free hand. The face stayed visible, watching me. I carried the box to my car, keeping the light beam steady on the door. The face moved with the light, sliding across the ridges as my angle changed. At the car, I set the box in the trunk and pointed the phone light at the rear window. The face appeared in the glass, stretched and warped by the curve of the window, but clearly visible. "Can you see me?" I asked. The face in the window nodded. "Good, stay there." I went back for more boxes. Each trip, I kept the light on the door until I reached the car, then transferred it to the rear window. The face followed the light each time, patient and grateful. On my last trip, I grabbed my old desk lamp from the unit. It was one of those clip-on lamps with a flexible neck. I had used it in college, bent over textbooks late at night. I plugged it into the outlet in the unit and clipped it to a shelf, pointing the light at the door. The face appeared instantly, clearer than it had ever been in the lamp's steady white light. I could see details now, the shape of the eyebrows, the curve of the lips, even what might have been stubble on the jaw. It was definitely a man's face, middle-aged with kind eyes and a worried expression. "Better?" I asked. The face smiled, definitely smiled, the mouth turning up at the corners. "What's your name?" The mouth moved, and I heard through the metal, "David." "Hi, David, I'm Mike." "Hi, Mike. How did you get stuck in the door?" The face looked troubled. "Don't remember. Was looking for something. Then here." "How long ago?" "Don't know. Long time." I looked around the unit, my boxes, my old life packed away in cardboard and tape. Nothing unusual, nothing that would explain how a man's face had ended up reflected in a storage unit door. "Are you dead, David?" The face considered this. "Maybe. Feel stuck." That made a horrible kind of sense. I had heard stories about people who died and didn't know it, who got trapped in places that had meaning to them. But this was my storage unit, not David's. Why would he be here? "Did you rent this unit before me?" A shake of the head. "Was visiting, looking for my things." "Your things are here?" "Were, long time ago." I looked at my boxes again. I had bought most of my stuff used from estate sales and thrift stores and online listings. It was possible that some of David's belongings had ended up mixed in with mine, passed from owner to owner until they landed in this anonymous beige building. "What were you looking for?" "Pictures of my daughter." My chest tightened. "What's her name?" "Sarah." I went to the box marked Photos and opened it. Inside were albums and loose pictures from different periods of my life, but also some photos I had bought at estate sales because I liked the frames. Old family pictures of people I didn't know, black and white portraits, children in outdated clothes. I pulled out one of the albums and flipped through it. About halfway through, I found a section of photos that didn't belong to me. A man with kind eyes and a worried expression, the same face I was looking at in the door. With him was a little girl with pigtails and a gap-toothed smile. In photo after photo, David and Sarah at a park, at Christmas, at birthday parties, a life documented in snapshots. "Found them," I said, holding up the album. The face in the door lit up with joy. "Sarah!" I brought the album closer to the door so he could see. The face looked at each photo with an expression of deep love and longing. "She's beautiful," I said. "She's grown, now, married, has children." "You've been watching over her?" A nod. "Best I can, but stuck here." I understood now. David had died, but part of him had gotten trapped with his possessions when they were sold and resold, and eventually ended up in my storage unit. He had been trying to get to his daughter, to see how she was doing, but he was anchored to the things that reminded him of her. "What can I do to help you move on?" "Give pictures to Sarah. Tell her I love her." "How do I find her?" "Sarah Mills, Phoenix." I pulled out my phone and did a quick search. There were several Sarah Mills in Phoenix, but one had a Facebook page with a profile picture that looked like it could be the little girl from the photos, grown up. Sarah Mills Garrett, married, 2 kids, worked as a teacher. "Is this her?" I showed David the phone screen. The face beamed. "Yes, my Sarah. I looked at the photos, then at David's face in the door. I thought about my own father who had died when I was 25. If he were trapped somewhere, trying to reach me, I would want to know. I would want to help. Okay, I said. I'll find a way to get these to her. Thank you. But David, if I do this, will you be able to let go? Will you be able to move on? The face looked peaceful for the first time since I had seen it. Yes, just need her to know. I packed the photo album carefully in my trunk, separate from the other boxes. I unplugged the desk lamp and carried it to my car, keeping the beam pointed at David's face until I could transfer him to my rear window. Ready? I asked. He nodded. I drove home with David's face watching me from the rear window, warped by the curve of the glass but clearly present. At red lights, I would glance in the rearview mirror and see him there, patient and grateful. At my apartment, I carried the boxes inside one at a time, using my phone light to keep David visible. He seemed fascinated by my place, his eyes moving around to take in the furniture, the books, the ordinary details of a life in progress. I set up the desk lamp in my living room, pointed at the blank TV screen. David's face appeared on the black surface, clearer than it had ever been. Nice place. His voice came through the TV speakers, clearer too. Thanks. Are you more comfortable here? Much. Your storage unit was cramped. I laughed and he smiled back. I spent the evening researching Sarah Mills Garrett. I found her work email on the school website where she taught 3rd grade. I crafted a careful message explaining that I had bought some items at an estate sale that included family photos of her and her father, and I thought she might like to have them back. She responded within an hour, surprised but grateful. We arranged to meet the next day at a coffee shop. She would drive down from Phoenix. I told her, I said to David's face on the TV screen. Thank you, he said, and his voice was thick with emotion. That night, I left the lamp on so David wouldn't disappear. I fell asleep on the couch so I could keep him company. When I woke up, he was still there, watching over me like a guardian angel made of reflected light. Sarah arrived at the coffee shop right on time. She looked exactly like the grown-up version of the little girl in the photos, with her father's kind eyes and a nervous smile. I had brought the photo album and several loose pictures I had found mixed in with my things. I can't believe you went to all this trouble, she said as she flipped through the album. I haven't seen these pictures in years. After Dad died, his apartment got cleaned out so fast. I thought everything was gone. How long has it been? I asked. 8 years, heart attack. He was only 55. The same worried expression I had seen on David's face in the door. The same age I would have guessed. He loved you very much, I said. You can see it in every picture. She started crying. Not sad tears, but the kind that come when something you thought was lost forever finds its way back to you. He was the best dad, she said. Always worried about me, even when I was grown up and married. I used to joke that he would find a way to watch over me even after he was gone. Maybe he has been. She looked at me strangely. What do you mean? I almost told her then, almost explained about the face in the storage unit door, about the voice asking for help, about David being trapped with his possessions and needing to reach her. But she looked so happy with her recovered memories, so at peace with her father's love made visible in photographs. I didn't want to complicate that with stories she might not believe. Nothing, I said. Just that love like that doesn't really die, you know? She nodded and hugged the photo album to her chest. That night, I set up the lamp again and told David about meeting Sarah. His face on the TV screen was brighter than I had ever seen it, almost radiant with joy. She cried, I said, happy tears. She always cried when she was happy, David said. Even as a little girl, She said you were the best dad. I tried to be. She knows you love her. David's face grew peaceful, more solid somehow, as if he was becoming more real instead of less. Thank you, Mike, for helping me reach her. You don't have to thank me. I do. You could have ignored me, walked away. I almost did. But you didn't. That matters. We sat in comfortable silence for a while. David's face watching me from the TV screen. Me watching him back. It occurred to me that I would miss him when he was gone. In the space of 2 days, this trapped soul had become something like a friend. David, I said, are you ready to go? He nodded slowly. I think so. Sarah knows I love her. That was all I needed. What happens now? I don't know, but I'm not afraid. As he spoke, his face began to fade. Not disappearing, but becoming transparent, as if he was made of light and the light was being turned down slowly. Thank you, he said one last time, his voice growing distant. Thank you for trusting me, I said. David smiled, and then he was gone. The TV screen showed only black glass reflecting the lamplight. No stretched face, no patient eyes, no mouth moving to form words. Just an ordinary surface in an ordinary room. I sat there for a long time looking at the empty screen. The apartment felt quieter than it had before. Not just silent, but truly empty of presence. David had moved on to whatever came next, and I was alone with my boxes and my regular life and the memory of 2 days when the impossible had asked for help, and I had been able to give it. A week later, I got an email from Sarah. She had digitized all the photos and was sending copies to relatives who hadn't seen them in years. She was planning a memorial service for her father's birthday, something she had never felt ready to do before. Having these pictures back, she wrote, feels like having him back in some small way, like he's still watching over me. I smiled when I read that. She was right, of course. David had been watching over her in the only way he could manage, and now that his message of love had been delivered, he could rest. I never went back to Unit 147. I had gotten what I needed from my boxes, and I didn't want to test whether David's departure had been complete or if some trace of him still lingered in the corrugated metal door. I let the rental lapse and got a letter from the storage company saying they had disposed of the remaining contents. Sometimes, when I'm driving at night and I see the reflection of my headlights in the metal guardrails along the highway, I think of David. I think of how easy it would have been to dismiss what I saw as tricks of light and shadow, stress and imagination. How easy it would have been to walk away and leave him trapped forever in the ridges of a storage unit door calling for help that would never come. But I also think of Sarah, holding her father's photos and crying happy tears. I think of the memorial service she organized, the relatives who reconnected over shared memories, the grandchildren who got to see pictures of their grandfather for the first time, all because someone who was stuck found a way to ask for help, and someone who was living found a way to listen. The world is full of ordinary surfaces that might hold extraordinary things if you look at them the right way. Storage unit doors, TV screens, windows, mirrors, puddles of water after rain, places where light bounces and bends and sometimes carries more than just reflection. Places where the barrier between one world and another grows thin enough for love to pass through. I keep my eyes open now. I pay attention to faces in unexpected places, voices that come through glass and metal, requests for help that might be easy to ignore, because somewhere, in some corrugated surface or polished glass, someone else might be trapped and waiting. Someone else's love might be trying to find its way home, and if I'm lucky enough to see them, If I'm brave enough to listen, maybe I can help them too. Maybe I can be the bridge between stuck and free, between a message of love and the person who needs to hear it. The storage unit is gone now, rented to someone else, filled with someone else's abandoned life. But sometimes I drive past the building and glance at those beige walls, and I think of David finding peace at last. I think of Sarah holding her father's pictures and feeling watched over. I think of the moment when impossible became possible, when a face made of reflected light said, "Help," and someone was finally there to listen. Unit 147 is just a number on a door now, holding boxes and furniture and the ordinary debris of living. But for a brief time, it was a prison and a lighthouse both. A place where someone waited in the dark until light found them and set them free. The corrugated metal remembers nothing. The ridges catch light and throw it back in waves the way they always have, the way they always will. But I remember. I remember the face that rode those waves, stretched and patient and grateful. I remember the voice that came through metal, asking for the only thing that mattered. One last chance to say I love you. And I remember that sometimes, if you're paying attention, if you're willing to believe what you see even when it seems impossible, the world will show you that love really doesn't die. It just gets lost sometimes, trapped in the spaces between light and shadow, waiting for someone with a flashlight and an open heart to help it find its way home. 10:47 p.m. meant the last train before they switched to night service. I stood on the platform and watched the headlight grow from a pinpoint to a white circle that swallowed the tunnel. The train came fast, then slowed, then settled with a sigh of brakes and doors. Most people got on the middle cars where the crowd was, where the light was better, where you could see the conductor's face through the little window. I walked to the back. The last car always felt different, quieter, even when it wasn't empty. The fluorescent lights seemed dimmer, though that might have been my imagination. The air was thicker, like it had traveled the longest distance and picked up weight along the way. Tonight, there were only 3 other people. A woman with grocery bags reading something on her phone, a man in a work shirt asleep against the window, and someone in a hoodie at the far end with their face turned away. I took a seat halfway down on the side that faced the tunnel wall. The seats were that blue-gray color that hides stains, with fabric that felt rough under my hands. Someone had carved initials into the plastic by the window, JM plus KR, inside a lopsided heart. The floor was sticky in spots where someone had spilled something sweet. The doors closed with their soft thump. The train jerked once and began to move, slow at first, then faster as we left the station lights behind and entered the tunnel proper. That's when the strobing started. Work lights, maintenance lights, emergency lights. They were spaced along the tunnel wall every few dozen feet. As the train picked up speed, they flashed past the window in a steady rhythm. Flash, dark, flash, dark. Each light threw my reflection back at me for a split second, then let it disappear into the black space between. I watched my face appear and vanish, appear and vanish. The timing was hypnotic. Between the flashes, the window became a mirror. In the flashes, it became a portal to the dark tunnel rushing past. My reflection looked tired, which made sense. It had been a long day. My eyes looked smaller in the train window than they did in my bathroom mirror at home. My mouth looked like I was holding something bitter on my tongue. The train took a curve and the lights on the tunnel wall swept across the window in a long arc. My reflection swept with them, distorted by the angle and the speed. For a moment I saw 2 of myself, then 3, overlapping like double-exposed photographs. That's when I saw the other face. It was there and gone so fast I almost missed it. Between 2 blinks, in the space where my reflection should have been alone, another face looked back at me from the glass. Not my face. Someone else's face, clear and steady while mine flickered with the lights. I blinked again, hard and deliberate. My reflection came back normal. Just me, just the tired face of someone riding the last train home. The tunnel lights kept strobing, flash dark, flash dark. The rhythm continued, reliable as a heartbeat. But in the next dark space, the other face was there again. It was watching me, not looking past me the way reflections do when you catch them accidentally in store windows or passing cars. This face was looking at me, tracking me, following my movements with its eyes. When I tilted my head left, the face tilted right, as if we were facing each other through the glass instead of sharing the same side of it. The face belonged to a man, I thought, though the features were soft enough that I couldn't be sure. The eyes were dark and deep set. The mouth was slightly open, as if he was trying to say something I couldn't hear over the train noise. The skin was pale, paler than mine, with shadows under the cheekbones that made him look hungry, or sick, or both. I looked around the car. The woman with groceries was still reading her phone. The man in the work shirt was still asleep. The person in the hoodie was still facing away. None of them were looking at me. None of them could be casting the reflection I was seeing. I turned back to the window. In the next strobe of light, my own face appeared, normal and ordinary. In the dark between lights, the other face looked back at me with those patient, watching eyes. I pressed my palm against the glass. It was cold, with a faint vibration from the train's movement. My handprint fogged the surface for a moment, then cleared. Through my spread fingers, I could see the tunnel wall rushing past, the lights flashing, the darkness between them that seemed deeper now than it had a minute ago. The other face appeared in that darkness, right behind my hand. It was closer now, as if it had moved toward the glass from somewhere farther back in whatever space it occupied. I could see more details. A line of stubble along the jaw, a small scar above the left eyebrow. Eyes that reflected the tunnel lights even though they shouldn't have been able to, even though they were just a reflection themselves. I pulled my hand away and the face remained watching me through the clear glass. Its mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear. The lips were careful, deliberate, as if it was important that I understand what it was trying to say. "Help," I thought the mouth was saying. "Help me." Or maybe hold me. Or maybe see me. The train slowed for the next station and the strobing changed rhythm. Slower flashes. Longer periods of darkness. In those dark periods, the other face became clearer, more solid, as if the absence of outside light gave it more power to exist in the glass. The station was brighter than the tunnel. As we pulled in, the other face faded until only my own reflection looked back at me from the window. Normal, tired, confused, but recognizably mine. The doors opened, and the woman with groceries got off. A few people got on, but they chose seats toward the front of the car, as far from the back as possible. The doors closed and we moved into the tunnel again. The lights began their steady flash, and almost immediately, the other face returned. This time it was even closer. So close that if the glass hadn't been between us, I could have felt its breath on my face. I spoke to it without meaning to. "Who are you?" The mouth moved again, more urgently this time. The eyes looked desperate, as if time was running out for whatever it was trying to communicate. Behind the face, I could see shapes moving in the darkness. Not the tunnel wall, not the support beams, but other shapes, formless and shifting, like smoke that wanted to be solid. "I can't hear you," I whispered. The face pressed closer to the glass, so close that its features began to distort slightly, the way faces do when they're pressed against windows. The mouth opened wider, and I could see darkness inside, Not the pink darkness of a human mouth, but the black darkness of empty space. The train took another curve and the centrifugal force pulled me toward the window. For a moment my face was pressed against the glass too, my breath fogging the surface, my reflection overlapping with the other face. We were eye to eye, separated only by a thin layer of reinforced glass, and whatever impossible distance lay between the world I lived in and the world it came from. In that moment of contact, I heard it, not through my ears, but through my bones, through the vibration of the train and the glass and the metal frame that held everything together. A voice, thin and desperate, speaking words that sounded like they were coming from underwater or from a great height. "Don't leave me here." I jerked back from the window so hard I banged my elbow on the armrest. The sharp pain was almost a relief, something solid and immediate and completely normal. I looked around the car again. The man in the work shirt was still asleep. The people who had gotten on at the last station were reading or looking at their phones or staring at nothing the way people do on trains. None of them seemed to have heard anything. But when I looked back at the window, the other face was still there, still watching me, still moving its mouth in silent desperation. The train began to slow for the next station. This was my stop, the one I took every night, the one that led to the steps, that led to the street, that led to my building and my apartment and my bed. I should get up, I told myself. I should gather my jacket and my bag and walk to the doors like a normal person going home from work. Instead, I stayed in my seat and watched the other face fade as the station lights grew brighter. It didn't disappear all at once. It held on until the last moment, becoming more and more transparent until only the eyes remained, dark spots in the window that could have been smudges or scratches or tricks of light. The doors opened. A few people got off, including the man in the work shirt, who woke up just in time and stumbled onto the platform with the confused look of someone who almost missed their stop. I watched them through the window as they walked toward the exits. Normal people with normal problems going to normal places. I could have been one of them. Should have been. The doors closed and the train moved deeper into the tunnel, toward the end of the line, toward stations I had never seen and neighborhoods I had never visited. The car was emptier now. Just me and the person in the hoodie and two new passengers who had gotten on at the last station. A teenager with headphones and an elderly man carrying a paper bag that smelled like Chinese takeout. As we picked up speed and the tunnel lights began their strobing again, the other face returned. But this time it was different. Calmer, maybe. Less desperate. It looked at me with what might have been gratitude, as if my decision to stay on the train had been what it was hoping for. "Where are we going?" I asked the glass. The mouth moved, but this time the words came clearer, as if the distance between us was shrinking. "End of the line." The train rocked and swayed through the tunnels. I had never been this far on this line before. The stations that flashed past were unfamiliar, their names strange. Gravesend, Van Siclen, New Lots. The platforms looked different too, older, with tile work that belonged to a different decade and benches that had seen more years than the ones at the downtown stops. Fewer people got on at each station. More got off. The car grew quieter and emptier until it was just me and the other face in the window, traveling together through the underground dark. "Why me?" I asked. The face considered this question, its expression thoughtful. When it answered, the words came with more certainty than before. "You saw me. Others could see you too." "No, only you." I thought about this. In all my years of riding the subway, I had seen reflections in windows, faces in tunnel lights, shadows that might have been people or might have been tricks of light and motion. I had dismissed them all as products of tired eyes and late nights. the way any reasonable person would. But I hadn't dismissed this one. I had looked closer instead of looking away. I had listened instead of ignoring. Maybe that was what made the difference. "What do you want from me?" Company. The simple honesty of it hit me harder than any dramatic plea might have. Company. The basic human need to be seen, to be acknowledged, to not be alone. Even if you were trapped in a reflection, even if you existed only in the space between light and darkness, you still needed someone to know you were there. "How long have you been in the window?" "Long time, since the accident." "What accident?" The face's expression grew sad, distant. In the darkness behind it, those shifting shapes moved more restlessly, and I began to make out details that I hadn't noticed before. The suggestion of train cars, derailed and twisted, the hint of smoke and broken glass, the shadow of people who had been in the wrong place when metal met metal and physics took over. "We were in the last car," the face said. "Always the most dangerous place when something goes wrong." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. When did it happen? Years ago. The investigation said it was equipment failure. Old brakes, worn track, a signal that didn't change when it should have. We were coming into the station too fast and couldn't stop in time. The train began to slow again. Through the window, I could see the lights of another station approaching, but these lights looked different. Dimmer, farther apart. The platform, when it came into view, was empty, except for a few figures standing in the shadows at the far end. "This is where it happened," the face said. "The train came to a complete stop, but the doors didn't open. We sat in the station for a long moment, the only sound the hum of the air conditioning and the distant rumble of another train on a different track. The figures on the platform didn't move toward our car. They just stood there, waiting." "They're like you," I said. "Yes, we've all been waiting." "For what?" "For someone to see us, to remember us, to know that we were here." The doors finally opened, but I didn't get up. The teenager with headphones did, though. As he stepped onto the platform, one of the waiting figures moved toward him. I watched through the window as they met, the living boy and the shadow that might once have been a living boy, too. They looked at each other for a moment, and then the shadow smiled and began to fade, becoming transparent, becoming light, becoming nothing. "That's what happens when you're seen," the face in my window said. "When someone remembers, you can finally let go." More doors opened along the length of the train. More passengers got off. More shadows moved to meet them. Each meeting ended the same way. Recognition, acknowledgement, and then release. The peace of being remembered. "Is that what you want?" I asked. "To be remembered?" "Yes, but more than that." The face looked directly into my eyes, and for a moment I felt like I was looking at a real person instead of a reflection. "I want to be mourned." The weight of that word settled over me like a heavy coat. Mourned. Not just remembered, but grieved for, missed, loved in retrospect by someone who had never known them in life but could honor their death. "Tell me about yourself," I said. "Tell me who you were." The face brightened, and for the first time since I had seen it, it looked truly alive. "My name was David Chen. I was 28. I worked at a bookstore in Chinatown, the kind that sold more magazines than books, but still had a poetry section that 3 people in the neighborhood actually used. I lived with my girlfriend Sarah in a studio apartment above a restaurant that made the whole building smell like garlic and ginger." As he spoke, the darkness behind him began to change. Instead of twisted metal and broken glass, I could see glimpses of the life he was describing. A small bookstore with narrow aisles and books stacked on every surface. A young woman with short black hair laughing at something he had said. A tiny kitchen where two people could barely stand side by side, but where they cooked dinner. Together every night anyway. I was coming home from work that night, David continued. Late shift because we stayed open until 10 on Fridays. Sarah was making soup. She always made soup when it rained, and it had been raining all day. I was thinking about how the apartment would smell like soup and Sarah's shampoo, and how we'd watch something stupid on TV and fall asleep on the couch because the bed was still covered with the laundry we kept meaning to fold. The train lurched and began to move again, but slowly, as if it was reluctant to leave the station. Through the window, I could see that most of the shadows on the platform had faded away. Only a few remained, still waiting for their moment of recognition. What happened? I asked, though I thought I already knew. We never made it to the next station. The train was going too fast, and when the engineer tried to brake, nothing happened. We hit the barrier at the end of the line going 40 miles an hour. The front cars just crumpled. The middle cars jackknifed. But the last car... He paused, and his face grew distant. The last car went over. I could see it now in the darkness behind him, clear as a movie playing on the window. The train cars folding into each other like an accordion, the screech of metal on metal, the moment when physics took over and 20 tons of steel and plastic in human life became subject to nothing but gravity and momentum. How many, I asked. 37 passengers, 2 crew members, all because someone decided to save money on brake maintenance. Did they ever find out who was responsible? David's expression hardened. The investigation was thorough, they said, but somehow all the records of the brake inspections had been lost. The supervisor who signed off on the safety checks had retired and moved to Florida. The company paid a settlement to the families and promised to improve their maintenance procedures. But no one went to jail. No one went to jail. The train was picking up speed now, moving through tunnels I had never seen before, past stations with names that didn't appear on any map I knew. The lights outside were different too. Older, as if we were traveling not just through space but through time, moving backward through the history of the subway system toward some original darkness where the first trains had run. Is that why you're still here? I asked. Because there was no justice? Partly. But mostly because no one remembers us anymore. There was a memorial service, and our names were read aloud, and there were flowers and tears and promises that we wouldn't be forgotten. But then life went on, the way life does. People heal, people move forward, people forget. Not everyone forgets. Sarah tried not to. She kept my picture on her nightstand for 2 years. She visited my grave every month. She even kept paying rent on the apartment for 6 months, as if I might come back and need a place to stay. His voice was soft with love and regret. But eventually she met someone else. A good man. Someone who made her laugh the way I used to. They got married 3 years ago. She's pregnant now with their first child. That's good, I said, and meant it. That's what you would have wanted for her. Yes. But it also means I'm truly gone from the world of the living. No one thinks about me anymore, except as a cautionary tale about subway safety that gets mentioned once a year in the newspaper. The train began to slow again, and I realized we were approaching the true end of the line. Through the window, I could see the lights of a terminal, but it wasn't like any terminal I had ever seen. The platform stretched farther than seemed possible, and it was full of people, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all standing quietly in the fluorescent light, all waiting. They're all like you, I said. All the forgotten dead of the city, David agreed. Everyone who died in ways that made headlines for a day and then disappeared into the archives. The fire in the apartment building where the smoke detectors had no batteries. The construction accident where the safety harnesses were too old. The hospital patients who died because there weren't enough nurses on the night shift. The train came to a complete stop. The doors opened, but neither David nor I moved toward them. "This is where I get off," he said. "What happens now?" "Now you go back. You take the next train home. You live your life." "And you?" "I find peace knowing that someone remembers, that someone mourns." He was already beginning to fade, becoming more transparent with each word. But before he disappeared completely, he looked at me one more time with those dark, grateful eyes. "Will you remember my name?" he asked. "David Chen," I said. 28 years old, worked at a bookstore, lived with Sarah above a restaurant that smelled like garlic and ginger, died in a train accident that should never have happened. He smiled, and the smile was the last thing to fade from the window. For a moment longer, I could see his hand pressed against the glass from the other side. And then that was gone too, leaving only my own reflection looking back at me from the dark tunnel beyond the platform. I sat in the empty car for a long time, looking at that reflection and thinking about all the faces that might be hiding behind it, all the stories that might be waiting to be heard by someone willing to look closer instead of looking away. The train would take me home eventually, back through all those familiar stations, back to my apartment and my life and all the ordinary concerns that seemed smaller now than they had a few hours ago. But first I took out my phone and searched for subway accident and David Chen and 39 victims. It took some digging, but I found the articles, old news stories, archived and buried under years of more recent tragedies, photos of twisted metal and broken glass, a list of names that had been read aloud at a memorial service and then forgotten by everyone except the families who loved them. David Chen, age 28, of Manhattan. Survived by girlfriend Sarah Liu and parents Michael and Helen Chen. I found Sarah's wedding announcement from 3 years ago. Sarah Liu marries James Morrison, both of New York City. The photo showed a happy couple, Sarah radiant in white, her husband beaming beside her. She looked like someone who had learned to love again after loss, someone who carried happiness and sorrow in equal measure. I found the bookstore too, or what was left of it. Chen's Books and Magazines closed permanently after the owner's death. The Yelp reviews were full of people missing the poetry section, the careful recommendations, the young man who always remembered what you had bought before and could suggest something similar. I took screenshots of everything, the news articles, the photos, the memorial announcement, even the Yelp reviews. I would print them out when I got home, put them in a folder, keep them somewhere safe. A small archive of a life that had mattered, even if only to a few people, even if only for a short time. The train began to move again, back toward the city, back toward the world of the living. As we passed each station, I looked at the windows and the tunnel lights, wondering how many other faces might be waiting there, how many other stories might be trapped in the glass, hoping for someone to see them. At my station, I got off and climbed the steps to street level. The night air was cool and clean, full of the sounds of a city that never sleeps. Sirens in the distance, the rumble of trucks, the laughter of people walking home from bars and restaurants. Life continuing, always continuing in all its messy, precious, temporary glory. I walked home slowly, thinking about David Chen and Sarah Liu and the bookstore that sold more magazines than books, but still had a poetry section. I thought about the 37 other passengers and 2 crew members who had died that night, whose names I hadn't learned yet but would. I thought about all the forgotten dead of the city, waiting in windows and mirrors and any surface that could hold a reflection, hoping for someone to remember their names. At home, I printed out everything I had found and put it in a manila folder marked David Chen, Remembered. It wasn't much, but it was something. Proof that a life had been lived, that a death had mattered, that someone in the world of the living was willing to be a witness to both. I kept a folder on my desk where I would see it every day. Sometimes, late at night, I would take it out and read through the articles again, looking at David's photo, thinking about the bookstore and Sarah in the apartment that smelled like soup and shampoo, remembering him, mourning him, keeping his story alive in whatever small way I could. And sometimes, riding the subway home from work, I would look at my reflection in the window and wonder if David was at peace now, or if he still rode the tunnels sometimes, checking on the city he had loved, making sure that the people who came after him were safe. I never saw his face again, but I felt his presence sometimes in the rhythm of the train, in the strobing of the tunnel lights, in the knowledge that the dead don't always disappear completely if someone in the world remembers them. The last car is still the most dangerous place to be when something goes wrong, but it's also where you're most likely to see the faces in the windows if you're willing to look. If you're willing to listen to the stories they tell, if you're willing to carry their names back to the world of the living and keep them safe in your memory, where death cannot touch them again. I still take the last car sometimes, especially late at night when the trains are emptier and the boundaries between worlds grow thin. I look at the windows and wait for faces to appear in the strobing lights. When they do, I listen to their stories. I learn their names. I remember them. It's a small thing, maybe. But for the forgotten dead of the city, it's everything. It's the difference between disappearing completely and living on in someone's heart. It's the gift of being mourned by a stranger who becomes, for a moment, a friend. David Chen, I remember. Sarah's boyfriend. The man at the bookstore who knew about poetry. 28 years old when he died, riding the last car home to soup and love and a future that never came. I remember, and in remembering, I keep him alive. Mile marker 247 passed in a blur of white numbers on green metal. The highway stretched ahead like a black ribbon under the October sky. 2 lanes of asphalt carrying me and a handful of other cars through flat country that looked the same for hours at a time. Cornfields on both sides cut down to stubble after the harvest. A farmhouse here and there. Silos pointing at clouds that threatened rain but never delivered. I had been driving for 6 hours straight. My back ached from the seat. My eyes felt dry and scratchy. The coffee from the gas station 3 towns back had gone cold in the cup holder, and my bladder was sending urgent messages that I couldn't ignore much longer. When I saw the blue sign that said rest area 2 miles, I felt the relief that comes with knowing you don't have to hold on much longer. The rest stop sat on a small rise above the highway, connected by a curving access road that gave you a view of the empty landscape in all directions. It was one of those minimal state-operated facilities, a squat brick building with vending machines, picnic tables under a metal shelter, and bathrooms that stayed open 24 hours. No gas station, no restaurant, just a place to stop and stretch and take care of basic needs before getting back on the road to wherever you were going. I parked between a pickup truck with Louisiana plates and a sedan with a child's car seat visible in the back. The parking lot was mostly empty. The wind carried the smell of diesel fumes and something agricultural that might have been fertilizer or might have been something dead in a ditch. A paper cup rolled across the asphalt, chasing its own shadow toward the grass at the edge of the lot. The building was what you'd expect from a state highway department in the 1970s. Brown brick, narrow windows, flat roof with gravel on top. The kind of architecture that was designed to be functional and nothing else, built to last 30 years without any thought given to beauty or comfort. A sign by the entrance listed the rules in both English and Spanish. No camping, no loitering, no alcoholic beverages, facilities closed for cleaning, 2 a.m., 4 a.m. daily. The door was heavy glass and aluminum, the kind that needs a good push to open. Inside, the air was cooler and smelled like industrial disinfectant with an undertone of something less pleasant. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting that particular shade of sickly white that makes everyone look like they're coming down with something. To the left was the men's room. To the right, the women's. Straight ahead, vending machines selling snacks and drinks that had probably been there since the Clinton administration. A water fountain sat between the bathroom doors, one of those old-fashioned models with the bubbler that you had to press down while leaning over to drink. The men's room door was also heavy, with a push plate that had been touched by thousands of hands and looked like it. The hinges squealed as I pushed it open. Inside, the walls were white tile with dark grout that had seen better decades. 3 urinals, 2 stalls, 2 sinks, and the usual accessories you'd find in any public restroom that got cleaned once a day, whether it needed it or not. The sinks were white porcelain, mounted to the wall with visible pipes underneath. The faucets were the kind you had to push down to get water, and they shut off automatically after 15 seconds whether you were done or not. Above each sink was a mirror, not glass, but polished metal that gave a distorted reflection, the kind that made you look wider and shorter than you actually were. Between the 2 sinks, mounted on the wall at chest height, was the hand dryer. It was an older model, probably installed when the building was new. A rectangular metal box about the size of a large book, with a push button on the front, and a slot at the bottom, where hot air would blow out when activated. The whole thing was made of brushed stainless steel that had been polished until it gleamed, but over the years had acquired the kind of fine scratches and wear marks that come from constant use and indifferent maintenance. I used the facilities and washed my hands at the sink on the right. The water was lukewarm, and the soap from the dispenser was pink and smelled like cheap perfume mixed with antiseptic. I splashed some water on my face, trying to wash away the road fatigue. In the polished metal mirror, my reflection looked tired and slightly warped, like a funhouse version of myself. I dried my hands on my jeans, the paper towel dispenser was empty, and then pressed the button on the hand dryer. It came to life with a mechanical whir and a blast of warm air. The sound echoed off the tile walls, loud enough to make conversation impossible if there had been anyone else there to talk to. The brushed steel surface of the dryer had been polished to a mirror finish, and in that finish I could see my reflection. It was distorted by the curved surface and the fine scratches in the metal, but recognizably me. My face was stretched slightly, the features softened by the imperfect reflective surface, but the basic structure was right. My nose, my eyes, my mouth, all in their proper places. I held my hands under the airstream and watched my reflection do the same. The hot air felt good on my wet skin, and I could feel the dampness evaporating. The motor ran for about 30 seconds, then cut off with a click that seemed unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. That's when I saw it. In the moment after the air stopped blowing, there was a heat haze on the surface of the dryer. The warm air had heated the metal, and now that the fan had stopped, the residual heat was creating a shimmer effect, like the mirages you see on hot pavement in summer. The haze lasted only a few seconds before the metal cooled and the air settled. But in those few seconds I saw a face that wasn't mine. It was subtle, just a slight difference in the features reflected in the brushed steel. The nose was a little different. The eyes set a little differently. The mouth shaped in a way that wasn't quite how my mouth was shaped. If I hadn't been looking directly at my reflection when it happened, I might have missed it entirely. But I was looking, and I saw the face of a stranger looking back at me from the surface of the hand dryer. I blinked and looked again. The heat haze was gone, and my own reflection stared back at me, normal and familiar. I told myself it was just the distortion from the hot air, a trick of light and metal and tired eyes. Highway hypnosis, they called it. When you drove too long, your mind started playing tricks on you. You saw things that weren't there, but I couldn't shake the feeling that what I had seen was real. The stranger's face had been clear for just a moment, clearer than my own reflection in the brushed steel. And there had been something in the expression, a look of surprise, maybe, or recognition, as if the stranger had been just as startled to see me as I had been to see him. I pressed the dryer button again. The motor whirred to life, and hot air blasted out of the slot. I watched my reflection in the metal surface, studying every detail of my own face. When the air stopped and the heat haze formed again, I was ready. There it was again. For just a moment, as the warm air shimmered off the heated metal, a different face looked back at me. This time I got a better look. It was a man, roughly my age, with dark hair and pale skin. His eyes were wide, as if he was startled or afraid. His mouth was slightly open, as if he was trying to say something but couldn't make any sound. The haze faded, and my own reflection returned. I stood there for a long moment, staring at the brushed steel surface, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. The hand dryer looked like a hand dryer. The bathroom looked like a bathroom. Everything was normal, except for the fact that I had just seen a stranger's face where mine should have been. I tried the dryer one more time, just to be sure. Same result. When the hot air stopped and the heat haze formed, the stranger's face appeared for a few seconds, then faded back to my own reflection. Each time, he looked a little more distressed, a little more desperate, as if he was trying to communicate something important and running out of time to do it. The fourth time he spoke, I couldn't hear him. There was no sound except the settling of the building and the distant hum of traffic on the highway. But I could see his lips moving, forming words with careful precision, as if he was speaking slowly to make sure I understood. "Help me," he was saying. "Please help me." I backed away from the dryer so fast that I banged into the sink behind me. The edge caught me in the small of the back, a sharp pain that was almost welcome because it was real and immediate and completely normal. I stood there for a moment, breathing hard, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. The rational part of my mind was already working on explanations. Heat distortion, I told myself. Optical illusion. The brushed steel surface was acting like a funhouse mirror, and the hot air was creating distortions that my tired brain was interpreting as faces. People see faces in clouds, in wood grain, in random patterns of light and shadow. It's how the human brain works, always looking for patterns, always trying to make sense of random information. But I couldn't explain how the face had been so consistent, appearing the same way each time. I couldn't explain the expression of distress, the moving lips, the clear sense that someone was trying to communicate with me. And I couldn't explain the feeling I had, deep in my gut, that what I was seeing was real. I walked to the door, intending to leave, to get back in my car and drive away from this place and never think about it again. But as my hand touched the push plate, I heard something that made me freeze, a sound from inside the bathroom, not from the plumbing or the ventilation system, but from the direction of the hand dryer. A soft tapping, like fingernails on metal, rhythmic and insistent. I turned around. The hand dryer was silent and still, its brushed steel surface reflecting the fluorescent lights overhead. But as I watched, I saw something that made my blood run cold. In the reflection, barely visible but definitely there, was movement. Not my movement, I was standing perfectly still by the door, but movement within the metal surface, as if someone was trapped behind it, tapping on the inside, trying to get out. I walked back to the dryer, drawn by a mixture of curiosity and fear that I couldn't resist. Up close, I could see that the tapping was creating tiny ripples in the reflective surface, like a stone dropped in still water. The metal was warm to the touch, warmer than it should have been considering that no one had used the dryer for several minutes. "Who are you?" I whispered. The tapping stopped. The surface went still. Then slowly, a shape began to form in the brushed steel. Not my reflection this time, but the clear image of a face looking up at me from within the metal as if it was a window instead of a solid surface. It was the same man I had seen in the heat haze, but now I could see him much more clearly. He was young, maybe in his 20s, with short dark hair and eyes that were wide with fear. His skin was pale, almost gray, and there were dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept in a long time. He was wearing what looked like a denim jacket over a white t-shirt. His mouth moved, and this time I could hear him, faintly, as if his voice was coming from very far away. "My name is Marcus," he said. "Marcus Webb. I've been trapped here for I don't know how long. Days, maybe weeks. You're the first person who's been able to see me." I wanted to run. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to get out of that bathroom, get in my car, and drive as fast and as far as I could. But something in his expression held me there. Desperation, yes, but also hope. The kind of hope that comes when you've given up on rescue and then suddenly see a possibility of salvation. "How are you trapped?" I asked. "I don't know," Marcus said. His voice was getting clearer, as if the connection between us was strengthening. "I was driving through here about a month ago, stopped to use the bathroom just like you did. I was washing my hands, and I used the dryer, and when I looked at my reflection in the metal, I saw something else, something dark. And then I was here, inside the reflection, and I couldn't get out yet." "What do you mean, inside the reflection?" "Look around," he said. "What do you see?" I looked around the bathroom. White tile walls, fluorescent lights, 2 sinks, 2 stalls, everything normal. "Now look at what I see," Marcus said. The surface of the hand dryer shimmered, and suddenly I was looking through it as if it was a window. On the other side, I could see a different version of the bathroom. The walls were the same, but they were stained and dirty. The lights flickered and buzzed. The tiles were cracked and missing in places. And standing in front of a mirror that showed only darkness was Marcus, looking exactly as I saw him in the dryer's surface. "It's like a negative image of this place," he said. "Everything's the same but wrong. The water from the taps runs brown. The lights never stay on for long. And no matter how many times I try the door, it won't open. I'm trapped here in this mirror version of the bathroom, and the only way I can see the real world is through reflective surfaces. Have you tried calling for help? No one can hear me except you. I've seen dozens of people come and go, but when I try to talk to them, they just see their own reflection. You're different somehow. You can see me, hear me." I thought about this. What made me different from everyone else who had stopped here? I was tired, maybe more susceptible to, what, hallucinations? Or was there something else? "How do I get you out?" I asked. "I don't know," Marcus admitted. "I've tried everything I can think of. But maybe if you can see me, maybe you can find a way." I looked at the hand dryer more closely. It was old, installed probably 20 or 30 years ago when the building was new. The brushed steel surface was polished but showed signs of age. Fine scratches, small dents, areas where the finish had worn thin. Along the bottom edge, almost hidden by the design of the unit, I could see something that looked like an inscription or engraving. I knelt down to get a better look. Carved into the metal, so small and faint that it was barely visible, were words in what looked like Latin. "Speculum animi captivi," mirror of captured souls. "Marcus," I said, "I think this isn't just a hand dryer." "What do you mean?" I told him about the inscription. As I spoke, his face grew pale with understanding. Someone built this thing to trap people, he said. But why? And how do we break it? I thought about everything I knew about mirrors and reflections and supernatural traps. Most of it came from movies and books, admittedly, but there might be some truth in the stories. Mirrors as portals, reflective surfaces as boundaries between worlds, the idea that souls could be trapped in glass or metal. In the stories, I said, usually the trapped soul has to be released by someone on the outside, someone who can see them and believes in them, like you. Maybe, but I don't know how. Try touching the surface, Marcus suggested. Maybe there's a way to break through. I placed my palm flat against the brushed steel. It was warm, much warmer than the ambient temperature in the bathroom. As soon as my skin made contact with the metal, I felt a jolt, like a mild electric shock. But it wasn't painful. It was more like a connection being made, a circuit being completed. The surface under my hand began to ripple, like liquid metal. I could feel Marcus's presence on the other side, could sense his hope and desperation as if they were my own emotions. For a moment I thought I felt his hand pressing against mine from the other side of the surface. "I can feel you," he said, his voice suddenly much clearer. "You're warm." God, I'd forgotten what warmth felt like. "Hold on," I said. "I'm going to try to pull you through." I pressed harder against the surface, trying to push my hand through the metal as if it was water. The ripples spread outward from my palm, and I could feel the surface beginning to give way. But there was resistance, as if something on the other side was pushing back, trying to keep Marcus trapped. "There's something else here," Marcus said, his voice suddenly tight with fear. "Something that doesn't want me to leave. It's been feeding on me, I think. Feeding on my fear, my despair." I could feel it too now, a cold presence that seemed to emanate from the depths of the mirror. It was ancient and hungry and malevolent, and it did not want to give up its prisoner. "Fight it," I said. "Don't let it keep you there." "I'm trying, but it's so strong." The surface of the hand dryer was becoming more liquid now, my hand sinking deeper into the metal as if it was warm wax. I could see Marcus on the other side, reaching toward me, his face strained with effort. Behind him, shadows were moving, dark shapes that seemed to be trying to pull him back into the depths of the mirror world. "Take my hand," I said. Our fingers touched through the liquid metal surface, and immediately I felt a surge of energy, as if a powerful electrical current was flowing between us. The bathroom around me flickered, and for a moment I could see both versions simultaneously. The clean, normal restroom I was standing in, and the decaying, nightmarish version where Marcus had been trapped. The shadows behind Marcus were growing stronger, reaching out with tendrils of darkness that wrapped around his arms and legs, trying to drag him away from the surface. But our connection was stronger. I could feel his soul, his life force, flowing through our joined hands like water through a broken dam. "Pull!" I shouted. I yanked my hand back as hard as I could and felt Marcus's hand come with it. The surface of the hand dryer bulged outward, stretching like rubber, and then suddenly gave way with a sound like breaking glass. Marcus came through the surface in a rush of cold air and swirling shadows. For a moment he was translucent, more ghost than man, but as he took his first breath of real air in weeks, color returned to his face and solidity to his form. He collapsed on the tile floor, gasping and shaking, but undeniably real. The hand dryer sparked once, twice, and then went dark. The brushed steel surface was no longer reflective. It looked dull and tarnished, as if the life had gone out of it. Whatever force had been trapped inside was gone, released or destroyed. I couldn't tell which. "Are you okay?" I asked, kneeling beside Marcus. He nodded, still breathing hard. "I think so. God, I can't believe I'm out. I thought I was going to be trapped there forever. What happened to you? How did you get caught in the first place?" Marcus sat up slowly, looking around the bathroom as if he couldn't quite believe he was really there. "I was driving back from my sister's wedding in Nebraska. Stupid fight with my girlfriend. I wanted to drive straight through instead of stopping for the night. I was tired, maybe not thinking clearly. I stopped here to stretch and use the bathroom." He paused, running his hands through his hair. "I was washing my hands and I caught my reflection in the dryer. But it wasn't quite right, like looking at yourself in a funhouse mirror. And then I saw something else in the reflection, something dark and hungry. Before I could react, it had pulled me in, and I was trapped in that mirror version of this place." "The inscription on the dryer," I said. "Mirror of captured souls. Someone built that thing deliberately to trap people. But why? What was the point?" I thought about the cold, malevolent presence I had felt when I was trying to pull Marcus out. I think it was feeding on the people it trapped, feeding on their fear, their life force. You were food for it. Marcus shuddered. I could feel it sometimes, pulling at me, making me weaker. I tried to fight it, but after a while I didn't have the strength. "Well, it's gone now," I said, looking at the dead hand dryer. "Whatever it was, I think it's destroyed." "Thanks to you." Marcus struggled to his feet, still unsteady but gaining strength. "If you hadn't been able to see me, anyone would have done the same thing." "No," he said firmly. "Most people would have run. Most people would have convinced themselves they were seeing things. You stayed and helped, even though it was dangerous." We stood there for a moment in the fluorescent-lit bathroom, two strangers brought together by circumstances that defied all logic and reason. Outside, I could hear the distant sound of traffic on the highway, the normal world continuing its business while we dealt with the impossible. "What happens now?" I asked. Marcus checked his pockets and found his keys and wallet, exactly where they had been when he was pulled into the mirror. "I guess I go home. Try to explain to people where I've been for the past month. My girlfriend probably thinks I'm dead." "What are you going to tell her?" He smiled ruefully. "The truth, probably. Whether she believes it or not is up to her." "And this place?" We both looked at the dead hand dryer. Without its supernatural properties, it was just a piece of old bathroom equipment, worn and obsolete. "Someone should know," Marcus said. "Someone should make sure this doesn't happen again. Who would believe us? Maybe no one, but we have to try." We walked out of the bathroom together, into the main area of the rest stop. The vending machines hummed quietly, and the water fountain dripped a steady rhythm onto the drain below. Everything looked exactly as it had when I first arrived, but somehow it felt different now, less mundane, more charged with possibility. Outside, the parking lot was still mostly empty. Marcus's car was there, a blue Honda that had been sitting in the same spot for over a month, covered with dust and pollen. My car sat next to it, engine ticking as it cooled from the long drive. "Strange to think it's been sitting there all this time," Marcus said, looking at his Honda. "I wonder if anyone noticed." Probably not. Rest stops see a lot of abandoned cars. People break down, get rides with friends, come back later for their vehicles." Marcus nodded and pulled out his keys. The car started on the first try, despite sitting unused for so long. We exchanged phone numbers and email addresses, two people bonded by an experience that no one else would believe. "Stay in touch," I said. "Let me know how things go." "I will. And thank you again. I literally owe you my life." I watched him drive away, back toward whatever life he had left behind when he was pulled into the mirror world. Then I got in my own car and sat there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. The rational part of my mind was already working on alternative explanations. Hallucination brought on by road fatigue, shared delusion, elaborate hoax. But I could still feel the warmth of Marcus's hand in mine, could still remember the shock of connection when we touched through the surface of the mirror. Whatever had happened in that bathroom, it was real. I started my car and pulled back onto the highway, continuing my journey. In the rearview mirror, I watched the rest stop, recede into the distance until it was just another anonymous building beside the road. But I knew I would remember it for the rest of my life. About 50 miles down the road, I stopped at a truck stop with a restaurant and gas station. While my tank was filling, I used the payphone to call the state highway department. I told them there was a problem with the hand dryer in the men's room at the rest area at mile marker 247, that it was malfunctioning and potentially dangerous. They said they would send someone to check on it. I hoped they would remove it entirely. Better to have no hand dryer at all than to risk someone else being trapped in that mirror world of shadows and despair. 3 weeks later, I got an email from Marcus. He had made it home safely, he said. His girlfriend had been frantic with worry, and it had taken some time to convince her that he hadn't simply run off without telling anyone. He was seeing a therapist to help deal with the trauma of his experience and slowly putting his life back together. He also included a newspaper clipping from the local paper near the rest stop. The headline read, "Mysterious Deaths at Highway Rest Area Under Investigation." According to the article, maintenance workers had discovered the skeletal remains of 3 people in a hidden space behind the bathroom wall. The remains appeared to be several decades old, and authorities were trying to determine their identities and cause of death. "I think we know what happened to them," Marcus wrote. "They were probably the first victims before the thing in the mirror learned to keep people alive to feed on them longer. Thank God you came along when you did." I printed out the article and kept it in my wallet, a reminder that the world is stranger and more dangerous than most people realize. That sometimes, in the most ordinary places, extraordinary things wait for the unwary, and that sometimes, if you're lucky and brave, you get a chance to make a difference. I still stop at rest areas when I'm driving long distances, but I'm more careful now. I pay attention to the mirrors and reflective surfaces, looking for faces that shouldn't be there, listening for sounds that don't belong. So far, I haven't encountered anything like the hand dryer at mile marker 247, but I know that somewhere out there, other traps are waiting, other souls are crying out for help. And if I ever see them, if I ever get another chance to pull someone back from the darkness, I'll be ready. Because I learned that day that the boundary between the possible and the impossible is thinner than we think, and that sometimes the most important thing you can do is believe what you see, even when common sense tells you it can't be real. The world is full of mirrors after all, and you never know what might be looking back.